Chapter 58, The Toiling Soldiers and the Eclipse King Serving Beautiful Women. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 58. The Toiling Soldiers and the Eclipse King Serving Beautiful Women. I'll bet on ent.user, said Vigoro. Heh, Borkus snorted. How na.ve? I'll be betting on Armor Master. How difficult, Zadiris paused to think. How about the Golem Factory Manager? Those golems that are lined up are called a factory, are they not? What are you betting on? Asked Vandalyu. Vandalyu had come to the remains of the Adventurers Guild, which should probably be relabeled as a distribution center or trading post, to get a job change, and spotted Vigoro and Borkus betting on something. If there were at least cards in their hands. No, there were no playing cards in this world, as paper was a precious material, but Vandalyu wouldn't have considered this unnatural if they at least had something resembling cards. Zadiris looked up. Ah, boy, this is, well, every time you undergo a job change, there are new jobs, are there not? Vandalyu had received the unable to learn existing jobs curse, but every time he visited the job changing room, there were new jobs that hadn't existed before displayed for him. Vandalyu had consulted the knowledgeable Zadiris and experienced adventurer Borkus regarding this. Of course, as the jobs hadn't existed before, they could offer no knowledge on the jobs themselves, but he could ask them to make guesses on jobs that were similar to existing jobs. Incidentally, after his coronation ceremony, Vandalyu had explained his circumstances to everyone in Talashim. The ghouls, undead titans, and even the cemetery bees and immortal ents. Everyone, without exception, was now aware that Vandalyu had lived 2 previous lives, that he was a human from another world, that he had been cursed by the god of reincarnation, and that 100 people would be reincarnated in this world from origin one day. The reactions to that had been, I don't really get it, but that's amazing. I knew you weren't an ordinary kid, but that's amazing. You lived on a continent called Another World in your previous life. On an island. A country called Earth, huh? Amazing. Buzzing from the cemetery bees. Rustling from the immortal ents. Well, it seemed to have been accepted. It also seemed that nobody really understood anything about other worlds, though they did have a grasp of the concept of reincarnation. There were apparently many among the undead titans who had a vague idea of his circumstances. Thinking about it, a child had created the legendary flavorings left by the champion Zakhert, miso and soy sauce, or, to be more precise, fish sauce. It was only natural for them to wonder whether the Holy Sun was also from another world. Vandalyu had already been marked as an enemy by Alda, the god of law and fate who possessed the most influence in this world, the gods who served him as well as the pure-breed vampires who worshipped an evil god. An unknown god named Rodcourt had cursed him, but even Rodcourt was apparently just another god to add to the list of enemies, so it wasn't considered surprising. What a reliable and happy response. Leaving that aside, what would happen with Vandalyu's job? So we are placing bets on what job will appear for you next, Zadiris told him. Leaving aside which job you'll actually choose, kid, there's going to be new jobs that you can actually change to, right? Said Borkus. What do you think will appear? Asked Vigoro. Vandalyu looked at them. New jobs are normally discovered once every few decades or centuries, if I recall. Right after the Age of the Gods was a turning point in this world where new jobs like Knight and Soldier were discovered one after another. However, as time went on, the discovery of new jobs became more and more infrequent. That was why each guild, including the Adventurers Guild, offered a cash reward to those who discovered new jobs. But you've been discovering new jobs one after another for the past 2 years, haven't you, kid? Borkus pointed out. That's why we thought that there would be more new jobs, said Vigoro. Don't get angry at me if there aren't any new ones, okay? Vandalyu told them. So, boy, what kind of new jobs do you think there will be? Zadiris asked him. Vandalyu gave Zadiris' question a little thought before answering. Tree planter, perhaps. Vandeleur was probably the first person in Lambda who had created Ents from seeds, so this was the answer that he had come to. He was also continuing to plant trees found in the dungeons and devil's nests and turning them into immortal Ents. Tree planter. There are already people doing that in human countries, said Borkus. Not that anyone has a job for it. Really? Vandeleur asked. In Earth's history, deforested areas had often been left as they were, causing an increase in bare mountains and wastelands in areas with dry climates. But it seemed that people planted trees in Lambda. Yeah, apparently it began from people planting trees in the lands destroyed during the battle between the champions and the Demon King, Borkus told him. It seemed that even Bellwood wouldn't have advocated to deny the planting of trees and insisted on waiting for the greenery to recover naturally. But perhaps the champion Suzuki had been a radical advocate of nature conservation on Earth. This might explain why he had allowed afforestation while forbidding technology from another world. Well, it was certainly possible that afforestation had been occurring prior to the Demon King's appearance and there were simply no records of it remaining. So, what are you actually betting? Asked Vandeleur. As there was currently no currency being used in Talashim, the trading of goods was being done through bartering. For now, there weren't any items being prominently used in place of currency either. Vandeleur thought that food was probably the closest thing there was. I am wagering fern tea, replied Zadiris. My bed is dried and salted ammonite, Vigoro declared. Mine is the meat I took off a noble orc before, said Borkus. You can hunt quite a lot of them in Barajan's Fall Life Mountain. Vandeleur decided to make his own wager. Well then, I'll bet some honey that there won't be any new jobs. Boy, why is your wager so pessimistic? Asked Zadiris. If good things continue for too long, you never know when your good luck is going to run out. I'm scared of that, Vandeleur told her. With those words, he departed for the job. Changing room. Jobs that can be selected. Soul Breaker, Venom Fist User, Insect User, Archenemy, Zombie Maker, Tree Caster. Despite Vandeleur's expectations, there were two new jobs. Zombie Maker and Tree Caster. I suppose Tree Caster is red, key. Jutsushi*. I'm sure that's there because I've made immortal Ents from seeds and branches and every other part of a tree possible, but, it seemed more like being a magic performer. In Lambda, they weren't known as magicians, but as magic performers who made their living as entertainers at parties or as street performers. Was it a plant? Monster version of the tamer job plus something that made it easier to create plant monsters. However, unlike undead and insectoid monsters, it should be possible to tame plant monsters normally. Well, Vandeleur would think about that later. The more mysterious one was the Zombie Maker job. Gubbleman and Trinicia, pure.breed vampires who created and controlled undead with the divine protection of the evil god of joyful life, had existed in this world for 100,000 years. Vandeleur had thought that they would have already discovered and acquired jobs such as Zombie Maker or Ghost Mage. Could it be that they haven't acquired jobs, or can't? Vandeleur wondered. Perhaps they had become too much like monsters and lost the ability to acquire jobs when they began worshipping the evil god. Vandeleur made this guess with no evidence, but as Eleonora didn't know the race titles of the pure.breed vampires, it was impossible to confirm this. Vandeleur would leave finding this out for another opportunity. For now, leaving aside the fact that he had lost his bet, the question was, which job should he choose next? But for improving our fighting strength as a whole, it would be Insect User or Tree Caster. But Riley, a former companion of Heinz, is going to be among the army coming in spring. Vandeleur wasn't thinking that he would kill Riley by his own hand at any cost. Even if there was an opportunity to do so, if it would cause strategic problems, he would give up on the idea without hesitation. He firmly believed that everyone would be capable of taking revenge for him. However, if the reason for him giving up on killing Riley personally was his own powerlessness, it was a different matter. Vandeleur wouldn't be able to stand that. I'll choose Soul Breaker. That was why Vandeleur selected the Soul Breaker job. The levels of the spirit form, soul break and long-distance control skills have increased. You have acquired the parallel thought processing and materialization skills. Name. Vandalur race. Damper, Dark Elf, age. 5 years old. Title. Ghoul King, Eclipse King job. Soul Breaker level. 0 job history. Death, attribute Mage, Golem Transmuter, Undead Tamer attributes. Vitality. 125 mana. 247,013,388 strength. 90 agility. 89 stamina. 95 intelligence. 457 passive skills. Superhuman strength. Level 1 rapid healing. Level 3 death, attribute magic. Level 5 status effect resistance. Level 5 magic resistance. Level 1 dark vision mental corruption. Level 10 death, attribute charm. Level 5 chant revocation. Level 3 strengthen followers. Level 7 automatic mana recovery. Level 3 strengthen subordinates. Level 4, level up. Active skills. Bloodsucking. Level 4, level up. Surpass limits. Level 4 Golem Transmutation. Level 6 No Attribute Magic. Level 4 Mana Control. Level 4 Spirit Form. Level 4, level up. Carpentry. Level 4 Engineering. Level 3 Cooking. Level 3, level up. Alchemy. Level 3 Unarmed Fighting Technique. Level 3, level up. Soul Break. Level 3, level up. Multi-cast, level 3 Long Distance Control. Level 3, level up. Surgery. Level 1, new. Materialization. Level 1, new. Coordination. Level 1, new. Parallel thought processing. Level 1, new. Unique skills. God Slayer. Level 1 curses experience gained in previous life not carried over. Cannot learn existing jobs. Unable to gain experience independently. The moment Vandalur changed jobs, his spirit form, long distance control and soul break skills leveled up as a result of the skill bonuses. It seemed that the soul breaker job granted bonuses to spirit-related skills. And he had acquired the parallel thought processing and materialization skills, but, what were they? Vandalur guessed that they were probably also skills related to spirits or souls. Vandalur thought it unusual that his fighting ability hadn't increased as much as he'd hoped for. Should I have chosen Venom Fist User? Or maybe I should have just resigned to taking the archenemy job. Well, Soul Break was a skill that granted an additional effect to his magical and physical attacks. It would likely increase his ability to fight. Vandalur consoled himself by telling himself this and left the room. He reported the results to Zadiris and the others who were waiting for him on the first floor and treated them to honey. And then he headed for Borkus's sub, Dragon Savannah, as he had been doing since last year. Though winter's footsteps could already be heard and Talashim was surrounded by mountains to both the east and the west, the sunlight was still strong in the afternoon. In the courtyard behind the royal castle was a stone monument to the sun giant Talos and the goddess Vita, and this was the spot in Talashim that was said to receive the most sunlight. In fact, the sunlight was very strong in the courtyard for some reason. It was as if it was summer. It was possible that the stone monument to Talos and Vita was the cause of this. Ugh, ah, hic. Ha, ah, there, it's so deep. Kua asterisk, ah, it's hot, it's like my body's burning. I can't take any more, don't pour any more into me, it's going to overflow. In that courtyard, there were beautiful women gasping for breath with their skin exposed. I can stop any time, Vandalur said to the 4 beautiful women. Bilda, Badya, Eleonora and Kachia. What a tempting sight, he thought. They weren't doing anything particularly immoral or flirtatious. There was a reason for this. No, Eleonora cried. I can still keep going. White smoke was rising from her white skin, but this had all began when she said that she wanted to acquire the sunlight resistance skill in preparation for the war in spring. Sunlight, silver and light. Attribute magic attacks are universal weaknesses shared by all vampires. The status effect resistance skill does not offer them any defense against them, and skills like sunlight resistance and silver resistance cannot be acquired. However, circumstances were different for Eleonora. As Vandalyu had acquired the title of Eclipse King, it was possible for her to acquire the sunlight resistance skill. The Murg Shield. Nation's expedition army that would approach in the spring would surely attack during the day. No human would dare fight during the night, knowing that their foes were monsters that could see in the dark. There would probably be vampire assassins mixed in among the expedition army's forces, but they would cover themselves with a thick coat or full plate armor in order to prevent the sunlight from reaching their skin. There would be nothing more conspicuous if they were to do this in the middle of a town, but among the expedition army, they wouldn't stand out at all. Also, the vampires would likely participate in the expedition posing as the private forces of noblemen or as mercenaries rather than as part of the regular army, so the fact that they wore different equipment from the regular army wouldn't cause any problems. Vandalyu had thought that it would be fine if Eleonora learned from their example and wore a heavy coat and veil or a suit of plate armor, but she was used to being agile in battle. Wearing some metal armor would slow her movements down only a little, but there was still time until spring, so she had decided that it would be better to acquire the sunlight resistance skill. And so, in this place where the sunlight was strong despite winter being close, she was busily sunbathing in order to acquire this resistance skill. The sunlight was burning her as she was dressed in a stimulating way, having only her chest and her waist covered by pieces of cloth. She was healing her burns with her rapid regeneration skill, and Vandalyu was supplying her with mana when she ran out. It was quite the Spartan training regime, but for some reason Eleonora had shown incredible enthusiasm at the idea. Vandalyu hadn't been spoiling her lately, so he had decided to let her have her way. And then Bilda, Badya and Kachia had passed by, resulting in the current situation. Of course, as ghouls, they had no need to acquire the sunlight resistance skill. They were simply training in magic while having Vandalyu supply them with mana. But Vandalyu, your spirit form, hands are rubbing me, in stiff spots, Bilda mumbled. That's right, said Badya. Since you keep pressing those things you call acupuncture points, we can't help but let out strange noises, Van. For Bilda and Badya, Vandalyu was not only providing them with mana, but also giving them the same spirit form massage that he had once given Teria, as their bodies had apparently grown stiff with fatigue recently. He was using spirit form transformation on his hands, sinking them into their bodies and directly stimulating their stiff muscles and acupuncture points. He was effectively a low-frequency massager that was conscious. And, are there these acupuncture point things in places like this as well? Badya asked in embarrassment. There are, replied Vandalyu. Acupuncture points are found in places like the top of the head and the soles of the feet, but there are also many in places that people of the opposite sex might be hesitant to touch. Vandalyu was saying, I'm going to press the acupuncture point here, and pressing the points in such places. He was carefree about it because his hands had undergone spirit form transformation and had branched out into tentacle-like shapes, so he couldn't feel the sensation, warmth or softness of their skin other than being conscious that he was touching a living creature. I see. Then it's fine, but, of course, he wasn't trying to sexually harass Badya, so he wasn't touching her or pressing her in persistent ways. Incidentally, in origin, where science and magic had company existed, Qigong * had been acknowledged as a form of magic. Eastern medicinal techniques such as pressing acupuncture points, acupuncture treatment and moxibustion were as well researched as Western medicine, and were widely used. As a result, Vandalyu had been thoroughly subjected to experiments to see whether death attribute magic could be applied to Eastern medicine. If he used spirit form transformation to examine a creature's body, he could intuitively feel the locations and effects of acupuncture points in the creature's body. Because of this, he had a clear understanding of the locations and effects of ghoul-specific acupuncture points that didn't exist in humans. Applying death-attribute magic to Eastern medicine apparently hadn't had much success in origin, however. It isn't that I dislike you touching me, Badia said hastily. In fact, I'm happy, but I'm just perplexed when you're suddenly so assertive. No, it's not really a matter of being assertive or not, said Vandalyu. Of course, it's not that I don't want to touch you, Badia. This was a massage. It was rather difficult to describe as Vandalyu's hands had undergone spirit transformation and branched out into tentacles, but it was still no more than a massage. There was no lewd meaning behind it. Katya was breathing heavily. You gave me too much mana. Vandalyu was doing nothing but supplying her with magic, but this was how things were. But I only transferred you a small amount, you know. Vandalyu told her. That small amount is too much. My maximum mana pool is less than 200, isn't it? Katya, who had undergone a job change to apprentice mage, had a maximum mana pool of less than 200. Ghoul women had an aptitude for magic, so Katya's mana pool was a little smaller than average, but it was greater than the average ghoul man's mana pool. This was probably because of the fact that she had once been a human, and that she had once been an adventurer in a frontline role on the battlefield. Frontline fighters like warriors and knights have less mana than those like mages who fight from the back. However, they have higher attribute values for vitality, strength, stamina and agility to compensate for it. Unlike mages, the mana of frontline fighters is not consumed unless they use martial skills, so this is only natural. In fact, those with more mana than vitality wouldn't choose to fight at the front. Katya had been a frontline fighter, and the way her attribute values increased when she became a ghoul had been influenced by that. The increase in her mana had been relatively greater than the increase of her other attribute values, but since her mana value was small to begin with, the resulting value after the increase was still small. She had undergone a job change to apprentice mage with this small mana pool, but because her mana was lacking, she couldn't practice magic enough and she was finding it quite difficult to level her skills up. That was why Vandalyu was accompanying her and providing her mana for her to practice, but the problem was Vandalyu's senses. A small amount of mana, for Vandalyu, whose mana pool was over 200 million, could be in the tens of thousands. 200 would be a fraction of, a tiny pinch, of mana for him. Because of that, whenever Katya ran out of mana, Vandalyu poured into her what he regarded as, a tiny pinch, of mana, numbering in the dozens. Nobody could blame Katya for gasping and saying that she was overflowing. That's true, but there's no harm to your body caused by the overflowing mana, is there? Asked Vandalyu. No, you're right, but it's incredibly. Katya looked troubled. Well, your mana has recovered, so please continue your practice. No way, if I keep practicing, my mana will disappear again right away. If it does, I'll transfer you some more. Katya made noises of discontent. For some reason, there were tears in her eyes as she continued her practice. Bilda and Badia had already restarted their practice before her. Incidentally, Bilda possessed an affinity for the earth attribute, Badia possessed an affinity for the water attribute while Katya possessed an affinity for 4 attributes: fire, wind, light and space. Though Bilda could be considered average, Bastia's talent as a mage was meager, which was why she had decided in the past that the ghoul village would benefit more from her learning martial skills and was completely absorbed in learning those instead. In Katya's case, she had been told that it would be a miracle if her magic could even be considered useful at all, so she had given up on magic before even starting out on that road. However, because Bastia's rank had increased and Katya had transformed into a ghoul and undergone a job change, their attribute values such as mana and intelligence had increased enough for them to be able to practice like this. Incidentally, like Eleonora, the other 3 were also wearing revealing clothes. This was because it was normal ghoul fashion to do so, but they had taken even more clothes off because their bodies were too hot. No matter how strong the sunlight was, it was incomprehensible. Eleonora panted and groaned. V.Vandalyu. Just a little more, with just a little more, the skill, controlling the ground is hard. How do you do it, King? Bilda asked. All right, once more from the top, said Badya, firing herself up. Kachia sighed. If I don't hurry and gain more skills, I'm going to become addicted to this. Eleonora's snow-white skin turned a painful-looking red, then back to white. In contrast, the skin of Bilda and Kachia was a beautiful, healthy-looking gray-brown, while Bastia's skin was of the same color but a little stronger, with red lines running across it and emphasizing her curves. The exposed curves of their bodies were shaking in a stimulating way. Vandalyu had wondered whether doing something like this in front of the stone monument would cause some kind of divine punishment, but apparently it wasn't a problem as Vita and Talos were gods who were very open to these kinds of things. Come to think of it, I wonder if Vita will send me any divine messages. Vandalyu did pray at the church every day while he was in Talashim, but it was something like lightly bowing his head to Xitigarbha on earth, so perhaps it wasn't enough. Since the prophecy given to Nwaza had been referring to Vandalyu, it was almost certain that Vita had taken notice of him, however. Vandalyu decided that he would have Nwaza teach him how to pray properly. In the cold winter air, the soldiers were busy doing hard carpentry work. It's good that we're getting paid, but when did we become slaves? A soldier said bitterly. He and another soldier were working in a pair to transport stones. The soldier he was paired with gave a bitter smile. Hey, slaves wouldn't be earning any pay or wages, he said. Well, even if they did, they wouldn't be of any use here, he added. The soldiers were at the exit of the tunnel leading to the Merg Shield. Nation. They had been given the mission of building a simple fort there. The inside of the tunnel had been swept clean of monsters by Riley, the hero praised as the second coming of the tragic hero, so it was safe to travel through. However, once the boundary mountain range was crossed, the outside world was completely unrelated to the safety of the tunnel. Rank 3 monsters that would normally only be encountered in devil's nests were rampant here, and monsters even stronger than them came to attack as if it were only natural for them to do so. A fort was necessary to maintain the tunnel that led into the boundary mountain range, into the southern reaches of the continent. Monsters needed to be prevented from entering the tunnel. However, normal craftsmen wouldn't be able to work in a place where there was a constant risk of being eaten alive by monsters. Therefore, the Merg Shield. Nation had dispatched soldiers for this task. A third of them were guarding the site where the fort was to be built, another third did the construction work and the other third would rest. It had been decided that they would rotate these roles in order to construct the makeshift fort. In addition, dozens of adventurers, mostly consisting of class individuals, had been hired to keep watch, scout the surrounding areas and defend the fort if necessary. No monsters of rank 5 or higher had appeared after the Green Wind Spear. Riley and his party had exterminated several powerful monsters such as rank 8 stone dragons, but it was just in case. Because their defenses were solid, though some had been injured, no casualties had been suffered. The front line in the war against the Orbaum Kingdom would be far more dangerous than this. It was hard to believe that this was a cursed land where vampires and dragons ran rampant. Still, we're lacking amusement, one of the soldiers lamented. Naturally, as this place was far from the nearest human settlement, there were no ways for the soldiers to amuse themselves. There were no peddlers, entertainers, or prostitutes, and not only the soldiers, but even the adventurers had been forbidden from drinking alcohol so that they would be prepared for emergency situations. The only thing they could look forward to was food, but even those were wartime rations of hard bread and dried meat with a little cheese and dried vegetables. Riley had generously distributed dragon meat while he was still here, but it would be cruel to expect the class adventurers, who had been forced to accept this low-pay emergency request without being given a choice to refuse, to be as generous as an A-class hero adventurer who had signed a specialist contract with a general of the Amid Empire. The class adventurers were gathering rare materials from monsters that could only be found in the southern reaches of the continent, and kept the meat mainly to themselves. When they gathered more than they could eat, the army would sometimes buy it at reasonable prices, but, the chances of that meat being distributed to the ordinary soldiers were low. "Ah man, come to think of it, I heard rumors that the S.class adventurer, the Thunderclap Schneider, declined to join the expedition," said one of the soldiers. The other one snorted. "I'm sure an S.class adventurer Sama would be busy hanging out with the women who approach him. Ah, while we're working like this, I'm sure he's being served by multiple half-naked women at once. He should just go and die. Don't say any more. Let's just make sure we enjoy ourselves once we return to the town. Anyway, this fort. Barrier is an important location for the upcoming expedition to Talashim." "That's true, but, do you think that we can participate in the expedition?" "It's impossible, huh?" Rumors had it that only the elite of the elite would be selected for the expedition. There was little hope for ordinary soldiers like them to participate in it. There were plenty of ordinary soldiers, and these two were mediocre even among them. "Well, it's fine. Everything is according to Alda's guidance, as they say. I'm sure good things will happen if we just work hard." Yeah. Alda.Sama, we're working hard, so please bless us with popularity with the women at the bar. You should pray for a promotion instead. The soldiers struck nails with their hammers as they joked around. Name: Eleonora. Rank: 9. Race: Noble. Born vampire Viscount. Level: 47. Job: Vassal Warrior. Job level: 45. Job history: Slave, Servant, Apprentice Mage, Apprentice Warrior, Mage, Demon. User age: 8 years old, 20 years old at time of vampire transformation, 28 years old in total. Passive skills: Self, Enhancement, Subordination. Level 4, Level up. Superhuman Strength. Level 6, Level up. Rapid Regeneration. Level 3, Level up. Status Effect Resistance. Level 6, Level up. Intuition. Level 3 Mental Corruption. Level 3 Automatic Mana Recovery. Level 4, Level up. Detect Presence. Level 3 Sunlight Resistance. Level 3, New. Active Skills. Mining. Level 1 Time. Attribute Magic. Level 5 Life Attribute Magic. Level 5 No Attribute Magic. Level 2 Mana Control. Level 3 Swordsmanship. Level 3, Level up. Unarmed Fighting Technique. Level 2, Level up. Silent Steps. Level 4, Level up. Steel. Level 1 Housework. Level 2 Shield Technique. Level 2, New. Armor Technique. Level 1, New. Surpass Limits. Level 2, New. Chant Revocation. Level 1, New. Unique Skills. Charming Demon Eyes. Level 7 Job Explanation. Vassal Warrior, also known as Gladiator. The owners of this skill can be referred to in various ways, but this is a job that can be acquired when one gains close-quarters combat skills while being in a slave-like social position, and the job owner's master grants permission for this job. Change. The slave-like social position is determined not by social structure or the job owner's mental state, but by a worn sign such as a subordinate's collar or one engraved directly into the job owner's body such as a tattoo or brand that acts as proof of subordination. The bonuses to skills are fundamentally the same as the warrior job, but it also grants a bonus to the acquisition of skills such as surpass limits, robust health, enhanced muscular strength as well as self-enhancement. Subordination, a skill that increases attribute values when acting as a subordinate to another individual. But unlike the warrior job, there is no bonus for skills such as the armor technique skill, so it is not a job suited for shield bearers. Chapter 59, The Eclipse King is Cursed by the Marshal. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 59. The Eclipse King is cursed by the Marshal. Talashim's total fighting strength was quite different now compared to the time when Vandeleur was just approaching his 3rd birthday. Vandeleur himself had grown strong, but more importantly, those around him had also grown stronger as a whole. The only ghouls remaining at rank 3 were workers like Teria and those of the newly born generation. Most of the rest, including those like Bilda and Kachia, had become rank 4 individuals with race titles such as warriors, grapplers, archers, and little mages. Many had reached rank 5, becoming ghoul barbarians, ghoul heavy warriors and ghoul grappler adepts. They were developing incredibly quickly compared to regular ghouls. Though the undead titans had developed very little in the past 200 years, they were now commuting to the dungeons day and night, and most of them had at least increased their ranks by 1. Braga and the others were also developing at a hectic pace. In addition to them, the 3rd city wall was a stone golem, and the cemetery bees had doubled in number. And though they could only be used in a defensive battle due to their limited mobility, there were around 100 immortal ents. Those who could be called Vandeleur's personal guard don't even need to be mentioned. There was one girl who raised her beloved mace, refusing to be overshadowed by the others. You can't do that. Even if you make that surprised face, you can't, Vandeleur said to Paulvina, who was holding a stone mace that he had made for her after she had pestered him. I bet I'm not a kid anymore. No, you're only 2 years old. You're only 5, Van, and you're smaller than me. Age and body size isn't the problem. Paulvina, now 2 years old, was far larger than Vandeleur when it came to body size. Not horizontally, but vertically. Not only was she large, but she had high attribute values. Her abnormal strength value in particular wasn't something that an ordinary person could compete with. If someone were to have a serious arm wrestle with her, it was fairly likely that their bones would be broken or their hand would be crushed. In regards to her strength, Vandeleur had sacrificed his own body to raise her, so it was apparent that she could do that without any problems. Then why can't I? Paulvina demanded. Your skills, replied Vandeleur. You haven't learned any yet, have you, Paulvina? Skills were more important than attribute values in real battles, unlike arm-wrestling. The presence or absence of skills had a great influence on one's fighting strength. I've learned club technique. It's still level 1, so you can't. Rapey.Ages is level 1 as well. Rapey.Age groaned and moved her eyeballs to look at Paulvina. Just recently, Rapey.Age had finally managed to acquire a level 1 skill in unarmed fighting technique. Vandeleur had used human spirits when creating her and had even torn up spirit mass that was floating about and added them into her. But though she could easily level up skills like physical resistance and superhuman strength, it seemed that it was difficult for her to gain martial-type skills. But as her skills were leveling up, her fighting strength would certainly be increasing. She was still rank 4, however. Also, if Rapey.Age gets injured, I can just replace her parts, but I can't replace you, can I, Paulvina? Indeed, Rapey.Age was a patchwork zombie that Vandeleur had created by sewing together multiple corpses. Even if her limbs were broken and her head was cut off, he could cut parts off suitable corpses and sew them back onto her, and then she would be back to normal. For some reason, not only Paulvina, but Rapey.Age seemed depressed at Vandeleur's words as well. Perhaps she was hurt by being told that it was fine for her to become injured. Vandeleur realized that he could hurt others without being aware of it. He reflected on his actions and words, and decided that he would make it up to Rapey.Age with some mayonnaise later. But right now, Paulvina was the issue at hand. Paulvina was Vandeleur's. It wasn't clear if she could be called his daughter, but at the very least, she was like his little sister. He was hesitant to bring her onto the battlefield and risk her life. She was only 2 years old, after all. Paulvina, I'll bring you to fight in wars or dungeons when your skills reach level 5 or when you become an adult. So make sure you train yourself until then. As Vandalyu told her this, he handed her a late birthday present. It was an iron mace to replace the stone one she had been using up until now. Yua! Can I really use this? Pavina's face lit up in excitement the moment she saw it, and for some reason, Rapey.Age seemed happy as well. Yeah, you can, said Vandalyu. It's a present, after all. Thanks. My stone mace was hard to use because it was too light. Pavina happily started giving the iron mace a few practice swings. Vandalyu gave a satisfied nod as he watched her. He thought of Pavina as his younger sister, but that was exactly why he thought it was his duty to raise her to be able to beat 10 or 20 ordinary soldiers to death. This world was harsh for those of Vita's races like Vandalyu, and there was a high chance that those who believed in Alda would consider Pavina to be on Vita's side if they learned of her birth. That was why Pavina needed to become strong. Pavina grunted as she swung her mace around. But why was Rapey.Age also happily swinging her empty fists in the air as well? As this question perplexed Vandalyu, he suddenly realized something. Rapey.Age was imitating Pavina and learning from her. Come to think of it, children like imitating their older siblings, don't they? It seemed that there was no need to make an effort to make more mayonnaise for now. How to pray to the goddess. What are you saying, holy son? Are you not already sufficiently adhering to Vita's teachings? This was Mwaza's response when Vandalyu visited him with concerns. Vandalyu had expected that being baptized or using a proper praying method might cause Vita to send him a divine message, so this response was surprising. In all honesty, Vandalyu had no recollection of praying to her properly at all. Though he had rebuilt the Church of Vita, he never went to it other than short visits with everyone before going into a dungeon. Please give me a detailed explanation, Vandalyu requested. About Vita's rules, or her doctrine, or something. The doctrine of Vita, the goddess of life and love, is simple, said Mwaza. Celebrate life and love others. There are various smaller details, but even so, they are not what would be called rules. Simple teachings like, don't put your life to waste, and, treat your family, friends and lover with care, apparently formed the foundation of Vita's doctrine. There were various derivations from those fundamental principles. For the life side of things, there were things like, don't waste any food in your meals, share your food with the hungry, and give short words of thanks before and after each meal. When Mwaza had said that Vandalyu was adhering to Vita's teachings, he was referring to these, which Vandalyu had been following. Japanese was spoken in this world. That was why Vandalyu had been using the Japanese habits of saying, itadakamasu, and gokasusama, without even thinking about it, and he generally ate anything without being picky. And he was sharing his food with others in the form of the new flavorings that he had created, which were being distributed to everyone. Ah, I am indeed following them, said Vandalyu once he realized this. However, the doctrine was strangely similar to Japanese culture. These tendencies were probably present to begin with, and the doctrine might have grown even more similar to Japanese culture after Zachert's arrival 100,000 years ago. But the love part was not very similar to Japanese culture. It seemed that the goddess had quite an assertive nature. What about ceremonies? Asked Vandalyu. There are none in particular, Mwaza replied. Well, there are wedding ceremonies, divorce announcements, prayers for planting crops, prayers for harvesting them and coming-of-age ceremonies, he added. It didn't seem that there were any complicated ceremonies. It was told that the champions had said something along the lines of, the methods don't really matter. The important thing is to not forget the importance of life and love, isn't it? What a frank goddess. The simplicity and lack of formality is nice, but from the believer's point of view, isn't there a lack of blessings? Didn't religions normally have strict ceremonies and methods? Well, it likely wouldn't have been a problem 100,000 years ago when Vita walked safely in this world and could speak to her believers directly. Incidentally, the other gods were apparently mostly the same. But in Shazarian's case, songs and art were offered to him while sword dances and the heads of prey hunted by warriors were offered as tributes to Xantark. In Ricklant's case, year-long research results were presented before his statue. It seemed that each god had their own preferences. As you would expect, Holy Sun, Alda and the gods who support him seem to enjoy ceremonies with confusing, complicated procedures, said Nwaza. There were apparently many rules such as the baptism of newborn infants, long prayers and obligations to go on pilgrimages. This was closer to Vandalyu's image of a religion. It was unknown as to whether this was a result of Alda's personality, or because his clergyman had come up with these formal ceremonies to keep his believers together now that Alda, like Vida, could no longer walk on this world's surface. But considering that, why does Vida not pay me any attention? Vandalyu wondered. Since she had given the prophecy to Nwaza almost 100 years ago, she should have predicted Vandalyu's existence back then. With that being the case, Vandalyu thought that she could have at least sent him a divine message or something. How to repair the resurrection device in 5 minutes, or the locations of other resurrection devices, perhaps. Holy Sun, the goddess was gravely wounded in her battle against Alda, Nwaza told him. She cannot send divine messages so frequently. At least, that is what I have been taught. Vida sustained great wounds during the battle of 100,000 years ago, and apparently Zakhart and the pure-breed vampires were also in a deep slumber. Vida's subordinate gods were in a state where they were completely unable to act as well. Vida's new races had been growing smaller in number due to Alda's influence, leaving her with few believers. This was just what Nwaza had heard from scholars from the Orbon kingdom who had visited Talashim for research purposes, however. And apparently talent was also needed in order to receive a divine message. With no talent, one would only receive a part of the divine message or it would not remain in the recipient's memories at all. For example, if a god sent a divine message of, the man named A is connected to the evil gods, so he is dangerous, if the recipient was not talented enough, the only thing he would remember would be, A, danger. And then the situation would be complicated as it would be unknown as to whether A was a dangerous person or whether danger was closing in on A. Well, it might just be that there isn't anything she could tell me through a divine message, Vandalyu concluded. It was possible that Vida thought that even if she told Vandalyu how to repair the resurrection device or the locations of other resurrection devices through a divine message, he wouldn't remember any of it. But you should be able to acquire the goddess's divine protection one day, Holy Sun, said Nwaza. That would certainly make me feel a lot better, Vandalyu whispered as he looked up at the cold winter sunlight. Spring was close. Soldiers, knights, adventurers. If one were to ask which would win in 1.1 fights disregarding race and sex differences, the answer would be adventurers. It was the jobs of the soldiers to protect the public order of their nations, fight on the battlefield during times of war and risk their lives to protect the towns when large groups of monsters went on rampages. With the guards of Ebbigia who only borrowed armor and helmet for bragging rights, soldiers who were not temporary conscripts but formally employed by the army first underwent a job change from apprentice soldier to soldier. These jobs were more or less inferior equivalents to the apprentice warrior and warrior jobs. The only aspects in which they were superior was their ease of leveling and the bonuses to the acquisition of the coordination and enhanced attribute values. Under command skills. However, these skills were meaningless when used alone. The reason that soldier was an inferior equivalent to warrior was because soldiers, unlike adventurers, didn't fight frequently. Even if they did uphold the public order, they didn't fight life-threatening battles against criminals every day, and if a town were in a situation where monster rampages occurred multiple times a year, their lives would likely come to an end anyway. Even if one included the skirmishes between the Amid Empire and the Orbon Kingdom that had been ongoing since their foundation, wars only happened once every few years. They trained every day without fail, but they had much less experience in real battles compared to adventurers. That was why the soldier job was inferior, but easier to level up. As knights were expected to possess greater fighting strength than soldiers, their jobs were more powerful than the soldier job. They would begin with apprentice knight, then proceed to equestrian. Once they were knighted, they would become true knights. However, not just anyone could become a true knight. Talent was indeed required, but no matter how skilled one was, being hired would be impossible without the trust of a noble family. Knights were also a main source of public order, but depending on the individual, they could also be lords of small regions such as villages. As such, they spent more time doing desk work than soldiers, and they were more often injured during training than in real battle. The average regular soldier would be considered E.class by the Adventurers Guild, and equestrians would be similar to them. True knights were said to be equivalent to above-average D.class adventurers. Thomas Palpapek smiled as he recalled the above information. Anyone witnessing this smile would certainly feel goodwill coming from him. It was a gentle smile that would leave a deep impression. I'm quite good at keeping up appearances, though I do say so myself. On the inside, he wanted to vomit and scowl fiercely, as if he had swallowed a swarm of bitter bugs. It was still a season where sunrises and evenings were cold, but as Thomas looked upon the army that the warm spring sunlight was shining upon, he realized that his meager plan had half succeeded and half failed catastrophically. This was Murg, the Murg Shield. Nation's royal capital. A departure ceremony for the expedition army was taking place here. The Murg Shield. Nation would address the expedition army, and the Amid Empire's supreme commander, General Movid, would promise military success. Shayar was second in command. He was the second son of the Legs Tun, the current marshal. Movid and Shayar would receive blessings from the high priests of Alda, march around in a parade and then depart. The proud face of General Movid, the fresh smile of Shayar, and the face of the Green Wind Spear Riley, who was being introduced by the king as the second coming of the hero, were most unpleasant. But there is nothing I can do now. General Movid had brought several dozen imperial guards from the Amid Empire. There were 30 or so priest-warriors, led by the renowned vampire hunter, High Priest Gordon. And the rest of the army was 6,000 of the Murg Shield. Nation's prided elite. They were elites even among soldiers, having undergone job. Changes from soldier to job such as archer, cavalryman and heavy soldier. If they were adventurers they would be D.class. They were capable of exterminating rank 3 monsters alone, and they showed even greater fighting strength when battling in groups. The knights were all at least true knights, and most of them had undergone job. Changes to guard knight, holy knight or superior knight. They would be equivalent to class adventurers, and they possessed enough strength to be able to defeat rank 5 monsters on their own. They were normally held back as reserve troops, the Murg Shield. Nation's trump card. They were the final line of defense to protect the nation when the Orbong Kingdom conducted surprise attacks that soldiers standing by at forts couldn't deal with, or when large groups of monsters suddenly appeared and went on a rampage. There were 6,000 men here. They were joining an expedition in order to risk their lives in battles that would yield no benefits for the Murg Shield. Nation. Even a single one of their deaths would be a great loss. They were not men who could be lost in exchange for cleaning up a worthless stain on the Murg Shield. Nation's history, nor could they be compared to the life of a single damper. Thomas Palpapek's plan had half succeeded. As the A.class adventurer Riley and his self-made party were participating in the expedition, as well as the vampire hunter, High Priest Gordon, the number of men participating in the expedition had been reduced to 2/3 of what had originally been planned. However, in high spirits due to the hero's participation in the expedition, the king had said, "Our dignity as a military nation would be lost if we do not provide our elite forces," and dispatched 6,000 of the nation's most elite troops. "Oh my, what distinguished personnel we have gathered here, Earl Palpapek." "You are absolutely correct, Viscount Balches," said Thomas in response to this comment. "Yes, you're damn right, Viscount Balches." Saying the same words in his mind as with his mouth, though with a completely different tone, Thomas maintained his composure. Viscount Balches hadn't done anything wrong. He would have been a fool to not extend his hand at the chance to make his own land prosper, and he wasn't knowledgeable when it came to conspiracies and military affairs. Other than his skills when it came to economics, he was an ordinary nobleman. In any case, he wasn't in a position to be directly involved in this expedition. The most he was doing was helping with the transport of goods. "The expedition is great, but I hope that as many of the soldiers return safely as possible," said Balches. It was most helpful that he wasn't a foolish nobleman. Helpful for Thomas's sanity in particular. "Yes, they are important, capable people that this nation needs, after all," replied Thomas. They were the nation's elite. If they were regular soldiers, they could be replaced by training new recruits for a year. But there was no telling how many years of training it would take for new recruits to become replacements for such elite personnel, and even if they trained, many would not make it that far. This was even more true for knights. "We will have 3,000 elite soldiers left in reserve. There are no signs of monster rampages, and the Orbaum kingdom shouldn't have regained enough strength to go on another offensive. And there should be no way for them to be able to tell what is happening on the other side of the boundary mountain range. Things would likely work out during the expedition." That was what Thomas predicted. "The only thing I can do now is pray that the damper is exterminated as quickly as possible and that as many of our soldiers as possible return before the vampires destroy the tunnel." But it would have been more reassuring if the thunderclap Schneider was participating in the expedition as well, Balches commented. "Ah, that S-class adventurer." Of course, Thomas was aware of this person. Unlike Riley, who had been artificially raised to his current position, he was a true hero, and he had visited the Merg Shield Nation on several occasions. He hunted dragons whose ranks were higher than 10 as if it were nothing, and noble-born vampires were nothing but small fry before him. He was a superhuman who had defeated an evil god and annihilated numerous packs of Lamias and Scylla. A truly inhuman being. He was one of the 5 strongest individuals in the Amid Empire, a hero. It was even said that Alda had sent divine messages more than once or twice in order to warn of his life being in danger. "If he didn't have bad habits as well," Balches muttered. Schneider had an unrivaled lust for women. "It is unfortunate," Thomas agreed. "But they do say that heroes like their women. It doesn't matter if the goddess loves him. Anyone who would be infatuated with womanizing in a time like this should just die." Though the words that came out of his mouth were civil, Thomas cursed Schneider in his mind. Parallel thought processing was a skill that allowed different matters to be thought about simultaneously. It was likely that it provided Vandeleur with the same ability as dividing his heads. After trying to use it, he had found that he was able to think about different things as if he had grown an additional brain. He would be able to use thought process A to solve mathematics problems while thought process B controlled his body in a boxing match. The number of thought processes wasn't limited by the level of the skill, he was able to have 3 or 4 at once. But the more the number increased, the more likely the thought processes were to fail when performing complicated tasks. As the level of the skill increased, it was likely that he would be able to perform more numerous, complicated tasks at once. Incidentally, when Vandeleur used body experience to multiply his extra heads could also use parallel thought processing. "High power as usual," Zadiris commented. "Combined with the chant revocation skill, can you not cast multiple spells at once?" "I can," said Vandeleur. "If I use multi-cast as well, I can cast currently 6 spells with 1 head." Even with the parallel processing skill to increase the number of Vandeleur's thought processes, he only had 1 mouth, so he would normally be able to cast only 1 spell. However, with the chant revocation spell, there was no need to recite an incantation, so casting multiple spells simultaneously was possible. The multi-cast skill only added to that. And he could cast even more with the use of the surpass limit skill. "Would your mana not decrease if you do that?" asked Teria. "Not particularly, though it is tiring," replied Vandeleur. "Was it not likely consuming a large amount of the glucose in his body?" For Vandeleur, who possessed a vast amount of mana, he wouldn't be particularly happy if his body's nutrients were the price to pay for using his skills, but if he used out body experience and used only his soul rather than his body to use his skills, there would be no problem. As for what Vandeleur was doing right now, he was playing shogi with Zadiris and Teria as his opponents. Despite seeming simple at first, it is quite a strategically deep game, Zadiris remarked. It seems like it would be quite enjoyable if one gets used to it, said Teria. Reversi had already become widespread, so Vandeleur had created a board and pieces for shogi out of stone as another way for those in Talashim to entertain themselves. He had considered chess as well, but since Japanese was spoken in this world, shogi seemed more appropriate. Additionally, it seemed likely that everyone would soon become familiar with shogi, as currently existing board games were far more complicated and difficult. And most importantly, Vandeleur himself was not very familiar with chess. He did remember the shapes of the pieces, how they moved and the basic rules of the game, however. But it was something that he had been forced to play for intelligence tests in Origin, so his knowledge of the game might have been different from the rules of the chess of Earth. There were pieces called mages in the game he knew, too. Vandeleur was processing the board states of two games at once, and each of his hands moved a different piece on each board with clacking noises. He was spending his time leisurely after having cleared a dungeon, but it was also training for his parallel thought processing. Come to think of it, how was the virus you created? Asked Zadiris. Clack. It went well, Vandeleur replied. It only manifested symptoms in the dinosaurs and goblins that everyone worked together to capture alive. Click, clack. Then once you create a number of magic items imbued with sterilization, everything will be perfect, won't they? Said Teria. Clack, and then Vandeleur could see that it would be difficult for him to move and advance his pieces. I've been defeated, he said, exhaling quietly. Also, it's a rule that you have to declare when you are putting your opponent in check. Boy, Zadiris looked up at him. It is fine for you to be more frustrated when you lose, you know. Zadiris, I've already lost 10 times in a row. I don't have any pride left. Like Reversi, Vandeleur had never played shogi with someone on Earth. His only experience with shogi had been in video games and playing by himself. Therefore, like in Reversi, he had become unable to defeat the rapidly improving Zadiris, and though he had won against Teria 3 times, he had been losing continuously after that. Teria gave a small laugh. Well then, please go ahead. Well, it is a competition after all, said Zadiris. There were rules in place where the loser of matches had to give massages to the winner. And though Vandeleur wasn't aware of this, the skill of giving others massages was not widespread in Lambda. Naturally, the concept of acupuncture points didn't exist. The wealthy and those who made use of high-class brothels knew of massages as Anma**, but they had no concepts of using acupuncture points, sitai, needles and moxibustion. Thus, the massage golems that Vandeleur had placed in the bathhouses were plainly great inventions. Well then, I'll get started, said Vandeleur. He used spirit form transformation on his arms, branched them out into tentacle-like shapes and they sank into Zadiris and Teria's bodies. From the inside, he released their muscle tension while using materialization to massage them from the outside. The materialization skill he had gained when acquiring the Soul Breaker job, to put it simply, was a skill that allowed him to materialize parts of his body that had undergone spirit form transformation. It might seem that taking the effort to use spirit form transformation only to materialize the body parts again would be meaningless, but Vandeleur had intuitively sensed that it would be an extremely useful skill, though not because he thought that he would be able to do tentacle play. Teria called out to Vandeleur. Sama, you have become distracted. Ah, sorry. It seemed that concentrating on 3 different things with parallel thought processing caused his focus to slip sometimes and produce negative effects on what he was doing. Boy, you are so enthusiastic when it comes to Badya and the others, but not taking things seriously for us, how shocking, said Zadiris. It seems that he does indeed prefer the younger women, Teria lamented. No, both of you are young, Vandeleur pointed out. Though both of their ages were 300 years if rounded up, now that they had undergone youth transformation, their bodies had reverted to being very close to their physical age. When Vandeleur looked closely at them as they made their lamentations, he could see slight smiles on their faces. It seemed that they were aware of this. Come to think of it, it's been about 3 years since I used youth transformation on Zadiris, and about a year for Teria. Vandeleur increased the number of his arms. Wait, what are you planning to do with so many arms? Zadiris demanded. I was thinking I should do a little something to turn you into young women, replied Vandeleur. That is unnecessary. Teria said hastily. We are no longer tired, so you can end the massage here. As Zadiris and Teria's faces turned pale with panic, Vandeleur refused to allow them to escape and began using youth transformation. No, you don't need to be so reserved, he insisted. Sto. No. There are more of them than before, Haya. Vandeleur was bothered by the fact that he had lost the shogi matches, so he used youth transformation on Zadiris and Teria until their skin was as smooth and childish as a baby's. The levels of the parallel thought processing and materialization skills have increased. You have acquired the high. Speed thought processing skill. Name. Bone Man rank. 6 race. Skeleton Viscount level. 67 passive skills. Dark Vision Superhuman Strength. Level 4, level up. Enhanced Attribute Values. Loyalty. Level 4, level up. Spirit Form. Level 3, level up. Active Skills. Swordsmanship. Level 5, level up. Shield Technique. Level 4, level up. Archery. Level 4, level up. Silent Steps. Level 2, level up. Coordination. Level 3, level up. Commanding. Level 1 Armor Technique. Level 3, new. Mount. Level 1, new. Chapter 60, The conductors and performers watching over the instruments headed for the stage. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 60. The conductors and performers watching over the instruments headed for the stage. About half a month after the planting of the spring wheat had been completed, the people living in one of the farming villages built on the land that had been reclaimed from the Devil's Nest watched the expedition army as they marched. All of the villagers had bright faces, each one of them were cheering for the expedition army in their hearts. They were the sons born third or later in farming families, former tenant farmers and people who had been living in slums. By participating in Viscount Balches's land reclamation project, they had acquired simple houses in which they could live with their families and land that still possessed magical traces of the Devil's Nest, which had allowed it to produce crops from the first year. They had even been exempt from taxes. Even with this expedition happening, Viscount Balches's tax exemption plan had not been cancelled, nor had any of their food supplies been requisitioned. Of course, because the troops in the expedition army were only the elite, none of the villagers had been conscripted either. If the expedition succeeded, the Merg Shield Nation would gain new territory beyond the mountain range, and the reclamation of that land would begin as well. If that happened, the crops produced by this village could be sold for use in that reclamation. The profits would be small at first, but by their children's or grandchildren's generations, their village would be a stopping point between the Merg Shield Nation and the new territory, and it could even develop into a town. Of course, if the expedition failed, the Merg Shield Nation's economy would enter a slump. But the villagers didn't doubt that the expedition would succeed. The soldiers were a collection of the Merg Shield Nation's finest. Even the second coming of the hero Mikhail, the Green Wind Spear Riley, as well as the vampire hunter Bormak Gordon, whose name was known across the entire Amid Empire, were participating in the expedition. The expedition army's sights were set on Talashim, where the Merg Shield Nation had once been victorious at the cost of significant casualties. They would recover Ice Age, the artifact left behind by Mikhail, and this time they would suppress Talashim once and for all. These were the objectives that had been officially announced. The villagers had heard that the Boundary Mountain Range was a dangerous land, but with an A-class adventurer who could even defeat dragons and a high priest who had slain numerous vampires, the expedition army would be fine. Furthermore, Talashim had already been conquered once before, 200 years ago. The fortress city would be in shambles now, and the enemy would be a disorderly gathering of undead and monsters. They would be no match for the group of Alda Sama's priest warriors. There was no doubt that the expedition army would exterminate the fiendish undead and plant the Merg Shield nation's flag upon Talashim. These were the thoughts of not only the villagers of this reclaimed land, but also the thoughts of many of the Merg Shield nation's citizens. Do your best. We're cheering for you. The expedition army headed for the Boundary Mountain Ranges tunnel as they received the villagers' encouragement. A little over a month after the expedition army departed the royal capital of Merg, they arrived at the Merg Shield nation's side of the tunnel in the Boundary Mountain Range. From here, they planned to spend 3 days traveling through the tunnel and then another week or so to reach Talashim. Today, they would receive their last supplies at the simple fort barrier that had been built at the Merg Shield nation's entrance to the tunnel and make sure the soldiers had plenty of rest. The tunnel had been completely cleared of monsters by Riley, but they would be marching while fighting the invisible enemy of claustrophobia. It was commonly known even in Lambda that spending long periods of time in complete darkness would produce psychological abnormalities. Of course, they would be marching while using magic items and lanterns to light the way, but if the soldiers were pushed too hard, a drop in morale would be inevitable. That was why they would be allowed to rest their bodies, drink alcohol and eat undried meat on the day before entering the tunnel. "So, what is the situation on the other side of the tunnel?" asked Gordon. All of the important figures in the expedition army had gathered in a tent, conducting one final war council before crossing the Boundary Mountain Range. Because the fort barrier that had been built at the tunnel's entrance was small, it was more comfortable in this tent. The terrain is the same as it was 200 years ago. No matter how much the devil's nests have spread, it is not as if volcanoes or lakes will suddenly appear out of nowhere. But the roads cannot be used. Shayar Legs Tun, second son of the current marshal of the Merg Shield Nation and second in command in this expedition, pointed a finger at an old map as he answered Gordon's question. The expedition 200 years ago approached Talashim through a relatively safe route through the mountain range, but we will use a different path this time. We must not proceed while clearing through the forest. But what? It would be problematic if you do not give us accurate information, Shayar Dono, said Earl Longil Movid, a man of an age between the prime years of his youth and middle age, who was wearing a splendid overcoat and sitting in a chair further inside the tent. He was the supreme commander of this expedition. Movid's attitude towards Shayar was as if Shayar was far inferior to him, beyond the difference between a supreme commander and second in command, but that was how the empire treated its nations. But, it seems that there was a large scale conflict between monsters, traces of their battle have been left behind, Shayar reported. Considering that, there are few powerful monsters in the area near the tunnel's exit. Yeah, that's because I hunted some of them, said Riley. Shayar frowned in displeasure at Riley's interruption of his report. He wanted to say something about this insolent adventurer, but the Supreme Commander had instructed that Riley should be treated as if he were of the same rank as the upper officials of the expedition, as he was a necessary, core part of the expedition army's fighting force. There is no way that he can pick an argument with Riley here. And strictly speaking, High Priest Gordon was also no different from a commoner, so forcing only Riley to leave would cause problems. Movid nodded. Yes, thanks to you, we were able to hold out until the class adventurers were deployed. Keep up the hard work in Talashim as well. Leave it to me, General. Even if dragons or whatever come at us, I'll slaughter them with my spear. Shayar and Gordon found it difficult to conceal their displeasure at the sight of Movid and Riley smiling. When one becomes an A-class adventurer, he gains influence surpassing less prominent noblemen, and many of them build relationships of trust that are beyond mere shallow connections with noble families and wealthy merchants. However, Shayar and Gordon felt a strange, unpleasant feeling. I don't care if there are huge, unexplored devil's nests or whatever, I'm sure they're nothing special compared to the mountain range, which is the dangerous part that we're passing straight through, said Riley. That means this expedition was made possible by the tunnel you found for us, Earl. Sama. Riley was flattering Movid, but everyone here knew that what he said was the truth. In fact, at the fort on the other end of the mountain range had been attacked by dragons multiple times, but all of the attacks had been repelled by Riley. The other monsters that had attacked were rank 3 monsters with some wyverns and enormous reptile-like monsters, dinosaurs, that were rank 5 or 6 mixed in. The attacks had been frequent and ordinary adventurers and soldiers might have been easily defeated, but the Boundary Mountain Range was far from as fearsome as they had been told. The reality was that this was because Borkus and the others had exterminated a goblin king's nation and multiple dragons while searching for the tunnel, however. In any case, this region, including the area surrounding the tunnel, was close to Talashim's territory. There were many parts that had been devil's nests even in Talashim's glorious days, but Titan warriors thinned the monster numbers in order to protect their villages in the lands that they had reclaimed. That was why even now, there were only a few dragons inhabiting the area. Monsters appeared one after another in devil's nests, but it would be rare for an explosive increase in the number monsters over rank 10 to happen within 200 years. There were no such limits on demi-human type monsters, which bred and grew up faster than dragons, but it seemed that other than goblins, there were not many of them and they rarely bred outside dungeons. So, Shayar. We have not yet encountered any ghouls, have we? Asked Movid. That is right, replied Shayar. The only demi-human type monsters we have encountered are goblins and a single reported encounter with an ogre. Gordon, who had joined the expedition because of the divine message from Alda, made a disgruntled noise at the news that there were still no leads on the damper even after passing through the tunnel. But he understood that the damper and his companions would have built their nest further into the mountain range. It was certainly possible that the damper had occupied Talashim, the destination of the expedition. Demi-human type monsters often set up villages in ruins no longer inhabited by people. Dampirs and ghouls would be no exception. Now as for what we will do after exiting the tunnel, we will send out a leading force that will confirm the existence of danger as we proceed, Shayar announced. I would like you to join that scouting force, Riley. Yeah, of course, said Riley. If a big fish like a dragon were to show up, it'd be tough without me. Ain't that right, old man, he added, looking at Gordon. Humph, don't underestimate me, youngster. After that, things like the planned marching route, the organization of the scouting force and methods of communication with the supply unit that would transport supplies were confirmed, and finally, the conquest of Talashim was discussed. They would march on while exterminating the monsters with Gordon and Riley as the core part of their force, and once they arrived in Talashim, the knights would command the troops and defeat the monster rabble, reducing their numbers. After that, they would search important locations where monsters might hide such as the royal castle and the ruins of the Church of Vita, and then begin the extermination of the more powerful monsters. Such things had already been mostly decided right from the beginning. Everyone in the expedition force didn't think of what they were conducting in Talashim to be a war. They considered it as work to purify the Devil's Nest and search for the lost national treasure. For Gordon, even if the divine message was true, it was merely a monster extermination, so he did not advocate that they needed a more detailed plan. After that was finished, Gordon quickly departed the tent. As he had no intentions of flattering the nobleman, participating in a war council was an overly formal, suffocating task. He had never intended to stay for long. Shayar also left the tent, saying that he would go and check on the conditions of the soldiers and knights. So, General Sama, when are we going to get rid of those two? Asked Riley. How problematic that would be, Riley, said Movid. Leaving the senile priest aside, I must have Shayar take the position of Supreme Commander when I step down for health reasons. If he were to die before that, there would be nobody to take responsibility for this expedition now, would there? Now that Gordon, Shayar and Shazare's protégé subordinate had left, Riley and Movid began the real war council with the rest of the people remaining in the tent. Including them, those left in the tent all knew the true purpose of this expedition. They were people with connections to the vampires who worshipped Hiryashukika, the evil god of joyful life, with the exception of 3 people. Geez, that's troublesome talk for a rising adventurer like me, Riley complained. Right. That may not be true, Riley. Dono. Our world is more complex than it seems, you see. The one who replied to Riley was a man who seemed to be a veteran mercenary. He had blonde hair, blue eyes and numerous scars on his face. However, in the next moment, he turned into a woman in her 30s. It was as if the mercenary and the woman had switched places through teleportation. But in reality, the woman had been disguising herself as a mercenary man. Sometimes it is even more complex than human societies, the woman continued. That is why we understand your circumstances. Do as you please. The woman, whose voice had changed as well as her appearance, smiled to reveal sharp, white fangs. She was a noble-born vampire who had been dispatched by the pure-breed vampire Tunisia, and she was currently participating in the expedition as part of a mercenary band that General Movid had hired specially. Movid nodded. That is why we are helping you deal with the problematic damper and the vampire traders, isn't it, Isla? Dono. Of course, replied the vampire, Isla. Well, the traitor Eleonora is nothing special as long as care is taken with her charming demon eyes, and there is a high chance that Serkrent is dead. If it looks like it will be difficult, I will lend you a hand. Discreetly, so that I will not be discovered. Isla's role was to dispose of the vampire traders. The majority of the expedition army were unaware that there were vampires in Talashim, so it was likely that the vampire traders would be able to escape. That was why Isla, who was borrowing a magic item that indicated the location of a blood sample's owner, would hide in confusion and dispose of them. She was also there to assassinate the evil vampire hunter during the expedition, and most importantly, she was a trump card to ensure that the damper, whom the evil god had even sent a divine message to command the vampires to slay him, would be disposed of. That is why Tunisia. Sama has sent me here, she said. I am a vampire countess, one of Tunisia. Sama's 5 strongest subordinates. Vampire countess. A rank 10 vampire named after the court rank of count. A-class adventurers would be needed to defeat such a vampire, and even that would only apply if the vampire were to stand and fight head-on. There was no small number of such powerful noble-born vampires hiding in Kyoju** that were even more dangerous than lower-level dungeons, with many subordinate vampires in their command. As a result, these vampires were beings that could even turn the tables on a party of A-class adventurers. Even Gordon had never defeated a vampire count. And including the vampires dispatched by Berkine and Gubaman, there were 30 vampires under Isla's command. The weakest of them were rank 7, and there were even 2 rank 9 vampire viscounts, only a single rank beneath her. They formed a large fighting force that would be sufficient to annihilate the entire expedition army on their own. Riley laughed. There's no need for that. That damper that you're all so obsessed about, I'll get rid of it for you. Despite that, Riley regarded Isla and the other vampires to be no match for an A-class adventurer hero like himself, and sneered at them. He was telling them that the achievement would be his. Isla smiled, showing no signs of displeasure at this. I'm looking forward to it, hero. Dono. For her, completing her mission took priority. There was no use in being obsessed over something as worthless as achievements. If Riley were to kill the damper, she would be satisfied with that. But is that really all right? Movid asked. As this is an expedition, we will be fighting in during the day. Battle would occur in a time of day where the sun, the natural weakness of vampires, would be in the sky. The vampires would have measures against it, of course, and the enemy traders would be affected by it as well. But as Isla's side would be the attackers, they were at the disadvantage. Isla's smile widened as Movid pointed this out. It is not a problem. And in any case, Talashim is a city surrounded by mountains. You already destroyed the mercury mirrors left behind by Zakhert for us 200 years ago, so the sun will set quickly. In Talashim, which had now become warm and cozy, Vandalyu opened his eyes. He stared silently into the empty air without blinking. They're here. Those guys are here. The surveillance golems and undead set up around the tunnel saw bustling activity around the fort that had been built by the Merg Shield. Nation. As Vandalyu switched his vision to that of a familiar he had dispatched, his lemur, he saw more people inside the fort than he had ever seen since coming to Lambda. Several thousand. Their numbers were unlikely to be over 10,000, but there were at least 5,000. Are there vampires? Asked Eleonora. I can't make them out, just be looking, Vandalyu replied. There are quite a lot of knights wearing plate armor, too. Other than their pupils, fangs, and their pale skin that appeared as if it had lost all of its blood, vampires did not look much different than the races that they had been converted from. But they would have to wear thick capes and hats made of cloth and furs and hoods low over their faces to prevent their skin from being burned by the sun, so they would normally be conspicuous if they went outside. However, in situations where wearing the armor and a helmet of a soldier was normal, they would not stand out. I don't think there will be any among the knights, Eleonora told him. They should be mixed in among the mercenaries and adventurers. In times like these, the Merg Shield. Nation has a troublesome custom of doing their best not to hire free adventurers, Kachia added. So, if they're going to be sneaking in, it's going to be with the mercenaries. Eleonora offered her knowledge about the vampires, and Kachia, a former adventurer in the Merg Shield. Nation, added to it. In that case, maybe it's that group. Vandalyu wondered. Vandalyu noticed one group wearing different armor and holding different shields from the other troops. All of them were equipped with heavy armor and helmets, but they were marching in line with the rest. There were about 30 of them. And of course, as they couldn't expose their skin to the sunlight, Vandalyu couldn't see their faces. Well, if we've already confirmed that there will be vampires among them, I should leave before the end of today, said Zadiris. East or west, which way should I go? To the east then, said Vandalyu. If they come, it will be in the afternoon. Very well, leave it to me. After sending Zadiris off, Vandalyu and the others began moving. They recalled their allies from the dungeons and made their preparations. Vandalyu had predicted things would come to this and began his preparations 2 years ago, so there was no reason to be hasty. He had prepared numerous hidden weapons and trump cards. Judging from the voices that Vandalyu was hearing, there was an expedition army of 6,000 approaching the city, but none of them felt any sense of despair. Even if the expedition army's numbers were double what they were now, their attitude likely wouldn't change. Just to make absolutely sure, even if you kill expedition army troops, please refrain from eating them on the spot, Vandalyu told Talashim's inhabitants. I know, King. Make sure you give us lots of mayonnaise instead. Yeah, fried dinosaur with miso is better than human meat anyway. I want a board for that shogi thing. Yes, I'll make lots of mayonnaise, miso and shogi sets to celebrate our victory, so everyone should do their best and make sure not to die, said Vandalyu. I'm not going over to the next world to give you your rewards. You're telling undead not to die. We got it, Eclipse King. The atmosphere in the town was even brighter than usual. Shelters for non-combatants like Pauvina had been prepared, so there wouldn't be scenes like from disaster films on Earth where civilians would run for their lives, not that there was anywhere to run to even after escaping Talashim. It didn't need to be said that Talashim was the only safe part of the southern region of continent surrounded by the boundary mountain range. We'll be constantly fighting with our backs to the wall, so it's only natural to take care of yourselves and prepare well before you fight, isn't it, said Vandalyu. Even if they were to cross the boundary mountain range again, the ghouls and undead titans would be hunted as monsters in the Orbaum kingdom. That was why they had to repel this expedition army. And they were mostly unable to take prisoners. Even if they were a gathering of the most elite soldiers, they would think about retreating once they lost around a third of their forces. For this expedition army in particular, there were many unfavorable conditions for a war here. The fact that there were no safe areas nearby was true for the expedition army as well, and for now, they could be on guard against mindless monsters like goblins and needle wolves or small packs of other monsters that attacked where defenses were weak. But if their numbers were reduced and they scattered as they ran, the monsters would slaughter most of them. Even if they maintained their formation as they retreated, it would take them several days to reach the tunnel through the boundary mountain range. If Vandalyu were to ask them to surrender, there might be hundreds or perhaps even 1,000 who would decide that it would be impossible to escape from the ghouls and undead, becoming prisoners of war. But taking them as prisoners after that, Vandalyu began. Would be impossible, said Sam, finishing his sentence. During times of war, prisoners of war are either released after the enemy pays a ransom or simply sold as slaves, but the Amid Empire and Merg Shield. Nation has no intention of negotiating with us, and it would be difficult to use them even as slaves. In a normal war, the treatment of prisoners of war was exactly as Sam described it, but the Amid Empire and Merg Shield. Nation didn't see Talashim as a nation or Vandalyu as a king. They were nothing but monsters. Negotiations would never take place, even if Vandalyu made attempts to make them happen. The Empire and Merg Shield. Nation would never acknowledge a nation of ghouls and undead with a damper as their king. Mwaza nodded. We might be able to manage a few dozen slaves, but 100 or 200 would be impossible to control. As he said, turning prisoners of war into slaves would be difficult. Collar-shaped magic items that forced obedience from slaves existed in this world, but since there were none in Talashim, they would have to monitor them and force them to work like in prisons on Earth. They were not hoodlums and ruffians, but elite soldiers who had experienced harsh training and battles. Even if their minds were broken upon surrendering, they might regain their desire for revenge and faith in Alda as time passed. We don't have the numbers to begin with, said Vandalyu. We only have 2,000 people, there's no way we could watch over hundreds of slaves. Excluding the cemetery bees and immortal ents, the current population of Talashim consisted of around 1,000 undead titans, 700 ghouls including the children, and 200 members of the new races Vandalyu had created such as Braga. Around 19,100 in total. If the monitoring of the prisoners was left to golems, Vandalyu could only foresee a future where the prisoners would take them by surprise, and the same would happen if he hastily made some zombies to do the job. They were elite soldiers capable of defeating a rank 3 monster on their own. Even if they were unarmed, they would likely be able to fight evenly against a rank 2 monster, and if they cooperated, they might even be able to bring a rank 3 monster down. With the martial skills of the unarmed fighting techniques of this world, even a boulder could be easily smashed. These were people who would be able to somehow defeat bears with their bare hands. And even if they managed to turn the prisoners into slaves, there was the problem of what they would do with them afterwards. Even if they were to be forced to work until they died, Talashim had tireless undead and golems, so slaves would be inferior as a labor force. It would be easier to make a miracle happen than try to persuade them to become Vandalyu's allies. If Talashim was a nation of humans, the soldiers might be persuaded with some perseverance even if they were born in an enemy of that nation. But for the soldiers of the expedition army, Vandalyu and the inhabitants of Talashim were not people. They were monsters. They would be enemies who had taken them prisoner, killed their comrades, enemies that ought to be defeated according to Alda, the god of their national religion. And most importantly, not a single person in Talashim had any knowledge in how converting them could possibly be done. But could it not be possible if you use your death, attribute charm skill, Holy Son? Asked Mwaza. Meeting the requirements of that skill to take effect would be equivalent to torturing them to death, Vandalyu pointed out. Kachia and the other former human adventurers had demonstrated that even living humans could be affected by death, attribute charm. However, for that to happen, they had to be in a mental state of complete despair in life, where they desired salvation in death. So to convert the prisoners to Vandalyu's side while they were still alive using death, attribute charm, they would have to be tortured in ghastly ways and have their hearts broken into tiny pieces until they were in a state where they were unable to do anything other than whisper, "Kill me," and, "I want to die." If I'm going to do that, wouldn't it be more humane to simply kill them and turn them into undead in order to convert them to our side? Vandalyu pointed out. Indeed, Sam agreed, even when it comes to gaining information, it would be faster for you to kill them to make them speak, Bakken. But Holy Son, why are you only now worrying about how to handle enemy soldiers? Asked Mwaza. Was it not decided long ago that we would slaughter them all? That's true, but now that it comes to it. I was thinking that they will definitely have something to say about it, said Vandalyu. They? Yes, the others who are going to be reincarnated here. Vandalyu would slaughter the entire expedition army and cut down the Merg shield. Nation's strength. Those reincarnating here from origin would likely see this as an evil act. Vandalyu fell into a gloomy mood as he realized this. Well, they'll understand if I explain the situation to them properly, maybe. I have to get stronger for the possibility that they don't understand, too. This was the conclusion Vandalyu came to in the end. There were too many reasons in this world for him to grow stronger. Name. Isla rank. 10 age. Approximately 30,000 years old title. Trinicia's hound race. Noble. Born vampire countess level. 79 job. Slaughtering executioner job level. 88 job history. Apprentice warrior, apprentice mage, magic warrior, warrior executioner, shapeshifter passive skills. Dark vision status effect resistance. Level 9 superhuman strength. Level 9 rapid regeneration. Level 3 mental corruption. Level 3 slaughter healing. Level 7 intuition. Level 5 enhanced attribute values. Loyalty. Trinicia. Level 5 active skills. Bloodsucking. Level 3 water, magic. Level 5 fire, attribute magic. Level 5 no attribute magic. Level 1 mana control. Level 5 swordsmanship. Level 10 armor technique. Level 9 surpass limits. Level 7 high. Speed flight. Level 5 pursuit. Level 8 torture. Level 5 unique skills. Shapeshift. Level 7. Chapter 61, The Prelude, played with dissonance and percussion instruments. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 61. The Prelude, played with dissonance and percussion instruments. The 7-day long march went better than expected. Because sturdy workhorses had been prepared, the transportation of goods had gone well. Even the monsters that appeared on the way had been of a level that could be easily disposed of by the soldiers. There had been no need for Riley and his party to step up. The monsters would then provide fresh, undried meat to garnish the meals of that day. The hours of daylight were short as they were surrounded by mountains that towered into the sky, but there was no shortage of people who could use illuminating magic, and though they were expensive, there were some with magic items that acted as lanterns. The fact that they had reached a place where Talashim was visible in exactly 7 days was because their march had gone so well. However, things started going wrong the moment their march was complete. It seems that the scouting teams were not hallucinating, said General Movid. He had set up a temporary camp in the plains near Talashim. The only obstacle on this flat terrain was the waist-high grass. They had a good unobstructed view. This wasn't the kind of place a stronghold would be built in a real war. Movid had gathered the leaders of the expedition here and was looking at the strange sight of Talashim. What he saw was a 30-meter-high fortress wall. Other than the imperial capital or fortresses in important locations, such a tall wall was rare for humans. But the larger titans had been twice the height of a human, and since the areas surrounding the city were mostly devil's nests, such a sturdy wall were likely necessary for them. According to the records from 200 years ago, the wall had indeed been quite tall, but the army had simply determined its height with eye measurements in the past, so it would not be unusual if there were any measurement errors. The strange thing was that although the wall looked like a single strike from a battering ram would knock it down, the two large holes that the hero Mikhail created 200 years ago were nowhere to be seen. What could this mean? Were the records from 200 years ago incorrect, suggested Shayar Legs Tun, the second in command in this expedition. Military records were inaccurate from time to time. Sometimes, exaggerations were made to spread the news of the achievements made by the heroes and generals of the past. However, High Priest Bormak Gordon spoke up in response to Shayar. It is likely the doing of that Vandalyu, the damper who led hundreds of ghouls to escape from Viscount Balchas. The one you are always mentioning, High Priest. Yes. It is likely that the damper instructed his subordinates, the ghouls, to repair the fortress wall. Though Gordon was full of confidence as he spoke, Shayar seemed doubtful. Not a single member of the expedition army had so much as seen a ghoul yet. Considering that, Shayar thought Gordon's opinion was quite questionable. But would he do such a thing, he asked, expressing his doubts. I have heard of cases where monsters settle down in ruins, but I have never heard of monsters repairing the ruins they are inhabiting. Ghouls are a more intelligent type of monster and apparently many are capable of building their own small homes, but a fortress wall would be, Gordon snorted. Shayar Dano, that is a way of thinking that is held back by the rules of common sense. The ghouls are being led by a damper, a monster that is as intelligent as a human. And look carefully at that fortress wall. If they were left in that state 200 years ago, they would have long since collapsed by now. Indeed, as Gordon pointed out, with closer examination, it was obvious that the wall was crudely structured in certain parts, and it was clearly poor craftsmanship. It would likely not even last a decade, let alone 200 years. It was difficult to believe that this had been the sturdy wall of the fortress that had repelled the Merg Shield. Nation's army of 10,000, including the hero Mikhail. With this, we can assume that Vandalyu is leading a highly organized pack of ghouls and barricading himself inside Talashim, Gordon concluded. I see. Your hypothesis is reasonable, High Priest. Dano, said Movid, giving a solemn nod. But in his mind, he thought that Gordon's sharpness was troublesome. Why was this senile old man able to guess the truth despite not being in contact with the vampires? Movid gave a glance towards Isla, who was present in disguise as the leader of a mercenary band, but judging from the lack of reaction from her, it didn't seem that there were secret deals going on that he was unaware of. Movid and Isla had intended to never tell anyone outside of their groups about Vandalyu and Eleonora, right up until the very end. They would keep the army uninformed as it marched to Talashim and then see how Vandalyu, the ghouls he led and the vampire traders would move. The magic item had made it clear that Eleonora was still in Talashim, and no subordinate vampires or ghouls had scouted the army's movements near the tunnel or the devil's nests they had passed through. That was why Movid and Isla knew that Vandalyu and his subordinates hadn't noticed the expedition army's presence. That was why they would send in the expedition army's soldiers and knights charging in first, and then if Vandalyu and the vampire traders ran, Riley and Isla would give chase and finish them. They would never lose track of Eleonora as long as they had their magic item, and Isla had confirmed that Eleonora was not aware of the existence of this magic item. And so Vandalyu was likely to try and escape together with her rather than use her as a sacrificial pawn, as she was certainly his greatest source of fighting strength. Even if he separated himself from Eleonora and took some ghouls with him instead, chasing him down wouldn't be difficult. Though this were unlikely, if he were to put up a do-or-die resistance, Riley and the others would simply slay him. During the confusion, they would also dispose of the problematic High Priest Gordon. With that, all of the objectives of Movid and his conspirators would be achieved. It wouldn't matter no matter how many of the merged Shield. Nation's elite soldiers were lost in the process. Movid would occupy the remains of Talashim, pick a suitable moment to return to the Empire in order to report their success, fabricate a health issue and then retire. If Riley was still alive, he could be brought back as well. Isla was a mercenary, so she could simply say that her contract had expired, separate herself from the expedition army and vanish. After that, the vampires would collapse the tunnel, leaving the pitiful Shayar and the other soldiers trapped in Talashim. General Movid would become a vampire and gain eternal life, while Riley and the new Earl of the Movid family would gain the glory of this world. That was the plan, so the soldiers learning of Vandalyu and his subordinates before marching forward and becoming hesitant would cause problems. The targets hadn't noticed the expedition army and were likely in a panic right now, so Movid didn't want to give them time to regain their composure. "So, what are we going to do?" asked Riley. "Even if it is in pieces, a wall is a wall. Scouting inside is going to be hard, you know." Despite what Riley said, Isla and the other noble-born vampires could fly, so peeking inside the city wouldn't be difficult no matter how high the wall was. Even if archers were stationed on the wall, they would be bows and arrows handmade by monsters. As they would not be high-quality weapons, the arrows wouldn't reach if they flew high enough. However, the fact that she and her followers were vampires was a secret to all but Riley and Movid, so suggesting such a plan would be impossible. Naturally, Isla remained silent. "Of course, we will take the fight in numbers and close in on them, just as we would do in a normal war," said Gordon. "First, we will use heavy infantry to solidify our outer defense and have archers and mages at the ready, and then use battering rams to break down that city gate. After that, we will have to see how the ghouls act. They would normally charge at us, but under the leadership of that damper, they are cunning. They might outwit us, split up into smaller groups, hide in the ruins and engage us in urban warfare." Gordon was a man known by the title of Vampire Hunter. What came out of his mouth were not words of hesitation but a proactive, offensive plan. "Should we not surround the city first?" Shayar suggested. "If we surround a city of that size, our troops will be spread thin," Gordon replied. "And though this may look like a plains, it is a fearsome devil's nest. If monsters attacked us while we were spread out, we would suffer great casualties. Is this fine with you?" "What will we do, General?" asked Shayar. Let us make use of the High Priest Dano's advice," said Movid, coming to a decision. "Prepare the battering rams and organize the attack forces." The soldiers began moving in a hurry. They had never planned to engage in a siege, but battering rams had been brought along just in case they were needed to conquer Talashim. The battering rams were brought out and the heavy infantry declared themselves as the spearhead of the army. Gordon was not watching them, instead taking notice of the sun. The day was already darkening. We did not make it in time. It was still early in the evening, but the Boundary Mountain range was blocking out the sunlight. Most Dampiers were not weak to the sun, but his subordinates, the ghouls, would be able to see in the dark. On the other hand, the expedition army was mostly made of humans. Gordon had wanted victory to be secured before darkness fell, but it seemed that things would not go so well. A wrinkle appeared between his brows as he frowned. Not that things would go well with the top members of the expedition having connections with vampires. Vandalyu was hiding right above the gate of the third wall, having confirmed the expedition army's presence through the eyes of his golems. He watched the heavy infantry approaching as they protected the battering rams and looked for his timing. It seemed that his enemies knew nothing. Ever since the expedition army emerged from the tunnel, Vandalyu had been wary about enemies scouting him out, especially the familiars released by the vampires, but perhaps the monsters of the Devil's Nests had disposed of them. Vandalyu's secret remained safe. Rock wall. Rock form. The heavy infantry raised their shields and activated their shield technique and armor technique martial skills, enhancing their defensive abilities. Their defense was on another level compared to the typical soldier equipped with a spear, a shield and leather armor. They were troops protecting themselves with tower shields and wielding axes and maces. Their skills were likely at least level 3. No, as they were apparently elite troops, around level 4. Vandeleur had heard from Eleonora that normal soldiers had level 2 skills and would be evaluated as E.class individuals if they applied at an adventurer's guild, but each of these elite soldiers were capable of bringing down a rank 3 monster on their own. Several of them might even be able to take on a rank 4 monster. This army would be quite the powerful enemy if the other soldiers had similar skills. If this were a video game on Earth, the player would have to have a high level just to avoid being overwhelmed. Vandeleur was satisfied with the enemy's moderate strength. With these, he could make plenty of use of them later. And then he climbed on top of the fortress wall. He exposed himself not only to the charging troops, but to the entire enemy army, including those at their stronghold. That's, could it be, the damper? As Shayar looked at the magnified image produced by a light-attribute mage, his eyes widened. He's really here. What a surprise. Movid's face and voice were trembling. Neither of them had expected Vandeleur to show himself in such a bold manner, though the two of them were agitated for different reasons. Oh. This is the guidance of my Lord Alda. Everyone, follow my lead, shouted Gordon. Please wait, High Priest, said a young priest-warrior. He is on top of the fortress wall. That's right, hang on a second. He's my prey. Riley added, stopping Gordon for an entirely different reason. On the other hand, Isla, who remained silent among the agitated leaders of the expedition, felt suspicious about Vandeleur's actions. Why has he shown himself on his own? Has he fallen to despair after seeing this army? Is he planning to use himself as bait to allow the ghouls and Eleonora to escape? Isla thought about how she couldn't allow too many ghouls to escape as Janicia had ordered her to bring back some ghoul skins, but the Vandeleur in the image showed no signs of movement. Vandeleur held up a single spear. That's Ice Age. It's Ice Age. The damper has acquired the national treasure of our country. That spear resembled Ice Age, the national treasure of the Merg Shield. Nation. That's mine, shouted Riley. Damn it, don't touch it with your filthy hands. Oi, hurry up and use appraisal. Is that the real Ice Age? If it's real, it should be made of orichalcum. That is impossible at this distance. Vandeleur, who was watching the expedition army's stronghold through his undead insects, experienced a pleasant feeling as he saw that they were as disturbed as he had expected them to be. It was worth the effort he had made to have Datera create a fake Ice Age of iron. And then Vandeleur broke the fake Ice Age with his bare hands, or at least, used golem transformation to make it look like he did, and throw it to the ground. Dilvico at that moment, the entire stronghold fell silent for a moment before exploding with outrage. Damn you! How dare you do such a thing to our country's national treasure? There is a limit to the insult we can endure. I swear on my honor as a knight that I will slay you. You piece of shit. That Ice Age was supposed to become mine. You. I'll slaughter you. Riley swore. Indeed, the majority of the expedition army had not come to dispose of Vandeleur and the traitor Eleonora. They had come to wipe their nation's bitter memories of 200 years ago from the past. They had come to occupy Talashim, recover the lost national treasure and bring glory to their nation. That was all they had been told, so this was the natural reaction from them. There was no way they would not feel their blood boiling upon seeing that national treasure, the magic spear, broken and discarded. Wait! Shayar shouted. It is impossible for him to break a magic spear made of orichalcum. This is a bluff to make us lose our composure. That's right. Calm down, stay composed, don't break your ranks. Movid ordered. The two of them, who remained calm, attempted to suppress the outrage of the rest of the expedition's leaders, but the expedition army's internal state was shakier than Vandeleur had expected. First, for most of the knights and soldiers that made up the expedition army, the supreme commander Longil Movid was not a commander worthy of respect, but a nobleman of the empire that ruled over them, a commander that they did not want. However, the second-in-command Shayar Legs Tun was the second son of the current marshal, and the knights respected him. "Shut up!" Riley roared. "Don't get in my way. Are you telling me to stay quiet after being made fools of like this? I'm going out. If you're scared of a damper and a few hundred ghouls, you can stay sitting here." He was enraged beyond what Vandeleur had been aiming for, and as he tried to step out to take his slaves onto the front lines, all of the noblemen and knights that were supposed to stop him stood up in their seats instead. It is as Riley Dono says. Our nation's pride is on the line. My apologies, but I cannot obey even your commands in this case, Supreme Commander. For them, Riley was the hero that their nation had made a show of. Not everyone believed exactly what had been said about him, but at the same time, it wasn't as if Riley held no appeal at all. In fact, he was currently vain and craved the limelight, but he had a caring personality at his core. He had shared the meat of the monsters he had hunted with the knights and soldiers, protected the fort at the tunnel the expedition army had passed through from dragons on multiple occasions, and distributed even their meat among all of the soldiers. This had caused Riley to gain a surprising amount of popularity among the knights and soldiers. Gordon made a disgruntled noise. "As I thought, the divine message was speaking of that damper, Vandeleur. Devout followers of Alda, ready yourselves. A crusade is at hand." Even the renowned vampire hunter Bormac Gordon had stood up and declared that this was a crusade. Though there were individual differences in their devotion, everyone in the tent was a believer in Alda, the god of their national religion. With this situation that was straight out of a traditional song where heroes and clergymen stood their ground against evil, their fiery anger grew even brighter. The enraged knights and noblemen followed his example without thinking. "You bastards! Your orders, obey your orders. This is a violation of military procedure." Movid bellowed. "Damn it! The Black Bull Knight's order will follow the lead of the breaching unit. Archers, provide backup. Have the light cavalryman unit act as messengers." Shayar barked orders to the army. "Shayar! What are you saying?" Movid demanded. "General, it is already impossible to calm the soldiers. We have no choice but to at least maintain the coordination of each unit." "Silence. You are exceeding your authority." With this, the poor relationship between the Supreme Commander and the second-in-command was exposed. Shayar had given up on supporting Movid, and in his discomposure, Movid had chosen to hurl abuse at him rather than calm the soldiers down. They're already half disordered. To think that a human army would be this fragile. Zackard apparently once spoke of using the power of the people to help each other, but Isla, who was officially nothing more than a captain of a mercenary band, let out a deep sigh behind her helmet. This was the state of things after the breaking of a single spear. She began to wonder whether there had been any point in enduring the feelings of constraint in order to sneak into the expedition army and regretted doing so. "Isla Sama, should we make our moves on our own?" her aide asked quietly. Isla reconsidered her previous thoughts. "No, we will proceed like this," she replied. "It is not as if there has been any harm to the humans' greatest strength, their numbers. This is not a problem." The reason Isla gave this answer, and the reason the expedition's leaders were so thoughtlessly outraged, was one and the same. They wouldn't lose. Victory was still assured. They were all still aware of this. Each of the soldiers in the expedition army was an elite soldier capable of slaying a rank 3 monster on their own. There were 6,000 such soldiers. There was even an A-class adventurer and a vampire hunting specialist on top of that. The enemy also had Eleonora, a noble-born vampire among the enemy, but only a tiny portion of the expedition army was aware of that. And as for the number of enemies under the Damper's command, all of the leaders in the stronghold had heard numerous times from Gordon that the ghouls were unmistakably inhabiting Talashim. A spiritualist Damper and his subordinate ghouls that would number 500 at most. Even if he had gathered some more subordinates, there was no way that their numbers would exceed this expedition army. Some of the undead titans that had spawned in Talashim might be among them, but they would simply charge in, incapable of any organized movements. That was why that at this point in time, not a single member of the expedition army felt any sense of danger. I feel like this was more effective than I'd expected. I had lots of other plans in case this didn't work, but whatever, Vandeleur said to himself. The expedition army advanced while maintaining their formation, and the breaching unit had reached the wall and fighting their battle against their persistent enemy, the city gate. Now then, third wall, commence attack, Vandeleur whispered, now that plenty of enemies had been drawn in. And then he used flight to move back to the second wall. That brat, he's runny. What the hell? As Riley and the rest of the army advanced, the wall began collapsing. It had indeed been worn out, but they hadn't expected it to collapse all at once. They stopped unconsciously in surprise. It was a trap. Gordon shouted. But he was too hasty. It seems that he was planning to trap us under the collapsed wall, but we are still too far away. The breaching unit had taken some damage, but their martial skills had already been active. Though some bones might be broken, they would not die. Now all that was left to do was to climb over the remains of the wall to proceed, or so they thought, but the eyes of every single member of the expedition army widened. They could now see that on the other side of the collapsed wall, there was another, white wall, slightly shorter in height but sturdy-looking. Wah! There was nothing in the military records about there being two walls, shouted Shayar. Damn it! That's why I'm telling you to pull the troops back. Movid said, urging him to give the command. Indeed. Archers, back up the breaching unit as they retreat. Each unit should temporarily. Ha! In the middle of giving orders, Shayar makes a foolish sound of confusion. The wall they had thought to be collapsed had stood up. Letting out resentful groans, stone golems and rock golems that had been part of the wall stood up. There were easily more than 1,000 of them. The stone men ran towards each unit of the expedition army with much more agility than their appearance suggested they could move with, and aiming to strike the soldiers down. Retreat! Retreat! You! Raise your shields! Show them your front, not your back. Maintain your formations. Where's the pride of the heavy infantry? There was some distance between the stone golems and the expedition army's units that had been advancing on the wall. The most pitiful were the heavy infantrymen of the breaching unit. They had managed to avoid being crushed to death under the wall that had suddenly collapsed, only to be surrounded by stone giants. They would certainly be beaten to a pulp. And the iron city gate they had been trying to break down had transformed into a rank 6 iron golem. It seemed that the breaching unit had preserved its morale and wasn't planning to give up until the very end, but its fate was in a precarious state. Rescue the breaching unit. Black Bull Knight's order, advance. Do not slow down. There is nothing to fear from these lifeless golems. The expedition army that was shouting heroically was made of the Merg Shield. Nation's prided elite. Naturally, they had experienced the battlefield many times. That was why each of them, from the knights to the soldiers, possessed strong bonds as comrades. And for them, 1,000 golems were not lethal enemies. Even with Shayar and General Movid frozen in surprise in the stronghold, each of the expedition army's members were making their own decisions all over the battlefield. The same applied for those led by Riley and Gordon. They came into contact with the golems, and using their individual strength and coordinated abilities, they struck down the stone giants that were groaning and swinging their fists. At this rate, they would be able to defeat all of the golems and regain their formation. At that moment, Vandeleur gave the order to the cursed weapons, the crossbows in the second wall and the trebuchets installed on the roofs of Talashim's buildings. Fire! Ga. Jaya. Hi. Boulders are flying, Jai. Some of the crossbow bolts pierced the rock golems, but as the rock golem numbers had been reduced, around 2/3 of them found their targets in the expedition army. And no matter how elite the shield-bearers and heavy infantrymen were, they could not avoid being rendered unable to fight by the trebuchet boulders falling from overhead. Even as they saw the boulder's trajectory and tried to run, the remaining rock golems would stop them from doing so, and as the word heavy in heavy infantrymen would suggest, they were incapable of fast movements. No way. Large numbers of archers and trebuchets. What are we fighting against? General, what does this mean? What is the Empire hiding from us? Shayar demanded. I don't know. I don't know anything, either. Movid shouted. You intend to keep your mouth shut at a time like this? It wasn't unusual for demi-humanoid monsters to use bows and arrows, but Shayar didn't know anything about them being capable of using trebuchets. Trebuchets were not easy to construct in the first place. In the Amid Empire, Merg Shield. Nation and even the Orbom Kingdom, the technicians capable of building them were forced to join guilds and monitored constantly so that they would not build them without approval. But trebuchets existed in Talashim and were raining boulders on the expedition army. Despite there being no records of the Titans having the technology to use trebuchets. Could it be that the Damper built these trebuchets? That's impossible. Shayar thought. However, the reality before his eyes was that boulders were being thrown at the soldiers one after another, crushing them as they tried to flee. Damn it, RETR. At that moment, the captain of the mercenary band, Isla, interrupted. With all due respect, I believe this is where the entire army should press on. You bastard, a mere mercenary shouldn't interrupt. That's right, you're just a coward who is still staying in the stronghold. Are you trying to force more losses upon this army? Shazare's aides reprimanded this insolent mercenary, but of course, Isla took no notice of them. From what I can see, the soldiers on the battlefield are in chaos, she said. We cannot expect a smooth retreat in this situation. And the heavy infantrymen are good targets. Once the soldiers close in on the deeper wall, the trebuchets will no longer be a threat. The enemy is currently only 1,000 stone men with deceptive appearances that look stronger than they are. Once we overcome them, we will certainly be able to regain our formations. There was some truth to Isla's words. She did indeed possess the cold-heartedness to ignore the loss of soldiers, but it wasn't uncommon on the battlefield for 10 sacrificed lives to save 1,000. And if the heavy infantrymen held their formation with their superior defensive abilities and high vitality, being hit by some ordinary arrows wouldn't be a problem. All right. All forces, advance. Movid ordered. Shayar turned to him in surprise. General. The truth in Isla's words would only apply if the enemy was out of trump cards. If the second fortress wall turned into golems as well, the trebuchet fire would never cease. And not a single ghoul had been seen yet. It was possible that they were busy operating the trebuchets, but Shayar had a bad feeling about this. Silence. This is my order as the Supreme Commander. Movid had the same bad feeling as Shayar. He had been shouting for the army to retreat all this time, but he had done a 180-degree turn on his stance. He had done so based on Isla's proposal. His tone remained civil, but his irritation kept showing itself here and there. If he were to disobey, it was possible that the vampires would deem him as unsuitable for continuing their deal and erase him. I am going to make use of you lot as well. Movid shouted. Of course, General, Isla said calmly. We must earn our pay, after all. This exchange between them was equivalent to Movid looking to Isla for help and saying that he would abandon her if she wasn't useful. But in reality, there was no mistake that he was obeying Isla's command. NGH Mountain Breaker. High Priest Gordon's war club smashed through a boulder. Great Whirlwind Thrust. Riley's spear pierced through another. Flark silently sent more boulders flying with his shield. Great healing. Here, stop looking so exhausted and keep fighting. Misera shouted, healing the wounded soldiers on the front lines. That's right, get a hold of yourselves, masters, said Jenny, providing backup with his continuous movements. Most of the golems were defeated and even the attacks of the trebuchets were being dealt with, so the expedition army began to recover. With the shields of the heavy infantrymen raised and formations held, the crossbow bolts were nothing to fear. As the boulders broken by Gordon and Riley had been the golem projectiles that would transform into golems after landing, they had successfully managed to back up the expedition army's stronghold and make Vandeleur click his tongue in frustration, though Gordon and Riley wouldn't have noticed and simply wondered why they had gained experience from breaking boulders. But because they had begun to break the boulders mid-air, the rest of the expedition army were late to notice the barrels that were splitting mid-air by themselves. It seems that even the human army can come in useful, one of the vampires commented. If they weren't, Turnitia.Sama would have made all this effort for nothing, said Isla. Let's go, just don't be conspicuous before they break the fortress wall. Yes, ma'am. But obeying the order of, don't be conspicuous, would become difficult by the time Isla and the vampires reached the battlefield. Somebody coughed. The status of the average elite soldier of the Merg Shield. Nation. Name. Heavy infantryman race. Human age. In the 20s or 30s title. None job. Heavy infantryman job level. In the 50s to 70s job history. Apprentice soldier, infantryman passive skills. Enhanced attribute values. Under command. Level 2 enhanced attribute values while equipped with metal armor. Medium enhanced attribute values while equipped with a shield. Small active skills. Martial. Type skills. Level 3 martial. Type skills. Level 2 shield technique. Level 4 armor technique. Level 4 coordination. Level 4. Chapter 62. Let's play the melody of death throes using disease, weapons, and the sun. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 62. Let's play the melody of death throes using disease, weapons, and the sun. With a dripping noise, cold fluid fell from a helmet. The soldier wearing the helmet didn't take much notice of it. This was a battlefield. A place where blood would normally be spraying through the air. If he was too concerned over a few drops of fluid, he would lose his life. But that soldier soon began coughing. A headache followed without warning, alongside terrible nausea, dizziness, joint pain, a stomachache. He could even feel that he was developing a fever. He coughed some more. Poison, his throat was in pain, he wasn't in a state to speak loudly. And everywhere across the battlefield, troops were experiencing deterioration in their physical conditions just like the soldier. No, to be more precise, there was one exception. Isla and her group were the only ones unaffected. It's gone well. Vandeleur gave a satisfied nod atop the second fortress wall after having used the trebuchets to scatter the virus projectiles packed full of water containing the pathogen he had made. The soldiers and knights who were trying to regain their composure were unable to walk, kneeling on the ground while coughing and suffering. Even Gordon and Riley, who had been striking down the boulders, were no exception. The ones who looked like mercenaries were still standing, flustered at the situation around them. They were likely to be the vampires. It was convenient that they had all gathered in one spot. The disease Vandeleur had created was a disease that didn't infect those who by nature could be affected by death, attribute charm. It had no effect on ghouls, cemetery bees, pauvina or vampires, but the humans that made up the vast majority of the Merg Shield. Nation's expedition army were infected through every possible infection route and the disease took hold within seconds. That was the kind of disease it was. GUH. Antidote potions aren't working, don't lower your shields, the Shield. Nation will be disgraced if we fall to a poison like this. Why, even though I have the poison resistance skill, many of the soldiers had mistaken the disease created by Vandeleur for a poison. They couldn't be blamed for assuming this, as their physical conditions had simply started deteriorating without warning. But even as they drank the antidote potions that they had been equipped with, their conditions improved for only a moment. This was only natural, as even if the antidote removed the toxins within their body, the pathogens continued to produce more. Cure disease. This isn't a poison, it's a disease, shouted High Priest Gordon. You lot, heal the ones around you. Mages, hurry and stand up, will you? As expected, he was the first one to recover. As his passive life attribute healing magic healed his disease, he also cast his own spells as he reprimanded those around him. Misera, hurry, up. Misera coughed violently. Wait, my throat. Things weren't so simple. Without the chant revocation skill, even talking normally with her body in pain was impossible right away, let alone reciting an incantation. And on top of that. Wait. Why, this disease is supposed to be. Gordon, who was supposed to have made a complete recovery, began coughing violently once more. Unlike poison, diseases can be spread from other people. That's obvious, though, Vandeleur whispered as he watched Gordon suffering. Gordon had indeed cured himself of the disease with his magic. However, there were thousands of infected people around him, coughing and sneezing without masks. Each cough and sneeze would send large quantities of pathogens flying several meters. This had caused Gordon to become infected once more. There are some diseases that cannot cause a second infection due to an immunity forming after the first infection, but there was no way Vandeleur would have gone out of his way to create such a forgiving disease. This is my special disease that mutates even faster than influenza, Vandeleur murmured. You can experience it repeatedly until you die. To escape from the disease in this place that was filled with it, one would have to wear a magic item with a continuous anti-disease effect, completely heal the disease in those in the immediate vicinity, or do everything possible to escape the battlefield and then treat the disease with magic afterwards. Alternatively, they could try to survive until the period after which Vandeleur had set the disease to stop working, which was half a day, but that would be impossible. Isla and her vampires, who couldn't contract the disease even if they stopped worshipping the evil god, were forced to make a decision. How could this be? Trinicia had taken measures so that Isla and the other vampires could disguise themselves as humans to sneak into the army, but that army had been turned into a mass of pitiful, sick people in an instant. The vampires were unaware that the disease would disappear after half a day and that it wasn't fatal on its own, so in their minds, the army was completely useless, not even something they could use for cover, let alone as a fighting force. With this, they had to abandon their original plan. Isla clicked her tongue. Everyone, keep going. We'll fly up to kill the damper and hunt down the traitors. Is that really all right? If we do that, the fact that we are vampires will be exposed, will it not? We're already as good as exposed. Who would believe that there are this many humans with the status effect resistance skill? The vampires had noticed that this was a disease, not a poison. However, they didn't know the exact effects of the disease that Vandeleur had created. Because of this, they had assumed that it was their status effect resistance skills that were preventing it from infecting them. Though it seemed that the expedition army didn't have the time to notice it right now, they knew that if the army were to get time to think about it later, they would become suspicious of the vampires. We'll take care of things afterwards. Think about how to complete our mission first. Or are you bastards planning to become traitors as well? Isla was no longer trying to keep up appearances. Her tone was harsh, as if her master Trinicia had possessed her body. The vampires shook their heads vigorously. They knew that if their responses were a moment late, they would be killed by Isla, who was known by the title of Trinicia's Hound. Then let's get moving. Isla undid her unique skills transformation and flew into the air. She threw away her full face helmet that would only get in the way of using bloodsucking, and instantly discarded her crude, weak armor that had given her a mercenary's appearance using a contraption that had been built into it. She drew her trusty sword with no sharp point, a weapon that would have been called an executioner's sword on earth, as she flew straight towards the second wall. And then Isla sneered as she flew towards the expressionless, white face that was looking up at her. "You've given us a lot of surprises, but this is where it ends. Come now, and become rust on my sword, half-breed." But before she reached him, her vision was filled with white. The vampires around her screamed. "It's so hot. Isla Sama, the sun, the Suuan." It had already become dark in Talashim to the point that vampires wouldn't face any problems, but the warm spring sunlight was shining down on them, burning them. "The first part of the plan is complete. Commence the second part," Vandalia whispered as he watched Isla and her subordinates writhe in agony like live animals that had been tossed into a pot full of boiling oil. Zadiris, after leading those who could use light attribute magic to the western side of the mountain range, was waiting on standby. A skull, large enough that one could barely wrap arms around it, was floating lightly above her head. It was Vandalia's familiar, a lemur. Lemurs would normally be mostly transparent, but Vandalia had used the visualize spell to make it visible. "I think it is almost time, but... oh, it seems that they have come." The lemur's teeth had begun chattering. On that signal, Zadiris and the others turned the nearby mercury mirror. These mercury mirrors were a legacy left behind by Zachert, a combination of knowledge from another world and the magic of this world. Because of these magical devices that reflected the sun's light onto Talashim, the city surrounded by mountains that would normally have short daylight hours had been known as the capital of the sun, and its farmlands had produced abundant crops. But 200 years ago, they had been destroyed by the Merg Shield Nation's army. The mirrors of liquid metal had been broken and the pillars that supported them had been destroyed. Vandalia had repaired them using his golem transmutation skill. It seemed that Zachert had built them with future maintenance in mind. After Vandalia had fixed the structures, he had been able to restore their function with his alchemy skill. "Take aim." Vandalia had also turned these mercury mirrors into golems. Given commands like this, they would move as instructed. "Everyone, align yourselves." Extreme sunlight. Zadiris had become a rank 7 ghoul elder mage. From her hands emerged a light so bright that it could burn one's eyes. Sunlight. Sunlight. Extreme sunlight. The other mages, the ghoul women, the undead titans and the Anubises, released similar spells. Sunlight was a spell that released the light of the sun. Extreme sunlight was a spell that released the sunlight of a midsummer day, powerful enough to burn the skin. Both were anti-vampire spells that had been created by Alda's priests long ago. How ironic it was that ghouls and undead were using them under the orders of a damper. "Everyone, keep releasing your magic until you are out of mana." Zadiris instructed. "We will turn those evil God worshipping vampires into ash." They were distant from the battlefield, but the sudden influx of experience points told Zadiris that their spells had successfully incinerated their enemies. Impossible. The relics left behind by Zachert should have been destroyed. So how can this be? Like silver, the pain of being burnt by the sun was difficult to endure for vampires. It would easily overcome the vampire's immortality that otherwise rendered them otherwise impossible to kill unless their heads were cut off or their hearts were completely destroyed. Their status effect resistance skills and their high regenerative abilities would be of no use. In fact, the vampire leaders, the weakest of the vampires, were already back on the ground, unable to bear the sunlight. They were trying to crawl and hide themselves in the shadows of the grass. Isla Sama, we should also fly back down and regain our, you fool. Can you not see that? Isla pointed at the vampires below, who were being defeated one by one. You damn vampires, a soldier yelled. Damn it. They're enemy reinforcements. Don't let them regroup, shouted another. The nearby soldiers were mustering their strength and using their swords and spears to attack the vampires who were trying to shield themselves from the sunlight in the waste. High grass. For the soldiers of the expedition army, Isla and the vampires who had exposed their identities by flying up into the air and being burned by the sunlight, were nothing but enemies. It was likely that they assumed that the vampires were flying to Vandeleur to regroup with him rather than trying to kill him. Even the humans, whom the vampires had discarded as being a group of useless sick people, posed plenty of threat to the vampires now that they had been weakened by the sunlight. Those who had been unfortunate to fall near Gordon had already had their heads turned into lumps of meat by his war club. General Movid and Riley were unable to tell them to stop, of course, so they simply looked on with stiff expressions and eyes wide open. Do you understand? If you do, then hurry up and get over the wall. Isla ordered her subordinates, protecting her body as much as she could by using water. Attribute magic to produce white ice around her body that refracted the sunlight. The other vampires imitated her, producing darkness or fog with magic to protect their bodies from the sunlight, and then attempted to continue. And then a particularly bright ray of sunlight streamed in from one side, striking down one of the vampires mid-flight and causing him to fall with a scream. The mercury mirror golem had adjusted its shape to focus Sidiriza's extreme sunlight onto one spot, turning into a sunlight cannon. Even meat and vegetables could be cooked using this light alone. Of course, a little darkness and fog was useless against it. Spread out. Don't stick together, if it hits you, you're dead. As Isla gave her subordinates a reckless order to avoid the sunlight and pressed forward, she saw countless enemies emerging from behind the second and third walls, flying up to meet her. The one leading them was. How do you do? Perfect weather for sunbathing, isn't it? The vampire's second target, Eleonora, smiling at them. At the same time, on the ground surface, ghouls and undead suddenly appeared on the right side of the expedition army. Vandeleur had never intended to rely on Talashim's sturdy walls and catapults to engage in a defensive battle. Talashim's defenses were strong indeed, but since there were no reinforcements to wait on, he hadn't thought that holing up in the fortress would make any difference. And if things dragged on, the expedition army would likely request reinforcements from the Merg Shield. Nation, and it would be terrible if the pure. Breed vampires lost their temper and showed up personally. That was why he would quickly exterminate them while they were still underestimating him. To that purpose, Vandeleur had used golem transmutation to build a tunnel and a large cave in which his allies could wait. You. Kill them all. Protect the children. Slaughter the intruders. Don't you dare set foot in our nation again. The morale of the ghouls and undead, who had been on standby underground for several hours, was high. None of them would have any problems with being in complete darkness, and more importantly, this was a battle to defend their home. There was no way that their morale could fall. Enemies. Rise up and face them. The expedition armies attempted to fight back like the elite soldiers they were, but the disease was eating into their bodies and robbing them of their strength. Even as they tried to stand up and regain their formations, many of them succumbed to the violent nausea and spewed gastric juices all over the ground. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Vandeleur, still standing on the second wall, revived the golems that were supposed to have been destroyed by the expedition army. They groaned as they rose once more. Impossible, the golems have started moving again. Gah! The stone giants trampled over the expedition army, as if taking revenge for the earlier battle. The golems had indeed been destroyed by the expedition army's men. But the spears and swords had not physically removed the boulders that made up their bodies. Though split and smashed, they had still been lying on the ground. It was a simple matter for Vandeleur to take those materials and turn them into golems again. And then Vigoro and the others flooded in. At the same time, the crossbows and trebuchets stopped firing, but a slaughter that rendered that fact meaningless began. Follow my lead, warriors. Vigoro roared. The knights, who were unable to regain their formations due to the disease and the golems, had their heads sent flying by his axe. A knight, enraged by the death of his comrades, began to speak. "Damn you, cowards! Shut up and die!" an undead titan shouted as he mowed the knight down with his enormous club. They slaughtered the enemies that were suffering with the disease. Proud knights or even normal soldiers might have hesitated to do this. But the ghouls and undead felt no hesitation whatsoever. They had a different sense of values from humans, and they felt it was the expedition army's own fault for being foolish enough to come here without gathering information and forming a plan. Damn it, screw thrust. The expedition army wouldn't go down without a fight. Many of them had forced themselves onto their feet despite the disease and were releasing martial skills. One such soldier thrust his spearhead into Vigoreau's stomach with a rotating motion that increased its penetrative power. With his stamina drained, he had put everything he had into this attack as he knew that he wouldn't survive afterwards, but the spear would surely find its mark. Ha! The tip of the soldier's spear shattered into pieces. His eyes opened wide as he stared at his spear that was now nothing but a long stick. Vigoreau swung the shield held by one of his 4 arms at the soldier's head, causing him to fly away and lie still where he landed. There was an orichalcum waistband around Vigoreau's stomach. That was some fine skill, Vigoreau murmured. But no matter how good that soldier's skill was, he had only been wielding the iron spear he was been provided. That spear was one that a blacksmith had made by hand rather than one made from molten metal being poured into a cast, but it had been unable to compete against orichalcum, a substance superior to all other magical metals. Instead of landing a blow, the soldier's excessive force had caused the spearhead to break and shatter. Of course, Vigoreau's waistband didn't even have a scratch on it. "Well, you're the ones who came to fight us." Vigoreau did pity the soldiers, but he realized that they were reaping what they sowed and continued swinging his axe. "Fuhahaha. Here, allow me to turn you into mincemeat." With terrifying laughter, Sam splattered the soldiers, not caring whether they were charging towards him, fallen on the ground or running away. He was still a rank 4 blood carriage, but for the expedition army that was suffering from the disease, he was a formidable enemy. "With my mana as your source, flames, strike my enemies." Flame bullet. A blue-faced mage fired the flame bullet spell at him. It was not a bad choice of spell, as the mage had seen that Sam was an undead. Whoops. However, the red projectile grazed the spear that had been suddenly swung by Sam, and then it vanished. Could that be Ice Age? The mage gasped. And then he made an indescribable noise as he was run over and killed. Sam gave a cheerful laugh. "This spear that I received from Bakken is quite pleasant to use. I must thank him later." Vandalyu had destroyed Ice Age's function as an artifact along with Yupian's clone, but the spear was made of orichalcum, which had even greater anti-magic properties than mithril. No matter how elite the mage was, a single flame bullet couldn't possibly overcome it. "Ju. As expected of my master, we are able to exterminate these supposedly elite enemies as if they were weeds," Bone Man remarked. He was now a skeleton viscount, and he was slaughtering the expedition army's soldiers. "I agree. The soldiers that cut me down with a single stroke of the sword 200 years ago are now like puppets made of dirt," said Nwaza the Lich, joining him by beating his enemies to death. "But with the enemies' heads being so low, it will cause problems with my back." "Fuhaha, indeed. Let us see if we can find suitable prey to take another hipbone from." "Damn you. Don't underestimate us," the soldier shouted. He and some of his companions were standing in the way of Bone Man and Nwaza. They hadn't completely recovered from Vandalyu's disease, they were using the surpass limit skill to improve their stamina and immunity, making a temporary recovery. Once the skill expired, the disease would take all of its effects and progression at once, and if they were unfortunate, they might even die. But they had decided that they would be killed anyway if they simply stayed quiet. "Let's go. We have to buy time for a retreat." The expedition army's soldiers had already realized that this was a lost battle. They were still ahead in terms of the number of soldiers alive, but they were all infected and they were at a disadvantage in terms of fighting strength. The only thing they could do was to slow down the enemy as much as possible, buying time for their allies to retreat. UOOH. Shield Bash. The soldiers stood in line, raised their shields and charged towards Bone Man and Nwaza. Boulder Breaker. Ju. Slicing Moon. The shields were broken by Nwaza's orichalcum mace and cut through by Bone Man's magic sword. They had not been underestimating the soldiers or letting their guard down. They had been provoking them. They had baited the enemy into spending the last of their strength to try and attack rather than escape. Is this an illusion? Or has something happened to my head? There's a naked woman in a place like this. Slice. No, this is reality. And who are you calling naked? Don't mess with me. A crazy woman dressed like that. Slash. Please be killed quietly. Also, I am not particularly strange. Rita and Saria were swinging a glaive and a halberd, finishing soldiers one after another. They seemed quite displeased for some reason. San, the way we look doesn't seem to be popular. Why is that? Asked Rita. Even though Bakken praised us and called us cute, Saria was puzzled as well. We're even wearing capes as he told us to. Even as they tried to solve this mystery, they continued to produce large quantities of dead corpses. Now that they were wearing magic item capes, their stimulating backsides were covered, but the front of their bodies was still exposed. In fact, it was possible that the capes were emphasizing the exposed portions of their bodies. But there are other people who expose their bodies a lot as well, right? Like Kachia and Bilda, said Rita. Badya reveals quite a lot as well, Saria added. I don't reveal that much, said Kachia in protest, from a spot a distance away from them. She was right, but the sisters didn't respond to her words. Damn it, you monsters. Die. The surviving archers fired arrows at them. The arrows found their marks at the sisters' exposed stomachs and chests, but they passed straight through their targets. San, there are healthy enemies over there, said Rita, pointing at the archers. Well then, I'll back you up with my bow, so you charge at them, Rita. Okay. The two of them didn't pay any attention to the arrows and began their counterattack. Saria switched weapons to her bow, and Rita charged at the archers. She was faster than she looked. Impossible, you're using iron arrowheads against our spirit form bodies, said Saria, firing an arrow that pierced straight through a soldier's armor and into his chest. Though even if you hit our armored parts, these arrows would just bounce off anyway. With these words, Rita began robbing the archers of their lives with her glaive. Isla stared at Eleonora with a look of disbelief on her face. She was a noble-born vampire as well, so how could she be wearing such a calm expression in this sunlight? Eleonora gave a small laugh. It's thanks to the power of the Great One, she said, swinging the sword, or rather, the weapon in her hand that had a black rod extending from the handle. And then roaring, buzzing and groaning filled the air as the immobilized noble-born vampires were attacked by Nochin, cemetery bees and rapey.age. Impossible, you're using insectoid monsters. Gaia. Surrounded by jaws that could tear through iron plates and cemetery bees who possessed stingers capable of piercing metal armor, the noble-born vampires fell in order of weakest first. How could someone like me be defeated by mere undead? Iron slash. Chaos slash. 100 furious slashes. Geh. One of Gubbleman's vampire viscount who was proficient in swordsmanship desperately unleashed martial skills, slicing through dozens of bones, but Nochin could not be stopped, sinking his countless fangs and horns into the vampire. Nochin let out a roar. It had been a rank 7 bone chimera, but as the undead titans and ghouls hunted monsters and brought large masses of bones to be added to it, it had become a rank 8 union of bones. This union of bones, which was made up of thousands of bones, had no weak points. Unless all of its bones were destroyed, defeating it with physical attacks alone would be impossible. But the bones that made up Nochin's body were the monster bones that Terria's working team couldn't use up. They would normally be used in weapons and armor, some of them were even harder than iron. For defeating such an enemy, no matter how one looked at it, using magic would seem more practical, but there's no way I can use magic in this situation. The vampires would have to recite incantations while taking evasive maneuvers to avoid the extreme sunlight cannon's fire, fighting off the enemies coming at them and being burned by the regular sunlight. Only those with the chant revocation or high-speed thought processing skills would be capable of this. Even as they moved, Rapey.Age thrust the stinger attached to her tail into the solar plexus of one of the vampires whose movements had slowed down, and the moment the vampire screamed, she unleashed a lethal punch to finish him. Rapey.Age was clearly inferior to these noble-born vampires, but this lethal environment of sunlight had dampened the vampire's strength. Isla clicked her tongue. I will take your head, at least. Now that things had come to this, she had decided to take Eleonora's head and then retreat. Too many unexpected things were happening one after another, leaving her with no other choice. Right now, she had to think about returning with this information, even if she would be executed for not accomplishing her mission. That was the decision Isla had made, but the fact that she was still aiming to take Eleonora's head despite knowing the importance of returning with this information was her downfall. Even though Isla couldn't use magic, even though Eleonora was not suffering in the sunlight for some reason, Isla held the conceitful belief that she had the skill to defeat Eleonora. Isla's loyalty to Tunisia, and the fear of her that was even greater than that loyalty, had led Isla to make this half-baked decision. Die, she screamed. She activated her surpass limits skill. Forcing the pain caused by the sunlight to the corner of her mind, she drew closer to Eleonora at a rapid speed. A sneer emerged on her face as she looked at Eleonora's weapon that seemed to be a metal rod rather than a sword. It seems that he's chosen to prioritize defense rather than attacking and brought this prey out here, but it's meaningless before my executioner's sword if this fool is all he has to defend him. Eleonora calmly cast the acceleration spell on herself before meeting her foe, Isla, who was clearly superior to her. Isla was a vampire woman who had, under Tunisia's orders, hunted down numerous traitors and vampires who had run after failing their missions. She had even lived for tens of thousands of years. She was feared for having executed over 1,000 such beings in her lifetime. She even had the special job of slaughtering executioner. Her swordsmanship was level 10, and her other skills were high in level as well. However, Eleonora had a vastly more fearsome master than Isla's owner. Your neck, from the left. I understand, Vandalyu.Sama. Eleonora placed her sword to her left and braced it with all her strength in order to protect her neck. Dark Night Decapitation. Isla unleashed an original, lethal martial skill that she had invented on her own, one that had sent the heads of even other noble-born vampires flying in the past, but there was a loud metallic sound as it impacted Eleonora's sword. Her sword stopped instead of cutting Eleonora down. Wah! Gah! Her lethal blade had been unable to cut through Eleonora's orichalcum sword. Isla opened her eyes wide in disbelief as her hands went numb from the impact, causing her to drop her weapon. But there was nothing surprising about it. Even the Sword King Borkus with the martial skills of his superior skill, the Sword King technique, had been unable to make a single scratch on the dragon golem simply because it had been made of orichalcum. There was no way that Isla, with her level of skill, could break through the sword of orichalcum that possessed more physical hardness than adamantite and more flexibility than Damascus steel. The moment Isla saw the smile on Eleonora's face widen, her vision was filled with white once more. And then she screamed. Zadiris and the others could see what was happening through light-attribute magic. As Isla's movement stopped, they had burned her with the extreme sunlight cannon, along with Eleonora. Unable to bear it, no longer caring about her appearance, Isla attempted to escape, but her movements were as slow as a turtle's. This is, time. Attribute magic. It's Eleonora. But just when did she recite the incantation? And she's being burnt along with me. Unable to do anything, by the time the extreme sunlight cannon's fire ended, Isla had become a pitiful sight to behold. The expensive magic item she was wearing remained exactly as it was, but the skin at the parts of her body that had been exposed were black and her bones were now visible. At once glance, one would only be able to assume that she was a burnt corpse. Why, as a higher-rank noble-born vampire that was tough and possessed high vitality, Isla was still alive. But what was more unbelievable was that Eleonora was unharmed despite being exposed to the same sunlight. Her skin had become a little red, but even that was quickly returning to its normal white color. "Are you talking about my sword? Or the sunlight?" she asked, grabbing hold of Isla's burnt, black head. Isla gasped in pain. "This orichalcum sword, my resistance to sunlight, everything was given to me by Vandalu. Sama, Eleonora told her, raising not her sword, but her white hand with its claws extended. Isla cackled. "I see. We have been defeated. You should kill me. But you all will certainly die. Ternitia. Sama will definitely avenge us." "That's rather scary," said Eleonora. "Well then, can you please fight for us as well?" Before Isla could ask what kind of foolish nonsense Eleonora was saying, her head was cut off. Fresh blood sprayed out. "Get up. Come here." Before it could hit the ground, the blood coming from Isla's neck turned into a blood golem and headed for Vandalu's open mouth. "How is it, Vandalu. Sama?" Eleonora asked. Vandalu drank the rich blood of a powerful vampire. Before replying to Eleonora's question, he raised his eyes to look into the empty air. "Even after death, I will not obey a damper like. I will obey. I will tell you whatever you want to know, so please turn me into an undead. I will serve you with wholehearted devotion to repay you for the favor you have done by killing me. It seems that it's simple to work with a powerless spirit before it becomes an evil spirit. It seems that she'll cooperate with us." "The blood was quite rich and delicious as well," said Vandalu. He looked ahead once more. "Now then, I suppose it's about time I head out as well. The slaughter scene wasn't over yet. The level of the blood-sucking skill has increased. Name: Zadiri's rank. 7 race. Ghoul Elder Mage level. 19 job. Wind Attribute Mage job level. 31 job history. Apprentice Mage, Mage, Light, Attribute Mage age. 295 years old, has undergone age reversal, passive skills. Night Vision Pain Resistance. Level 3 Superhuman Strength. Level 1 Paralyzing Venom Secretion, Claws. Level 2 Increased Mana Recovery Rate. Level 5, Level Up. Active Skills. Light, Attribute Magic. Level 6, Level Up. Wind, Attribute Magic. Level 4, Level Up. No Attribute Magic. Level 2 Mana Control. Level 6, Level Up. Alchemy. Level 3, Level Up. Chant Revocation. Level 2, New. Multi-Cast, Level 1, New. Surpass Limits. Level 1, New. Chapter 63, The Sound of Revenge is So Sweet. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 63. The Sound of Revenge is So Sweet. The stronghold, where General Longil Movid, Shayar Legs Tun and several hundred defensive troops remained, was in a state of chaos. This had been caused by Isla and her subordinates ceasing to hide their true identities. "General. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious? They're magic items that allow the use of flight. Then why are those mercenaries being burned by the sunlight?" "You're mistaken. That's because of the poison that the damper released. Why were those mercenaries disguised in the first place? That's. How should I know? For Shayar and the rest of the people present, vampires were evil monsters. They found it difficult to accept that such monsters had been moving in and out of the stronghold as if they owned the place. And those vampires had been disguised as a mercenary band specially hired by General Movid. He had even listened to several of her opinions. I'm sure that the vampires replaced the real mercenaries somewhere. I have nothing to do with them. Movid insisted. But with this many suspicious circumstances, there was no way that his words could be believed. You bastard, the vampires are your accomplices. Your objective is for all of us to be annihilated, isn't it? That's why the mercenaries said that the whole army should advance earlier. You insolent fools, know your place. You dare defy Earl Movid, a general of the Empire. Shut up, shut up. That means you're a traitor who's with the vampires as well. The stronghold was no longer that of an expedition army. There were two groups in chaos, Movid with the protégé subordinates he had brought with him from the Empire, and Shayar with the soldiers from the Merg Shield. Nation. Those damned vampires. Were they planning to betray me and throw me away? But it won't work, I'm not a man who will meet his end here. And so Movid prioritized his own survival and tried to find a way out of this place, but... damn it! Who cares about the general now? Retreat. Start the retreat. Organize the rear troops and slow the enemy down. We're all going to be killed at this rate. Shayar was leaving Movid aside and ordering the expedition army to retreat. While they were having this unproductive argument, the enemy was harvesting the lives of their soldiers like wheat. High Priest Gordon and Riley were still holding out, but at this rate, annihilation was inevitable. Have the stronghold's men go around the back. Shayar ordered. What? Shayar, what are you saying, you bastard? If you do that, what troops will there be left to protect us? Movid demanded. General, what are you saying at a time like this? Silence. Not a single one of my men will move. Shayar made a noise of frustration. If the argument continued, a deadly battle between the Merg Shield. Nation's troops and Movid's protégé knights and soldiers could break out in the stronghold. In terms of numbers, the Merg Shield. Nation's side would likely win, but this wasn't the time to do this. Now that things had come to this, Shayar wanted to organize a rear guard with at least the Merg Shield. Nation's troops, but though they were soldiers, they were still humans in the end. There would be an outburst of dissatisfaction at the order to march towards death while the Empire's men remained in the stronghold. General Movid's authority had fallen to the ground now that he had been revealed as an accomplice to the vampires. Why should the soldiers have to die so that those allied with the vampires could retreat? That was what the soldiers would surely think. If only Shayar and Movid's positions were reversed. Ah! The vampires have been defeated. It's a miracle from Alda. On the image of the battlefield projected and magnified with light. Attribute magic, they could see Isla having her head cut off by an enemy woman wielding a sword. The reality was that it was Zadiris and the other ghouls who had burned Isla, and the woman was Eleonora, another noble-born vampire. But as those here didn't know the exact details of the situation, the light must have looked like a miracle of Alda. Shayar felt some relief, hoping that this would somehow cause some of the chaos to subside. Isla. Dono, General Movid and his confidants among his protégé soldiers turned pale. For them, Isla and her subordinates had been the lifeline for this expedition. They would be safe no matter what happened, as long as they had the vampires who were individually powerful enough to stand up to 1,000 men, especially Isla, who would be difficult to defeat without the help of an A-class adventurer. Victory was assured. That was what they had believed. It's over. Retreat. Cover me so I can retreat, shouted Movid. General. Movid started running to escape the stronghold. He was trying to abandon the soldiers being killed on the battlefield right now, and everything else, in an attempt to save himself. Longil Movid had succeeded the position of general, but he wasn't a heroic soldier or a calm strategist. He was more like a politician who was knowledgeable about military matters. He would receive information from the vampires who worshipped the evil god, produce results at their convenience and make various excuses to the finance minister in order to secure budgets. He didn't possess any fighting power himself, nor did he have the resolve to engage in a fight to the death. It was the duty of soldiers to exchange their lives for those of the enemy on the battlefield, and as long as he kept the chair in the stronghold warm, his subordinates would bring achievements to him. That was why he would normally never have chosen to become the commander of this expedition army, but he had agreed to do so because he had been overconfident in the power of Isla and the other vampires and his own sense of self-worth that they had given him. All forces, retreat. Protect me. Movid ran, practically foaming at the mouth. General. No, you are no longer our general. Shayar tried to order arrows to be fired at Movid's back. He would dispose of him for the crime of desertion. His incompetence had been revealed and it would have been better if there were no soldiers who obeyed such incompetence, but even so, he was officially the supreme commander. If word got out that the supreme commander tried to flee, the expedition army would no longer maintain its appearance as an army. It would fall apart and it would become every man for himself. And then they would be killed by their pursuers or by wild monsters. That had to be avoided. Heirs. Rangil is, running before the enemy. Before he could finish speaking, Shayar began coughing violently. His throat became painful and hoarse, unable to produce words. As he looked on with blurry eyes, he saw that Movid had already collapsed. No, it wasn't just Movid, all of his protégé knights had been unable to remain on their feet. The other leaders of the expedition army were scattering the contents of their stomachs across the ground and groaning in pain with their faces drenched in tears and mucus. Could this be? This is the stronghold. Kill all the leaders. King's orders are to kill them in a way that their faces can still be identified, especially the general and nobles. We'll chase the ones who ran. As Shayar tried to get onto his feet, still coughing violently, an undead titan dressed in black, a black goblin with his mouth covered by a cloth and a monster resembling a kobold, mounted on a raptor, charged in and broke the stronghold's tent. One of them, the undead titan, was holding a soldier with no arms or legs who was still alive, gasping for breath, in one hand. Seeing this, Shayar understood what had happened. One down. Zran killed Shayar with a strangely shaped double-edged knife, a kunai that had been custom-made by Datara. He had made one of the soldiers from the battlefield more portable and brought him here to spread the disease, and now he smashed the soldier's head. By the time he did that, Braga and the other black goblins had finishing off the expedition army's leaders, so he gave them further orders. "Let's go, you lot," he shouted. "This is our first battle as the ninja unit. Let's make a show of it and gain some achievements. Those who do well will get a reward from the Holy Sun. I want honey. Tempura for me." This was the ninja unit with Zran, whose rank had increased for him to become a zombie ninja, as the captain. Braga, a black goblin ninja, was the vice-captain. A cavalry unit of Anubis riders led by Zamido weren't far behind, riding across the battlefield mounted on tamed monsters. It seemed that Vandalyu hadn't explained that ninjas were supposed to conceal themselves. The expedition soldiers, unaware that the stronghold had been overrun, were still making independent decisions to put up a resistance. In other words, they had been unable to maintain their coordination as an army, fighting in separate, platoon-sized groups. The messengers had also been defeated by the disease and the stronghold had been annihilated after failing to recover from the chaos. The only orders were coming from the leaders currently on the battlefield. The reason they continued fighting despite this was not because they were proud heroes who would fight with their lives on the line, but because they were simply unable to escape due to their stamina having been taken by the disease and because to them, the enemy didn't look as if they would accept a surrender. Ga. Fagu. Enormous bee-like monsters, undead, ghouls and black orcs holding shields, axes and mauls charged at the soldiers from behind. But among the elite soldiers of the Merg Shield Nation, there were some whose minds would break after being placed in this situation. No, I don't want to die. I'm going to become a father soon. I see. Then you should have trained yourself more, said Badya. Her axe, imbued with wind from an enchantment she had cast herself, split the head of the soldier who had apparently left his pregnant wife back in his home country. I can't die in a place like this. I'm going to go home and propose to Millie. And then she and I will. I'm going to confess after this battle is over, too, said the Orcus Gorba as he swung his club at the desperately struggling man who appeared to be a knight. With a lethal sounding noise, the knight was sent flying into the air before rolling across the ground. Wait, I have a family. Ha! There aren't many who don't. Borkus cut down soldiers begging for their lives, one after another. Vandalyu had explained beforehand that no prisoners were to be taken, and there was no reason to listen to the soldiers begging for their lives anyway. For the inhabitants of Talashim, the expedition army was an invading force that outnumbered them by more than 3 to 1. They had to reduce the enemy's numbers as much as possible while they could. There was no need to feel sympathy for the invaders and their circumstances. And death attribute charm would have no effect on those who would beg for their lives because they didn't want to die. You lot. Put some heart into it, shouted Riley. His mind still had not been broken. After recovering from the disease with the anti-status effect potion that he had brought just in case, he had regained his posture and was destroying stone golems and using overpower to mow down the cemetery bees that were flying around. But, Master, Jenny began to protest. Flark was wordlessly struggling to breathe. Give us the potion, too, said Misera, choking. Riley was the only one able to recover and fight. The 3 criminal slaves that formed his party were already unable to move. Jenny was so pale that it seemed that he could collapse at any moment. Flark was holding his shield, but he was out of breath. Misera was already on the ground, unable to stand up. Riley clicked his tongue at his disappointing slaves as he examined the situation around him. The expedition army's numbers had already been halved, and there were more trying to flee than there were putting up a fight. The only ones still fighting in an organized manner were the group of priest-warriors led by High Priest Gordon and a handful of knights and soldiers who had managed to join up with them. They had formed a circle and were trying to retreat while casting healing magic on themselves. If only Riley could regroup with them. No, if he couldn't, he likely wouldn't survive. TCH. We're grouping up with those guys. You can't do that. A grand, sharp, long-ranged sky-rend attack came flying in. Riley avoided it with Waltz, a defensive martial skill that used his weapon to spin and deflect the attack. You bastard, he muttered. Ho, you just used Waltz to stop my attack. As expected of an A-class adventurer, said Borkus. Riley's overpower should have cleared everyone around him, but Borkus was standing there. From his appearance, Riley instantly knew that he was distinctly different from the ghouls and the other undead. Riley's experience as an adventurer and, more importantly, his intuition, were screaming at him. That he was in danger. What's wrong with you? Why is someone like you obeying a damper brat? He demanded. The sky wren that Riley had blocked earlier was clearly not a serious attack. Borkus had sent it at him after calling out to him, rather than at the same time. This was a clearly superior foe. Why was such a being acting as a damper's subordinate? Isn't it obvious? It's a request. And I've even been made the military officer. The remaining half of Borkus's lips rose in a smile as he gave a vague reply, and then he raised his sword over his head. People call you the second coming of Mikhail, don't they? I was killed by him 200 years ago, you see, so I want to see if you're really his second coming or not. So, you're a loser who wants to vent his anger. How pathetic, said Riley. But he felt a physical pressure from the bloodthirst being directed at him and his survival instincts were screaming. And yet, this wasn't an opponent he could turn his back and run from. You lot. Get up. Stand in front of me. Flark, whose actions were restricted by the collar of subordination around his neck, staggered as he obeyed Riley's command. Jenny. Miss Sarah. You guys as well. Hurry up. Jenny and Miss Sarah screamed in response to these orders. No way. I'm supposed to be positioned at the back, you know. Miss Sarah protested. That's right, Master, what are you thinking, using a scout like me as a shield? Jenny was at least wearing leather armor, but Miss Sarah was only wearing a special dress that emphasized magical defense. Against Borkus's magic sword, both would be equivalent to a single sheet of paper. Shut up. You slaves are pieces of equipment for your owner. Die so that I can live, shouted Riley as he raised his spear and focused his mind. It was pointed at the backs of his 3 slaves, and it was clear that he was under the assumption that he would sacrifice them. No way. Haven't we been doing our best to serve you all this time, Master? Jenny pleaded. Wait. You said you'd release me and make me your mistress when you became a nobleman, said Miss Sarah. Was that a lie? Borkus did indeed see the screaming Jenny and Miss Sarah, and Flark, whose hopeless eyes could be seen through the gap in his helmet, as pieces of equipment for Riley. Criminal slaves were those who would normally be executed or imprisoned for their entire lives, and as an undead, Borkus could see the spirits of their victims that were haunting them. There was no room for sympathy. Don't you worry, after I kill you, I'll drink the alcohol I'll be rewarded with to honor your memory. Borkus was unsure if Riley remembered these words but said them anyway as he charged forward rapidly. Iron Wall. Flark activated his martial skill as his last act of resistance. Triple Slayash, roared Borkus as his magic sword went straight through Flark's shield and severed his torso. Damn it, Geh. No. Jenny swung his knives with tears streaming down his face and Miss Sarah raised her staff, but Borkus's second and third attacks cut them down. And then Riley roared as he unleashed his most powerful martial skill. 100 rending screw thrusts. But his spear technique skill was level 8. Meanwhile, Borkus's swordsmanship skill had maxed out and awakened into a superior skill, Sword King technique. He was a superhuman with a sword. Even Riley's greatest martial skill wasn't difficult for Borkus to block. He used Flowing Willow, a martial skill that would deflect his opponent's attack. The flesh on Borkus's shoulder was torn away. Riley's spear had been faster and sharper than Borkus's Flowing Willow. Borkus had indeed deflected the attack that was aimed at his head, but his armor that had been made from dragon materials was pierced and he was losing flesh from his arm and his leg. As he saw Riley's lips rising in a smile, Borkus remembered something. He could do the same thing that Riley was doing right now. If I recall, it surpassed limits. Magic sword. Was this how to do it? This was a skill that caused a wielded magic item to perform beyond the limits of its ability. Most individuals with jobs such as magic sword user and magic spear user had such a skill. Riley had used this skill to slip through Borkus's defenses. And of course, as a former A-class adventurer who held the title of Sword King, Borkus could also use this skill. He swung his sword, remembering how he had used the skill while he was alive. The level of Borkus's surpassed limits. Magic sword skill has been restored to level 10. The surpass limits. Magic sword skill has awakened into the transcend limits. Magic sword skill. Ah! Riley let out a noise of surprise. His spear, which had been caught in Borkus's Flowing Willow, was sent flying from his hand. You're nothing special after all. In front of Riley's now empty hand was an enormous swordsman, wielding a magic sword that was glowing with mana. There's no way, right? I'm not someone who can die in a place like this, I'm supposed to become a hero. You can't, said Borkus. Pierce. As the magic sword pierced his heart, Riley's tongue hung loosely out of his mouth as blood poured out of it, and then he stopped moving. By the way, this isn't the end. In fact, it's just the beginning, Borkus told Riley's spirit. Vandeleur breathed in deep, filling his chest with the air of the plains that was filled with the smell of blood and entrails. And then a sense of superiority, a sense of intoxication, a sense of accomplishment, happiness and hunger all came to him at once. He had to be calm, he was going to take his revenge now, so he needed to stay calm. This war would end with an overwhelming victory for him and his allies. That was already a confirmed fact for Vandeleur. Stepping onto the battlefield himself, even for a moment, was something Vandeleur had done completely on a whim. There was some strategic purpose to him doing so, but it was slight in the big scheme of things, so it was just a whim in the end. But children are whimsical creatures. Get up, get up, get up, Vandeleur murmured as he sped across the ground. By having increased his agility and using spirit form transformation on just his internal organs, he had mastered a way of moving at the speed of a wild beast. He was headed for the only group that was putting up an organized resistance, the one led by High Priest Gordon. "Alda is with us," shouted a priest-warrior. "Do not falter. There is still hope yet," said a knight, encouraging his allies. High Priest Gordon was leading them at the front of the group. "Alda, be my witness." Steel Crusher. With his wrinkled face twisted in an expression so ferocious that even a demon might flee from him, he swung his war club at Vigoro. Vigoro's orichalcum waistband received the blow with a clang, but he let out a groan and fell back. Though it was a piece of defensive equipment made of orichalcum, it was something that Vandeleur had turned into a wearable shape, attached to a belt and clasps made by Terria's working team. Strictly speaking, it was just a crude piece of armor made of a magical metal. As it was indeed made of orichalcum, it did not break, but it seemed that it was unable to completely negate the impact. Coup. What is the meaning of this? There are large numbers of ghouls and undead wearing artifacts on their bodies. Gordon had no room to work with, despite having repelled Vigoro. The disease had taken his stamina, he had spent mana on spells to recover from the disease and then he had fought continuously in this state. During this, he had successfully purged the vampires who had fallen to the sunlight that he assumed was a miracle from Alda, but other than that, he hadn't achieved anything with the exception of destroying more stone golems that were clearly disposable. Even the anti-undead spells cast by Gordon and his group were blocked by the magical defense of orichalcum equipment, so the undead could not be defeated. At this rate, I will be unable to fulfill the divine message and everyone will. As Gordon murmured these words to himself, in the corner of his vision, he noticed a white shadow closing in like some kind of illusion. That's him. Gordon and Vandeleur both laid eyes on their target and began moving at the same time. Take this, projectile attack. Gordon unleashed a club technique martial skill that sent a shockwave flying at Vandeleur from his war club. Death bullet. Vandeleur released a rapid fire of death bullets, aimed at everyone other than Gordon. Gordon's projectile attack was easily evaded by Vandeleur. As he could sense attacks with danger sense. Death, it was only natural that he could avoid an attack that was released from such a distance. Vandeleur's death bullets struck the shields and armor of the priest-warriors around Gordon. As they were in a circle formation, if they evaded these projectiles, their allies on the inside and the other side of the circle could be hit, so evading hadn't been an option for them. These magic attack projectiles that were the size of a fingertip could be withstood by using the last of their mana to use the rock wall and rock form martial skills. That was what they had thought, but letting out surprised groans, they fell to the ground with their eyes rolling up. Kaufman. Eric. No way, he took 2 out with 1 attack. Wow, they're weak. These 2 priest-warriors had been brought here by Gordon. They were supposed to be superior to the expedition army soldiers. Even Vandeleur was surprised that they had died instantly. But he had cast the spell that had brought down a Hydra, rank 6 dragon with powerful regenerative abilities and a large amount of vitality, with several shots. And he had used even more mana than he had back then. There was no way that mere priest-warriors with martial skills like Rock Wall and Rock Form could withstand it. But Vandalyu ignored his surprise as he continued firing more death bullets into the two new person-sized holes in the circular formation. Gwa. Ugh, Alda. Give me your. Jaya. Vandalyu fired the projectiles rapidly, aiming for their legs. As Death Bullet was a spell that simply consumed vitality, it had the same effect whether it hit the torso or the fingernail, so the mages and archers in the center were falling in unusual ways. Leave this to me. Gordon, having decided that they would all be wiped out at this rate, stepped out to face Vandalyu. Everyone, fall back. Leave this to Vandalyu. Vigoro ordered, and the ghouls retreated. In the short amount of time this gave him, Gordon offered a prayer to Alda. My lord. Please send me one of your familiar spirits so that this foul damper may be destroyed. It was not a mere prayer, but a requirement of using the familiar spirit descent skill that only chosen saints could use. A pillar of light fell from the sky, surrounding Gordon. A halo appeared over his head and a pair of wings made of light emerged from his back. The god's familiar spirit that normally possessed no physical body descended upon Gordon's, augmenting all of his attribute values. This was his trump card. Iron Form. Steel Wall. Light Blade. Gordon activated multiple defensive martial skills in succession and even cast a spell with chant revocation, something made possible by the familiar spirit that had descended upon him. A blade of light that would cut down even a giant closed in on Vandalyu. But it was blocked by Vandalyu's magic absorption barrier and vanished. Break. Diamond Club. Gordon's movements didn't slow in the slightest. With his war club made of glittering mithril, he made a full swing aimed at Vandalyu's head. Vandalyu's head silently flew off his neck. The priest-warriors cheered, and the ghouls held their breath. And then Gordon let out a groan of pain. He had taken a direct hit from a death bullet fired by the headless Vandalyu. What's wrong? Did you think you'd killed me just because I have no head? Vandalyu had used spirit form transformation on his head and separated it from his body at the right timing. You damn monster, Gordon spat. He knew that without his familiar spirit descent and his martial skills, the death bullet would have likely killed him instantly. And because Vandalyu's death bullet carried the effects of soul break, around a third of Gordon's mana had been erased. I do not know how you have taken my mana, but with familiar spirit descent, I am able to borrow the familiar spirit's vitality and mana, said Gordon. I now have 100,000 mana. It is not an amount you can erase completely. Is that all? Even if you boast about having just 100,000 mana. Vandalyu thought as he grew a second spirit-form head at his torso. More importantly, this is a precious 1.1 battle. Let's continue, he said. You monster. What about this is a 1.1 battle? Gordon demanded. I'm alone, it's just that I've divided my body. Vandalyu was using the parallel thought processing and long-distance control skills to control multiple bodies, but he only had one soul, so he was still just one person. Silence. I will not listen to your tomfoolery, shouted Gordon. Though Vandalyu had simply spoken the truth, it seemed that Gordon hadn't understood. Well, Vandalyu would find it unpleasant if the conversation continued and Gordon started spewing vomit from his mouth instead of words, so he decided to carry on. Now then, from here this time. Vandalyu extended his claws and used spirit form transformation on his arms. He extended and divided them into whips. He resembled Avalokite. Who he had seen in art textbooks on Earth. If he recalled, Avalokite. Had how many arms again? Well, it didn't matter. He was just using Avalokite. As a reference. And then he began to resemble a 100-handed giant known as a Hecatonchire. From Greek mythology more than Avalokite. He brought his arms down one after another towards Gordon, whose face had frozen with astonishment. Whip attack. Vandeleur used an unarmed fighting technique, martial skill that could normally only be used by ghoul men, who had longer arms than legs. However, the first attack was easily deflected by Gordon's shield. Humph. Using the ghoul's martial skill. But before my steel wall, such a skill is. Whip attack, whip attack, whip attack, whip attack, whip attack, whip attack. Vandeleur's arms were swinging endlessly. All of them were using whip attack. Impossible. How could he use that martial skill so many times consecutively? A normal person. No, even a superhuman's head wouldn't be able to process this. But Vandeleur had already used whip attack dozens, hundreds of times. Could it be? Impossible. In the gap between Vandeleur's countless arms, Gordon saw the head that he had sent flying earlier. Whip attack. Whip attack, whip attack. Whip attack, whip attack, whip attack, whip attack, whip attack. What Gordon saw resembled a bunch of grapes. But it was an aberrant sight. Each of the fruit in this bunch of grapes was a child's head with a hollow pair of eyes. Monster. For the first time, there was fear in Gordon's voice. Watching him with his countless eyes, Vandeleur felt the urge to laugh. Back then, Darcia was burned at the stake, but Vandeleur had been unable to do anything but hide in the ground like a worm in order to survive. Now, Gordon feared him. Gordon was calling Vandeleur monster out of fear rather than scorn. He truly feared Vandeleur. Ah, how wonderful. But choosing this method and going all out was consuming a lot of Vandeleur's mana. Come. Materializing one of his heads, Vandeleur called the golems that he had made beforehand. Letting out groans, red golems. Blood golems made from the blood spilled by the expedition army's soldiers flew towards Vandeleur's mouth. It wasn't very fresh, it had the taste of the dirt and grass and even contained fragments of the soldiers' bones, but Vandeleur was in such a good mood right now that he didn't care about that. Seeing Vandeleur feeding like this put the final crack in Gordon's will. He understood that even if he continued to endure these attacks, Vandeleur wouldn't run out of breath or mana. Well, even without replenishing it, Vandeleur still had half, around 100 million mana remaining. Gordon screamed. The claws of Vandeleur's whip, like arms, ate into his shield, stripped off parts of his armor and dug into his flesh that was covered in light. Of course, all of the attacks carried the effects of soul break, so Gordon's mana vanished in the blink of an eye and his familiar spirit descent was forcibly removed. What was left was a single old man with his entire body covered in blood. Now, it was time to feed. All of Vandeleur's heads bared their fangs and attacked Gordon. High Priest Sama. Everyone, help the High Priest. The priest warriors had been reduced in number considerably, but they ran out to defend Gordon, who could no longer move properly. It seemed that Vandeleur hadn't noticed that they had come to interfere while he was using whip attack, but Vigoro and the others had disposed of quite a number of them. They broke some of Vandeleur's heads, but it didn't really matter. His extra heads were just that, extras. No, even if all of his heads were smashed, he would simply have to make one new head, so their resistance was quite futile. Vandeleur's fangs sank into Gordon's neck. Chapter 64, Play and Sing a Gloomy, Unpleasant Marching Song. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 64. Play and sing a gloomy, unpleasant marching song. Just what happened to me? Gordon was bewildered. His eyes couldn't see, his ears couldn't hear, his body was cold. He didn't know anything. I had an important mission. Yes, I should have had an important mission from my God. That is right, Gordon, my servant, a voice said suddenly. From the divinity contained within the voice, Gordon knew immediately that this was the voice of a god. You are. However, you were unable to accomplish your mission. These next words almost caused Gordon to crumble. He had been unable to accomplish the mission that had been given to him by a great god. The frustration and regret caused pain in his heart. But I will grant you one more chance to fight, Gordon, said the voice. What? Is that true? Yes, of course. And if you fight as I am expecting, I will erase the sins of this occasion. Certainly, my lord. I, Bormac Gordon, an agent of your divine will, shall fight until my last breath. As Gordon made this vow, color returned to his world. He couldn't feel any warmth, but he felt as if his body was in even better condition than before. High Priest. Are you all right? He's opened his eyes. Hurry and bring the potion. At the same time, Gordon could see the enemies of his god swarming around him. Get away from me, you filth, he shouted, striking a nearby enemy with his fist and springing onto his feet. High Priest, what are you? What, you ask? I am killing you bastards, of course. Conveniently, Gordon's war club was lying nearby. He used his feet to kick it up into his hands and struck down another foolish enemy. The priest-warrior let out a scream sounding like a horse chicken as his lungs were crushed straight through his armor and he was sent flying away. High Priest. It is me, Aryan, another priest-warrior pleaded. Oh, I see. Then die, Aryan, enemy of God. One after another, Gordon beat down and slaughtered the priest-warriors that he had taught and guided while he was alive. Fuhahaha. God. Please witness this. At the hands of Gordon, who was now a zombie priest, the expedition army was finally annihilated. He finished those who were trying to flee and those who were on the ground, leaving none alive. The levels of the superhuman strength, blood-sucking, spirit form, long-distance control, parallel thought processing, high-speed thought processing, unarmed fighting technique, surpass limits, multi-cast, chant revocation, soul break and death, attribute charm skills have increased. You have acquired the commanding skill. You have reached level 100. Vandeleur was satisfied with the overwhelming victory. There were no factors that could make them lose, so this was the obvious result. Vandeleur had acted right after Eleonora turned to his side. He had gathered trump card after trump card, and made all the preparations. He had anticipated there would be a tunnel the enemy would use and found it first to set up a surveillance network. He had built walls with golems, prepared crossbows, and built catapults. He had developed a disease that would only infect the expedition army. He had taken apart the dragon golem, created weapons and armor with the orichalcum and distributed them to his allies. As an anti-vampire measure, he had repaired the destroyed mercury mirrors and turned them into golems. And everyone had put in the effort to increase their own individual strength. The weakest of them were rank 4, and they even had the effects of the strengthened followers and strengthened subordinate skills. Their actual fighting strength was equivalent to rank 5. In contrast, there were plenty of factors that caused the expedition army to lose. The stronghold had been in a state where it would be divided if anything happened between Empire and the Merge Shield. Nation, and the Supreme Commander had been a weak-willed traitor who had sided with the vampires. The second in command hadn't been capable enough to create a miracle either. Most importantly, they had neglected to gather information on the state of Talashim. The expedition army had been made of elite soldiers who were individually capable of defeating a rank 3 monster, but their destination was a place where there were no enemies weaker than rank 5. As a result, though Vandeleur's forces had sustained injuries, they had gained an incredible victory with no casualties. Palvina and the others had taken shelter in the royal castle that Vandeleur had turned entirely into golems, and he had made sure they were safe. Now then, let's deal with the aftermath of the battle, said Vandeleur. He had recovered from his fatigue by drinking Gordon's blood, and now he was turning the expedition army's corpses into zombies, one after another. There were around 5,000 of them. The reason the number of zombies was less than the original number of soldiers was because some of the corpses had lost their original shape to the way they had been killed or their legs had been crushed, rendering them useless. Vandeleur could repair even those corpses with corpse healing or make some use of them by using his surgery skill to stitch multiple partial corpses together, but he didn't intend to spend that much time and effort into making more disposable pawns. 5,000 would be enough. He would use the other 1,000 as experience for the undead, food for the cemetery bees and manure for the immortal Ents, and add their bones to Nochin. As for their spirits, he would turn them into living armors or something. While busy with this work, Vandeleur gathered information from the spirits. The most important one was Isla, who had been the close aide of a pure-breed vampire. Unable to resist the death attribute charm, she told him everything she knew in order to try and please him. "I see," said Vandeleur. "So it really was the pure-breed vampires who destroyed the tunnel on the Orbaum Kingdom side. Well, that was after the princess and her companions made it to the Hartner Duchy, so it doesn't matter. More importantly, can Turnitia repair the tunnel?" he asked. "No, I heard that it is impossible even for Turnitia. Turnitia," replied Isla. This meant that if the Merg Shield. Nation's tunnel was destroyed in the same way, the pure-breed vampires would be unable to use it. Vandeleur felt relieved. Isla told him that Turnitia and the other pure-breed vampires had lost their ability to acquire jobs after turning to the evil god, swearing loyalty to him and gaining his divine protection. They had become true monsters. That explained why Zombie Maker had appeared as a new job. He also learned useful information such as the names of humans connected to the evil god, especially of those in the Orbaum Kingdom. After that, he quickly turned her into a zombie. The pure-breed vampires could apparently conduct a ritual that would summon the spirits of the dead noble-born vampires and turn them into undead, so there was a risk that information would be leaked if Vandeleur didn't turn them into undead first. Vandeleur. You can break their souls like you did with Serkrens instead of doing something like that. Eleonora made a fearsome suggestion. But Vandeleur shook his head. I don't really hate her that much. Because of his trauma, Vandeleur felt a reflexive bloodthirst whenever he saw women being hurt and tormented. However, to him, Isla was not a woman. She was nothing but an enemy who had tried to kill Eleonora. However, Vandeleur had the feeling that it wouldn't be good to destroy someone's soul simply because they were an enemy. He would stop hating them after killing them in cruel ways. But I'm going to have these guys work under you, so if you don't want that, let me know and I'll break them, he said. Just because he stopped hating them didn't mean that he would feel anything for them. His negative emotions would return to neutral, they wouldn't become positive. I will work under this. Certainly, Vandeleur. Said Eleonora. You understand, don't you, Isla? Yes, Eleonora. Without even glancing at the vampire zombie who was hanging her head, Vandeleur continued gathering information from the dead. Putting up with Riley's flattery, he learned about Heinz who had crossed over to the Orbaum Kingdom. He learned the names, faces, jobs and skills of each member who had been in the 5-colored blades. However, the information about one of them was useless. An elf woman, a spiritual mage by the name of Martina, had apparently died in a dungeon. She had entered the same special dungeon related to the champion Zackert that Heinz had cleared after crossing to the Orbaum Kingdom and been defeated there. With that, there were only 3 enemies left to take revenge on. I probably can't expect to find her spirit, though it would be interesting if she turned into an undead in that dungeon. Vandeleur gave a sigh and then continued. He learned of an S-class adventurer in the Amid Kingdom, the Thunderclap Schneider. He was a saint so beloved by Alda that multiple divine messages had been sent to warn him of danger. He was apparently a great hero who had saved numerous towns and villages, and exterminated dozens of monsters over rank 10. But apparently, he was currently living on an island that he had received as a reward, living a life of luxury that even noblemen would be envious of and constantly surrounded by women serving him. Having decided that it would be bad if he were to suspect that the vampires were involved in the expedition, the vampires had planned to make moves behind the scenes so that he wouldn't participate in it, but he had simply rejected the request, saying, I have no intention of going to a place without women and alcohol. I wonder why, said Vandeleur. Well, that definitely saved us, though. If there had been multiple powerful adventurers in the expedition army, the victory wouldn't have been so easy. An S-class adventurer who was even more powerful than Mikhail would have been terrible to face. After this, since he had reached level 100, Vandalyu decided to quickly go and have his job change. This war had been great for experience points and his skills. Jobs that can be selected: Venom Fist User, Insect User, Archenemy, Zombie Maker, Tree Caster, Corpse Demon Commander *, Disease Demon, Spirit Warrior. Yay, there are more. Vandalyu was happy to discover new jobs, but it was happening so frequently that he wasn't particularly excited. He had the feeling that if he reported these new jobs to an adventurers guild, he'd be able to live off the reward money for a while. Corpse Demon Commander was probably a job that had appeared because he had gained the commanding skill. It would likely be related to skills like coordination and commanding that could strengthen an army. Disease Demon. Was this really a job? Wasn't it the name of a monster? Well, it probably was a job after all. This battle was clearly the cause of this job appearing. It sounded rather exaggerated considering that Vandalyu had only created one disease that turned harmless after 12 hours. Spirit Warrior was there maybe because of his unarmed fighting technique skill and because he had now experienced the Soul Breaker job. It was likely that this job would provide bonuses to combat skills like unarmed fighting technique. But if he chose this job, wouldn't he have to wear armor bearing a star sign? For now, let's try going with Venom Fist User, Vandalyu decided. He wanted to visit the Orbon Kingdom next year to see its situation and learn about the Adventurer School, so he wanted to increase his own individual fighting strength. At first, he had thought that people would refuse handshakes if he took this job, but he had come up with various ideas recently, so he wanted to test them out. He would take Spirit Warrior at another opportunity. The level of the status effect resistance skill has increased. You have acquired the poison secretion, claws, fangs, tongue, skill. Name: Vandalyu race. Damper, Dark Elf, age: 5 years old. Title: Ghoul King, Eclipse King job. Venom Fist User level 0. Job history: Death, Attribute Mage, Golem Transmuter, Undead Tamer, Soul Breaker attributes. Vitality: 160 mana. 328,116,728 strength. 108 agility. 105 stamina. 105 intelligence. 757 passive skills. Superhuman strength. Level 2, level up. Rapid healing. Level 3 death, attribute magic. Level 5 status effect resistance. Level 6, level up. Magic resistance. Level 1 dark vision mental corruption. Level 10 death, attribute charm. Level 6, level up. Chant revocation. Level 4, level up. Strengthen followers. Level 7 automatic mana recovery. Level 3 strengthen subordinates. Level 4 poison secretion, claws, fangs, tongue. Level 1 active skills. Bloodsucking. Level 6, level up, surpass limits. Level 5, level up. Golem transmutation. Level 6 no attribute magic. Level 4 mana control. Level 4 spirit form. Level 5, level up. Carpentry. Level 4 engineering. Level 3 cooking. Level 3, level up. Alchemy. Level 3 unarmed fighting technique. Level 4, level up. Soul break. Level 4, level up. Multi-cast, level 4, level up. Long distance control. Level 4, level up. Surgery. Level 1 parallel thought processing. Level 3, level up. Materialization. Level 3, level up. Coordination. Level 1 high. Speed thought processing. Level 2, level up. Commanding. Level 1, new. Unique skills. God Slayer. Level 1 curses experience gained in previous life not carried over, cannot learn existing jobs, unable to gain experience independently. Yeah. It's supposed to be Venom Fist, but for my fangs and tongue as well. Vandalyu had become able to secrete poison from various places. To think that he would literally have a poisonous tongue, Bakken, we have acquired all of the expedition army's materials. Saria reported. Well then, shall we depart, said Vandalyu. Vandalyu. May I come with you, asked Eleonora. We'll be traveling in basic carriages, but if you're alright with that, Vandalyu replied. I want to go too, said Paulvina. Paulvina, well, alright. Yay. Now then, the Eclipse King's army will now begin its march. The soldier on lookout duty at the makeshift fort at the tunnel was watching over the wastelands with his partner. He had already become completely accustomed to the frequent phenomena such as fearsome howls in the distance, pillars of light rising into the sky without warning, and lightning strikes. He had been scared of them at first, but he had decided that they were a good thing, signs that monsters were fighting each other and reducing their numbers. The class adventurers hired by the army had exterminated almost all of the monsters in the area near the fort. It seemed that there had been a lot of very profitable monsters. The soldier had overheard that the fur lining the stomachs of the hedgehog monsters could be used as a material for high-quality woolen goods. However, the air around the fort was filled with a strange tension. Hey, rumors have it that, shut up. What, I haven't said anything yet, have I? You're going to say that something's happened to the expedition army, right? So you know already. 10 days had already passed since the expedition army departed this fort. According to the schedule, they should have reached Talashim long ago, but no messengers came and no smoke signals rose up in the sky. There were apparently other signals and communication methods that the ordinary soldiers hadn't been told, but it seemed that no contact had come through those either. This was the reason for the tension at the fort. There's a fully loaded supply unit on the other side of the tunnel that's about to get here, isn't there? Considering that, isn't it strange that we haven't heard anything? I do think it's strange, but, try letting the captain hear you say that, you'll get a good scolding. Of course, if it was discovered that the soldiers were whispering morale-lowering things to each other, they would be reprimanded. They were curious about it, but not curious enough that they would discuss it and risk facing lectures and punishment from their terrifying boss. They might have considered it if their boss was a young, beautiful woman, however. But you know. What's that? What's what? Look, over there. Isn't there something glowing there? As the soldier looked in the direction his companion was pointing in, he did indeed see something glowing. It was flickering blue and white. It's probably a monster's eyes or something, he said. It's far off, too, so just ignore it. Perhaps because humans were rare here, monsters frequently observed the fort from afar. At first, they had been terrified whenever they saw monster eyes gleaming in their direction, but now it was well known that such monsters were intelligent enough to not attack as long as they stayed in the fort. The soldier thought that the light seen by his partner was another pair of monster eyes, but... Hey, those lights, there are more of them, said his partner. And maybe it's just my imagination, but aren't they coming this way? The soldier looked again and saw that there were indeed more lights. One light turned into 2, then 3, then 5, 10, dozens. More and more were appearing by the second. And on top of that, there's a sound, no, voices. I hear voices. Report this to the captain. Those aren't ordinary monsters, the soldier said, half screaming. He blew the horn that signaled an emergency. Hearing the horn, the captain who had sprung to his feet and the leader of the adventurer party that was on night watch came. What's wrong? What's that? There was no need for the soldiers to make a report, the blue-white lights had clearly increased. There were over 100 of them already. The sound had grown louder as well. If I recall, you can use light-attribute magic, can you not? I've got it, you just need me to make those blue-white things visible, right? A male adventurer recited an incantation, producing a flare spell. He threw the glowing sphere that had appeared in his hand into the sky with all his strength. In an instant, the darkness over the wasteland was dispelled, as if a sun had appeared in the night sky. The light revealed the expedition army that the fort had been waiting for contact from. Groans and shrieks rose from them. Their eyes were rolled back and their tongues were hanging out of their mouths. Gruesome wounds were visible on their bodies and their entrails were being dragged along the ground. But these were the Merg Shield Nation's elite soldiers, whose march would not stop. The soldier screamed, but nobody could blame him for doing so. Is that the expedition army's flag? Does that mean that the expedition army was annihilated? I suppose so. There are thousands of them there, I don't think there are any survivors, said the adventurer. There were several thousand undead soldiers of the expedition army revealed by the light. The adventurer wasn't optimistic enough to believe that there were any survivors or that any of these undead were still alive. And on top of that, the fort. Take. Kill. How dare you, bring us, to this place? I'll kill you. The undead were screaming with resentment, wearing furious expressions that made it difficult to believe that they had been humans to begin with. Captain San, commence retreat, the adventurer shouted, having confirmed what they were dealing with. Even the spineless soldiers were startled by these words. Retreat. Don't be stupid, how can we do something like that without crossing blades with the enemy, said the captain. If we cross blades, we'll be wiped out. Captain San, including us adventurers, there aren't even 400 of us at the fort. There were 300 soldiers in the fort. There were 9 class adventurer parties. Each of the class adventurers could defeat rank 5 and 6 monsters individually, and an entire party could even stand up to a rank 7 monster. But the soldiers in the fort could hardly be called elite. One of them would have his hands full defeating a rank 2 monster, and if they worked together, they might somehow take down a rank 3 monster. But our enemies are just zombies, right? With you class adventurers, things should work out, said the captain. If they were rank 2 zombies, even with thousands of them, we'd somehow manage, the adventurer agreed. If all of us fought together and you didn't mind the fort being half destroyed, that is. But you heard their voices, didn't you? Voices. I heard them, but what about them? Lower rank zombies don't speak words with meaning. They're like beasts, they can only howl and scream. Sometimes they might have a word or two mixed in there. But these guys looked this way and recognized this fort, spoke discernible words of hatred, and there were clearly some undead that are more intelligent than zombies. As the captain comprehended the meaning of the adventurer's words, his face turned pale. Among the thousands of undead, there were some zombies that were rank 3 or above. If there are even a few hundred rank 3 monsters, it's not something we can deal with, the adventurer continued. Undead of rank 3 and above can use the martial skills they used while they were alive. And since they're undead, there's no limit to their stamina. A future where everyone would be crushed and slaughtered helplessly flashed through the captain's mind. All forces, prepare to retreat, he shouted. Fill the tunnel with all the traps we have, pour oil on the fort and set it on fire. Archers and mages, attack the enemy and buy time until we've made our preparations. We'll have you adventurers work with us as well. Yeah, leave it to us. All forces, prepare to retreat. All forces, prepare to retreat. They hastily began moving. The soldiers protecting the small fort in front of the tunnel had succeeded in their retreat. After having successfully decreased the number of undead at least a little without taking any casualties, they frantically proceeded through the tunnel. They knew that if the undead caught them, they would meet horrific fates. Still frantic, they came out of the tunnel. The captain of the fort on the Merg Shield Nation side of the tunnel had already been informed on the situation by a messenger rider sent ahead. Mages who had been hired just in case the impossible happened collapsed the tunnel with their magic. With this, the undead would not be able to come out. They felt relieved, but a mage sensed that the undead were digging their way through the collapsed tunnel and carrying on, around 100 meters from the tunnel's entrance. This is hopeless. Abandon this fort and retreat to the town. This fort was to prevent adventurers and criminals from trying to cross the boundary mountain range illegally. It wasn't something that had been built to deal with monsters coming out of the tunnel. You can't collapse the tunnel one more time, the captain demanded. What are you expecting us to do, something that's already collapsed? I'll have you know that these spells won't reach them 100 meters away. Even if you tell us to do the same thing again, it's impossible. All of us will take a day to recover our mana," shouted the mage. The undead moved without rest, and even now, they were digging through the tunnel at a terrifying pace. The mage could sense that they had already made their way through a third of the collapsed portion of the tunnel. Retreat was the only option after all. What are we going to do about the cultivated land? Send a messenger, have them evacuate. Hurry up. All forces, retreat. Sending a messenger back to the cultivated land, the soldiers retreated. Fearing the monster invasion, the people living in the cultivated lands were evacuated to the town under the protection of the guards. An urgent request was posted at the town's Adventurers Guild, and adventurers were summoned from even other nearby villages and towns. At the same time, Viscount Balches, the lord of this land, gathered all of the soldiers that he had. It was uncertain if they would make it in time, but they somehow did in the end. The undead had been expected to continue day and night without rest, but for some reason, their footsteps had been a little slower than the human forces. The people were evacuated and preparations, though insufficient, were made. Even so, the battle to defend Balcheburg, Viscount Balches' town, was beyond fierce. Hiya ha 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 ha. This is the return of your hero. The Green Wind Spear Riley, who had been hailed as the second coming of Mikhail, released martial skills one after another, striking down the arrows fired by the soldiers protecting the town. I am. The Amid Empire's General Mavith Thayed. Open the gates. Open the Gaades. General Movid, who had led the expedition army in imposing, resplendent clothes, now commanded the undead army in their invasion. Guha hi 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 ha ha. You evil flesh of filth. I, Bormac Gordon, who serves God, will destroy you all. To top it all off, Bormac Gordon, the clergyman renowned as a vampire hunter, was opening large holes in the wall protecting the town with his club technique. The undead are coming in. Gh. Hi hi hi. Offer your flesh and entrails to your hero. Riley's spear pierced the stomach of a soldier who was trying to deal the finishing blow to another undead. Impure filth. Die. Gordon crushed another soldier, straight through the shield he was holding. Fuhahaha. This is our triumphant return. Our triumphant return. Movid's loud laughter and screams filled the air as he led the zombies on. However, the expedition army had weakened after becoming undead, and they weren't as coordinated as they had been while alive. Though Viscount Balches suffered casualties, they succeeded in protecting all the civilians, and other than its outer wall, the damage to the town was light. It was also fortunate for them that Riley's spear and Gordon's war club had been replaced with weapons provided by the army, and that Shayar and his Black Bull Knights order hadn't become undead. No, the most fortunate thing was that the undead had been slow to move. Viscount Balches hired a spiritualist to investigate what had happened to the expedition army. But the spiritualist shook her head. The spirits of those undead have all gone back to the mountain range, not even one of them stayed behind. It was as if they couldn't hear me calling out to them at all. Well, it was all deliberate, though, said Vandalyu. He and his followers were busy burning and destroying the unoccupied cultivated land on their way back. Chapter 65. Now then, please pay your compulsory fee of goods. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 65. Now then, please pay your compulsory fee of goods. Vandeleur used the zombified expedition army as a makeshift disposable army to begin a reverse invasion on the Merg Shield. Nation, where he planned for them to suffer an honorable defeat. He lit several demon fires and had the zombies make noisy footsteps and groan loudly to ensure that the soldiers at the fort that had been built at the tunnel's entrance would notice them. He positioned those who had fortunately turned into high-rank undead at the front of the army, excluding the expedition army's important members. The reason he did this was because it would have been problematic if Movid, Riley, or Gordon were to be somehow broken during the preliminary skirmishes. And the soldiers in the fort retreated, just as Vandeleur had intended. "Is it fine that we're not slaughtering them all?" Bakken asked Sam. "It's all right," Vandeleur replied. "They're not worth killing, and it's not necessary. With that being the case, I mustn't kill them." The soldiers at the fort were average in strength, and the commander was hardly an important figure in the army. There were only a few hundred of them, anyway. It wasn't worth taking the effort to kill them all. And more importantly, it would be more helpful to have them act as messengers. Though when they set the fort on fire, Vandeleur did feel some bloodthirst. He used heat leech to extinguish the flames, salvaged the unburnt materials of the fort and continued through the tunnel. Wow, it's so spacious. How many carriages of father's size could fit through side by side? Rita wondered. 5, 6 would likely fit through, Vandeleur replied. "I wonder how a tunnel like this could be built," said Saria. Guga. Rapey.age let out a noise of pain. "Rap pie, if you fly too high, you'll hit your head on the ceiling," Vandeleur warned her. Vandeleur simply proceeded through the dull tunnel, letting the zombies at the front of the army deal with the fort at the tunnel's exit, and then used a wide area detect life to dispose of the remaining spies of the vampires. And then he headed straight, not for the town, but for the cultivated land that had once been the Devil's Nest forest. Sending the army to the town, Vandeleur and around 1,000 zombies remained in the villages in the cultivated land. The army advanced on Balcheburg, the capital of Viscount Balchest's territory, and engaged in a crude, reckless frontal assault. There were 3,000 of them, but since they were between ranks 2 and 4 and unaffected by Vandeleur's strengthened followers and strengthened subordinates, Balcheburg's defense would likely succeed. They were moving slowly directly from the front in the middle of the day. The zombie mages were unable to recite incantations, Gordon and Riley weren't equipped with their magic items, and undead with utility value such as Shayar hadn't been added to this army. Even in the worst-case scenario where the undead managed to break the city's wall and get inside, Vandeleur had ordered them not to kill unarmed elderly citizens, women and children. No matter how useless Balcheburg's defenses were, its population was around 10,000. They should have received word in advance, and there were dungeons and devil's nests nearby as well. Adventurers and soldiers would have been desperately gathered here. If a group of undead simply showed up there, arrows and offensive spells would rain down on them from the walls and their numbers would be reduced. Well, the soldiers and adventurers would likely suffer some casualties, but probably not more than 100. The adventurers and soldiers of this world were tougher than those in Earth or Origin because of their jobs and skills. At worst, the undead would make a hole in the wall and run rampant inside for a while before being wiped out. It would be problematic if they killed too many people, so that would be perfect. Corpses are only a temporary burden, after all, Vandeleur murmured to himself. That town needs to nurture the refugees evacuated from the cultivated land and suffer from now on. Refugees posed a difficult problem even on Earth. All of the refugees from the cultivated land would only add up to 2,000 or 3,000 people, but even so, they would be a great burden. The refugees from the cultivated lands would have nowhere to return to. As many of them were people who had been unable to make a living in their hometowns, they couldn't simply be told to do whatever they wanted now that the cultivation had failed. And with the cultivated lands destroyed, jobs for guards and those working in the churches would be gone as well, so the loss would be felt from all sides. On top of that, there was the disastrous event of 6,000 elite soldiers being annihilated, with the majority of them turning into undead and attacking the town. With this, the Merg Shield. Nation's dignity would be scarred beyond its economic losses and the loss of its personnel. Its relationship with the Amid Empire that had led the expedition would worsen. The Empire would likely want to push the responsibility for the failed expedition on the Merg Shield. Nation just like it had done 200 years ago, but General Movid was now leading Vandalu's undead army and loudly declaring his own identity. But the undead second in command, Shayar, who was born in the Merg Shield. Nation, was absent. It was obvious which of them would leave a lasting impression on the people. Even Gordon and Riley would be making a show of their rampage, standing out even more than the damage that they were causing. They would be making a mess of their own honor and reputations as well as those of the Church of Alda. There was no TV or internet in Lambda, and though there were things similar to newspapers, they were only available to the wealthy, so information didn't spread quickly and accurately. However, this would be an incredibly devastating event. News of it would spread through the entire western half of the Bon Gaia continent within the year. With this, neither the Empire or the Merg Shield. Nation would suggest an expedition to the Boundary Mountain Range for the next few decades. Incidentally, Vandalu had given up on causing a great scandal by spreading the news that General Movid had been connected to Isla and the other vampires. As he had slaughtered them all, the vampires were now zombies, and even if he added them to the undead army, the humans wouldn't notice them. Even if the Merg Shield. Nation had doubts, the Empire would simply pass them off as undead that joined up with the army beyond the Boundary Mountain Range. In fact, there was the risk that the vampires would appear to be the remnants of those that worshipped Vita and that they were living in Talashim, putting a false label on Vandalu. If Vandalu had connections to someone he could trust or a position in society, there might have been a way, but he had no connections or position in human society. That was why he had abandoned the idea. Also, Vandalu had taken into account that the pure-breed vampires, Earl Palpapek and the top officials of the Amid Empire would now be aware that he was able to utilize undead. He thought that they would be more hesitant to try and do something about Vandalu if they knew how much of a threat he and his allies were, rather than having everything about him stay a mystery. The fact that the expedition army hadn't made it back alive, everyone would know that whatever was in Talashim was capable of striking back anyway, so letting this much information leak was necessary. And though they knew that he could control undead, the pure-breed vampires wouldn't know whether the limitation of only being able to control self-made undead that applied to them also applied to Vandalu, or to what extent he could control them. And he would keep his other weapons such as his golems and the biological weapon, the disease he had created, a secret. Even if the pure-breed vampires, the Empire and the Merg Shield. Nation wanted to try again, they would likely take time to make preparations, and even if they did come, they had plenty of weaknesses. Vandalu had his companions, who had thought of all of this, plundering the cultivated land. Now then, everyone, let's plunder everything, said Vandalu. Everyone gave a cheer in response. Having the remaining 1,000 undead on standby, Vandalu and the others were looting the cultivated land that was now empty after its inhabitants had evacuated. Ah, I found a spinning wheel. Rita announced. Bedo dem, Ju, it seems there are no livestock left, said Bone Man. Did they take the animals with them when they evacuated? Vigoro asked. I am sure they simply released them, praying that they will be able to recover them later, Nwaza replied. Horses and cows are valuable workers in farming villages, after all. And it is common knowledge that they can become meat when the people are hungry. People in farming villages live harder lives than I imagined, Vandalu remarked. What are you trying to say? You're the one who's destroying these farming villages beyond any hope of recovery, Borkus pointed out. Well, that's true. The objective of the plundering was to acquire livestock. Cows, goats, sheep and chickens rather than donkeys, horses and pigs. Vandalu had golems to perform labor, and horses and donkeys needed more than just grass to feed, so taking care of them would be troublesome. And the environment around Talashim was too harsh to ride horses through. It was filled with natural enemies for the horses, after all. Pigs were unneeded as monsters provided plenty of meat. The reason Vandalyu wanted cows and goats was because he wanted dairy products. Even with the fermentation spell, making cheese and yogurt would be impossible without the base ingredient. He wanted to make butter as well. The number of things he could cook with these would increase greatly. And he definitely wanted to try the fermented butter he had heard about in the research laboratory in Origin. As for chickens, the demand for eggs couldn't be met with the gigas alone, and since each individual egg was the size of an ostrich egg, there were sometimes situations where they were somewhat inconvenient to use. But it seemed that Vandalyu's wishes wouldn't be granted. None of the farming villages had any livestock left in them. Feeding livestock costs money, after all. Though goats eat just about anything, said Kachia. In this world where devils' nests were scattered throughout the lands and dangerous monsters like goblins lived outside them, agricultural land was limited. Though the grain harvested from this limited land was sufficient to feed the people, there wasn't enough land to breed livestock in large numbers as was done on Earth. Because of this, livestock were generally expensive. The farmers of this cultivated land would have taken what livestock they could with them when they evacuated, and set the rest free in the hopes that they would reunite with the animals later. What a pity, said Vandalyu. Well, I did manage to get this, so it's fine. The next thing he had wanted was machine for spinning threads and weaving fabric. The vast majority of clothes in Talashim was made of furs and leather. In the 200 years since Talashim's destruction, its fabric weaving machines had rotted away. I could make sewing machines with golems, but without threads and cloth, it would be. Did the researchers in Origin not know how to spin threads or build weaving machines? Asked Rita. They didn't, Vandalyu replied. Though they were failures as human beings, the researchers were at the forefront of their advanced civilization. There had been some researchers who had wanted to use death-attribute magic for fabric, but they hadn't possessed this knowledge. Well, as long as I have a model to work with, I can imitate it with golems, said Vandalyu. If I make improvements from there, I think I can build a spinning mill. It seemed that the day where Talashim would become a modern city of Lambda with all of the necessities of life was close. So, what are we going to do with the fields? Vigoro asked. Well, take them, of course, said Vandalyu. He and his followers weren't after only the materials left behind by the villagers. He wanted their harvest and crops as well. In fact, this was the main thing they were after. This is good wheat. Let's take it by the roots. Get up. As Vandalyu gave this order, the wheat field began to rise. Countless legs extended from beneath the earth in which the wheat was growing. After turning the wheat field into a golem, he intended to take all of its earth and the wheat growing in it with him. With this, he could make all of the bread, okonomiyaki and takoyaki he wanted, as well as ramen in the near future. He could make more udon and pasta as well. There hadn't been enough acorn powder for all of this, so this wheat would be very helpful. He would even be able to make straw and straw paper. Well, this would need trial and error as well. Bakken, what about this millet? Asked Rita. I think it's foxtail millet and barnyard millet. Millet can be harvested quickly, so let's take it with us, said Vandalyu. They're nutritious, too. He had the feeling that millet was greatly popular on Earth. Processing it was easier than acorns as well. Ah, this field has soba, said Kachia. They turn it into galettes in the Merg Shield. Nation, don't they? Let's take it with us. Soba would be wonderful. It could be added to either cold or hot soups. It even made aromatic teas, apparently. What are we doing with the beans? Asked Borkus. We're taking it, of course. The beans being cultivated here resembled soya beans or something similar to them. With this, Vandalyu would finally be able to make normal miso. Soy sauce, too. And tofu, soy milk, bean curd, fried tofu, how truly wonderful. Also, boiling the beans that were still green and adding salt to them to eat them as edamame** was apparently enjoyable as well. The beans over here appear to be of a different species, said Sam. These are adzuki beans. Get up, get up, get up. With adzuki beans, Vandeleur would be able to make red bean paste. He didn't have sugar, but perhaps honey could be used as a substitute. It appears that there are tomatoes growing in this small field, my lord, Bone Man reported. Ah, to think that such a versatile ingredient would be in a place like this. Among the researchers in Origin, there had been those who believed in tomatoes in addition to the mayonnaise believers. After they suffered heart attacks and died suddenly, the tomato believers would talk on and on about the wonders of tomato sauce while whispering complaints about the food of the laboratory's cafeteria. Vandeleur liked mayonnaise when he was on Earth, but he was someone who preferred ketchup. We haven't had tomatoes up until now, so I'd given up on it. But with this, finally. Get up, get up, get up. Well, it wasn't as if he didn't have the other ingredients he needed, so things would probably work out. Vandeleur also acquired potatoes, carrots, daikon, onions and other vegetables from the farms, taking the whole fields. It would be possible to make potato starch from the potatoes. Incidentally, Vandeleur was using golem transmutation to create piles of dirt to fill the holes created by removing the fields. Now then, shall we head back to Talashim, he said. Taking his field golems along, Vandeleur and his followers put the Merg Shield Nation behind them. As previously planned, the farmlands had been dealt devastating damage and 1,000 undead were left behind. He spread deadly poison in all of the irrigation channels and water reservoirs, and also in the fields where nothing but dirt remained. It wasn't poison that would dissipate with time, but the kind of contaminant that would leach into the ground and moisture and linger for decades. With this, the cultivated land would become uninhabitable and unusable for humans. Leaving undead in the villages was Vandeleur's way of showing kindness. They served as warnings so that the villagers wouldn't return and unknowingly try to use the poisoned water to raise more crops. And another point of kindness was that Vandeleur hadn't touched the wells, knowing that there would be a chance that the contamination would reach all the way towards the town. Viscount Balches, you stole the Devil's Nest forest from us, but let's say we're even now, Vandeleur murmured in the direction of Balcheburg, before entering the tunnel through the entrance on the Merg Shield Nation side. Come to think of it, Bakken, you can make wood golems out of trees, can't you? Asked Saria. I can, why? Couldn't you make thread and paper just by turning the plants themselves into golems? Ah. Vandeleur had the feeling that he had done things the long way, but he had acquired meat and soya beans, so his efforts hadn't been in vain. At the same time, in the divine realm of Alda, the god of law and fate, the gods were conducting an emergency meeting. The reason was that Bormac Gordon, the one who had been considered a candidate to become a heroic spirit and possibly even a god depending on his work, had now wandered astray from Alda's teachings. Curatos, show everyone the record. The god of records, Curatos, opened the book he was holding at Alda's command. Countless soap-bubble-like spheres rose from its pages. Their surfaces bore images of what the expedition army had witnessed in Talashim. They began bursting and disappearing one after another. In the next instant, the last remaining soap bubble with a close dot-up image of Gordon's undead face disappeared. This is the record from a child who was a part of the expedition army, said Curatos. What of the records after that? Asked Alda. Unfortunately. It seems that their spirits were trapped after they were slaughtered, or they turned into undead as Bormac Gordon did. However, please look here. Curatos opened another page, showing a scene where the wall of Balcheburg was broken and the undead expedition army was doing battle with the soldiers. This was the scene witnessed by Alda's believers, recorded by Curatos. Curatos had been able to record the things seen and heard in the instant the believers made the unconscious prayer of, "O God," and now he was able to share those records with others. The things shown in these records were things that many of the gods present here, including Alda, were aware of. After all, they were the ones who had been prayed to when the soldiers whispered, "O God." However, there was no small number of gods seeing this for the first time. They were greatly shocked. This is a damper child is capable or something like this. How could this be? This disease has never existed before. Are you to say that this damper created it himself? He is making use of undead. He is just like Za. Silence. Niltark, the god of judgment, interrupted the god to prevent him from saying something careless. I would like to ask you to refrain from referring to this damper by anything but damper or his name, Vandalyu. My apologies. Thank you, Niltark. Sama, said the other god, realizing his mistake after seeing Niltark's furious expression. Comparing Vandalyu to be the second coming of Zakert or a being similar to an evil god wasn't a problem of character for the gods. They wanted to avoid Vandalyu from acquiring a title. Titles appearing on one's status are not mere labels or second names, but things that have an actual effect. A title of Goblin Killer would grant increased damage against monsters known as goblins, and titles such as Invulnerable or Immortal would make it more difficult for the bearer of such titles to die. The conditions for acquiring a title is for a large number of individuals, or individuals with great influence, to call someone by that title. Though their power and positions varied, everyone gathered here was a god. They were the most influential beings in the world of Lambda. If the gods were to call Vandalyu the second coming of Zakert here, there was no telling what kinds of powers he would be granted. But Alda, why have we been gathered here? This damper has indeed used countless golems and undead while being young of age, created a disease, slaughtered an army of 6,000, turned that army into undead and bared his fangs at the Merg shield. Nation. But looking at it another way, that is all he is capable of, is it not? The one speaking was Fitton, the god of thunderclouds. He was a god of a younger generation compared to the other gods here, having only become a god within the past few tens of thousands of years. Fitton's words could be interpreted as cruelly disregarding human life, but as he said, the things that Vandalyu had done, seen in the records, were not something to gather all of the gods and make a big fuss over. Up until now, over 10,000 lives had been claimed with each war, and there had been countless countries brought to ruin by monsters going on rampages. Compared to such historical losses, the deaths of the expedition army and those in Balchaberg, which totaled to less than 10,000, were very small. The fact that only soldiers and adventurers had been killed as a direct result of battle only reinforced that notion. Of course, the family, lovers and friends of the deceased would be tortured by feelings of grief and loss, but it wasn't as if powerless civilians had been mass-murdered. And as gods, they could not support a single nation too much without causing problems. But aren't this damper's actions simply too cruel? Another god asked. Fitton felt an urge to laugh at him. What are you saying? This damper's actions seem half-hearted to me. Half-hearted? Yeah. As proof, the disease that the damper used on the expedition army, he didn't use it in Balchaberg, did he? That's why the undead were repelled. As Fitton said, Vandalyu hadn't used that disease when attacking Balchaberg. Despite the fact that the town of 10,000 could have been annihilated by 3,000 undead if the disease had been used. No, the limitation of the disease that caused it to stop its effects after half a day. If that limitation had been removed and it infected a single person in Balchaberg, that alone would have spelled the end of the town. Its rate of spread and the speed at which it produced its symptoms was probably too fast for it to spread to other towns and villages, but 10,000 citizens would be reduced to crippled, ill people within hours. Even if they were lucky enough to recover, the disease would simply mutate and infect them again, so there would be no survivors. The people of Balchaberg would writhe and suffer plenty before all dying. Only materials to create undead would be left. He didn't do that, so that's why his actions are half-hearted. No, Na.ve, said Fitton. He is not someone we should be wary of. Fitton, it sounds to me that you are underestimating the damper. Am I wrong? Asked Curatos. What are you suggesting, Curatos? Dono? I am simply saying that the things this damper has done are not problems worthy of us gods gathering and discussing them. If we are to discuss anything, should it not be the evil god worshipping vampires squirming in your territory, Alda? Fitton, the god of thunderclouds, wasn't a particularly zealous supporter of Alda. He was simply a former hero praised by the people with many great achievements against Veda's races and the evil gods to his name. He wasn't a devout follower of Alda like Gordon. My word, the days have been excruciatingly dull since I became a god. I don't care if it's dampiers or undead, I wish there was a worthy foe that would have my blood boiling like it did when I was a human. Alda opened his mouth. Everyone was expecting him to reprimand the young god for his impertinence. What Fitton says is reasonable. The gods, including Fitton himself, stirred at Alda's unexpected words. However, things are not so simple, Alda continued. There is reason to believe that this damper, Vandalyu, has destroyed the artifact created by Yupion and broken the divided spirit within. The gods were now making an uproar. Impossible. A divided spirit. He has broken something so similar to a soul. So that is the reason that Yupion is not here. Perhaps the fact that he did not spread the disease to the town was not due to Na.Vd as Fitton suggested, but as a warning to us. To say that he can do such a thing anytime he wishes. But he could not possibly be so audacious as to threaten us. If he is, then the ancient. Silence. It seemed that Alda was trying to use this meeting to share his sense of impending danger with the gods who had become so relaxed recently. Even though Alda had declared that this was a war against the remnants of the demon king Veda, with 100,000 years passing without any real progress, even gods would feel weary and soft. This was only spurred on by the lack of organized movements from the remnants that were supposed to be their enemies. Then will you send a divine message that this damper should be exterminated? Asked Curatos. No, said Alda. There is a chance that that would have the opposite effect. If Alda gave the order to exterminate Vandalyu and gave detailed information regarding him through a divine message, the clergyman receiving the divine message might not be able to receive it fully, and there was a high risk that it would be interpreted in a dangerous way, such as, kill the children. And if they sent knights and extermination forces to Talashim without being scrupulous in preparations and information gathering, they would simply repeat the failures of the expedition army. As a result of the discussion, it was decided that divine messages would be sent to every church, allowing the clergymen to instill vigilance in the humans and encouraging them to be prepared. The damper had already done such great things. The gods anticipated that he would stay holed up in the Boundary Mountain range for a while, gathering his strength. And there was someone other than Vandalyu who was also dangerous. Alda had sent numerous divine messages, saying, that man is dangerous, but despite that, the man who had signed a contract with an evil god, the thunderclap Schneider, was still moving about freely. They had to be wary of him as well. In the meantime, we should use the clergymen to gather candidates for champions and heroes, raise them and prepare. I suppose. Oh, wise Alda, you are half-hearted as well, thought Fitton. He laughed bitterly to himself. If it were up to him, if there was even the smallest chance that the damper possessed the same power as the demon king, he would gladly sacrifice 10,000 or even 100,000 lives in order to exterminate him. He would make the gods endure the flesh-gouging pain of creating divided spirits and have them descend upon the world, prepared to risk the annihilation of all of the servants and heroic spirits. He wouldn't grant the damper time to gather more power. However, Fitton did not voice this opinion. Though the others likely wouldn't listen to him, if by some tiny chance they did adopt his plan, it would only trouble him. This is the first enemy I can fight to the death that has appeared since I became a god. I have to let him grow more. A fight to the death is not where the strong kills the weak in a one-sided manner. It is a fight to the death because it is a fight where both have the ability to take his opponent's life. Now then, small damper. Grow larger, crueler, more relentless, and most importantly, more powerful. I, Phaeton, the god of thunderclouds, will watch over you until I kill you by my own hands. Job explanation. Soul Breaker, a job that one who has broken a soul can acquire. It grants a bonus to the acquisition of skills such as soul break, spirit form, long-distance control and parallel thought processing, and though it provides great growth in the mana and intelligence attribute values, growth in other attribute values are low. The job's name may suggest that it is an offensive job, but because one must possess enough power to break a soul to acquire this job, it is a job that simply provides support for soul break. Skill explanation. Materialization. This is a skill that materializes parts of the body that does not originally have physical form. It is mainly acquired by astral-type monsters, spirits that have been contaminated with mana, such as ghosts and specters. The materialized spirit form becomes susceptible to physical damage, but it does not have flesh and blood, so the damage taken is still less than damage from silver or magic items. It has a greater effect than the spirit form skill, causing one to be in a state closer to having a body of flesh, but as it allows damage from the aforementioned sources and adds limitations of forces such as gravity, it cannot be said to be superior to the spirit form skill. No people other than Vandalyu have been confirmed to possess this skill. Side Story Chapter 3, The Conspiracies of Three Parties. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Side Story Chapter 3. The Conspiracies of Three Parties. You've gone and done it now, Damper. An outraged Tunisia smashed her fist onto a table that was sturdier than it looked, destroying it. How dare you, how dare you, how dare you? Calm down, Berkine told her. Although you do seem calmer than when I am having a fit. Indeed, Gubaman agreed. Even if you howl from here, it cannot be heard in Talashim. Tunisia clicked her tongue in response to the carefree words of Berkine and Gubaman, but she didn't swing her fist a second time, lowering it gently instead. So, what are we discussing today? Are we going to have a review meeting about the Lost War? Asked Tunisia. It had been around a month since the undead expedition army had closed in on Balchaberg and was destroyed. The pure-breed vampires who worshipped Hiryashukika, the evil god of joyful life, were surrounded by identical tables. Of course, we are going to do that, but we also need to discuss how we will kill the Damper at this point, Berkine replied. Hi, we have to share information, after all, said Gubaman. Indeed, the vampires had been defeated. They had manipulated the Amid Empire from the shadows, made the Merg Shield. Nation send out an army and attempted to kill Vandalyu with overwhelming numbers. However, this plan had ended in a spectacular failure. Despite that, Berkine and Gubaman remained quite composed, in contrast to Tunisia's angry mood. The reason for this was simple. The one who had come up with this plan and suffered the greatest losses was Tunisia. The Merg Shield. Nation's elite soldiers, Balchaberg's guards, the assets of the villagers in the cultivated lands and their future. These were all trivial matters to the vampires. But the loss of a cooperative individual, who had allowed them to sink their claws deep into the empire, wasn't a happy event for them. Tunisia had numerous allies apart from Earl Movid who had returned as an undead, but this incident had apparently allowed the empire to catch their tails. Not all of them had been caught, but quite a lot of them had been disposed of. It seemed that Earl Movid had investigated other vampire allies and leaked information about them to protect himself. He had leaked information not only of individuals linked to Tunisia's faction but also those linked to Berkine and Gubaman's factions. These individuals had all been eliminated by the Emperor's subordinates and the Thunderclap Schneider. However, Tunisia was still the one who had lost the most. And then there were the noble-born vampires that had been dispatched as part of the expedition army. Berkine and Gubaman had provided 10 each, while Tunisia had used 10 of her own with Isla as their commander. Their deaths were a painful loss indeed. Isla had been a noble-born vampire with the court rank of countess. As her title of Tunisia's Hound suggested, she had been a loyal retainer who supported Tunisia's faction for tens of thousands of years. She hadn't been insignificant among Tunisia's close aides. She had been performing important duties within Tunisia's faction. In terms of strength in battle, she had been among the 3 most powerful of Trinicia's subordinates. One might think that Trinicia's subordinates were relatively weak, considering that she had ruled from the darkness for over 100,000 years, but this wasn't the case. Though those in lower positions obeyed the ones in higher positions, they were always looking for opportunities to take down those above them. Those in higher positions trampled those in lower positions underfoot so that those below them wouldn't surpass them. Raising a new generation of capable individuals in a society with such values would take a miracle. And, since none of the vampires had a limited lifespan, the older generations would never be replaced. Vampires of leader or baron status weren't particularly unusual, but those of viscount status and above competed with each other fiercely, leaving very few that survived more than several centuries. Of course, many also lost their lives to the tempers and whimsical, unreasonable orders of the pure-breed vampires. In such an environment, a subordinate like Isla who had reached countess status was precious. It was possible for noble-born vampires to increase their rank further and become known as marquises or dukes, but they would actually be eliminated because they caused problems by being so powerful. In any case, there was no mistaking that Trinicia's faction had lost a lot of its power. Gubaman cackled. I have my regrets as well. I had my eyes on the one who was called the second coming of the hero, but he was completely destroyed on the battlefield and burnt to ashes. I cannot even claim him as an undead. Though Gubaman said this, nobody believed that he had ever been truly interested in a falsely created hero like Riley. Trinicia glared at him, grinding her teeth loudly. The most painful thing is that information has been concealed from us, said Berkine, interrupting. Though we have learned one thing. The damper. Vandalyu is able to control undead like us. As he said, they had gained very little information despite the great losses suffered in this incident. No matter how much they didn't want to admit it, the fact that Vandalyu could control the undead was clear from the way the expedition army had risen as undead. However, how Vandalyu was creating undead was still unclear. The pure-breeds who worship Vita are cooperating with him, said Trinicia. I'm sure they've come up with a new technique over the past 100,000 years. But I wonder, isn't the number of undead simply too large? Asked Gubaman. I have heard that there were thousands of them coming out of the tunnel. Even we would need to invest a considerable amount of effort to create that many undead. We might manage if it was just rank 1 undead, said Trinicia. Not all of them, but some were apparently rank 3 and 4, weren't they? Even if we used the corpses exactly as they were and created 1 undead every hour, it would take us a year to create that many. Berkine nodded. Yes, that's what the surviving soldiers who had been on lookout reported. Good grief, what an unbelievable turn of events. With this, tempting humans will probably be impossible as well. The most problematic thing is that Isla and the other vampires were not among the undead, said Gubaman. The noble-born vampires and their commander Isla hadn't been among the expedition army that had come back as undead. Berkine nodded. 80 or 90% of information about us has probably been leaked. Vandalyu had likely turned the vampires into undead and gained information from them. It had already been confirmed that he was capable of creating undead above rank 3. This was a headache-inducing problem for everyone present here, not just Trinicia. Though none of the other dispatched vampires had been as powerful as Isla, there had been a need to send reasonably strong subordinates. This meant that the locations of several bases, meeting places and information regarding other subordinates had been leaked. The fortunate thing was that the vampires sent to Talashim had been working in the Empire and its vassal nations. These were regions that Vandalyu couldn't freely wander into. But in contrast, the pure-breed vampires who worshipped the evil god of joyful life would find it difficult to gain information about Vandalyu. The lookouts that had been left around had all been hunted down, and the ritual that revived dead noble born vampires as undead couldn't bring back Isla and the others that had gone to Talashim. They were already undead at Vandalyu's side. Even if Isla and the others were somehow destroyed, the ritual wouldn't work on vampires who had already become undead once. Even if that wasn't the case, Berkine expected that Vandeleur would have used some kind of trick. Fortunately, though we don't know whether he's connected with Vita's lot or another evil god, it seems that he is planning to seclude himself in the southern region of the continent for a while, said Berkine. Trinicia nodded. You're right. He wouldn't have destroyed the tunnel himself otherwise. We must come up with a plan in the meantime, said Gubaman. My word, how troublesome. They needed to gather a great amount of information and fighting strength. The next few decades will be busy, thought Trinicia, Gubaman and the noble-born vampires who were present. But Berkine alone had a different opinion. He destroyed an army of 6,000, created thousands of undead. Perhaps I should persuade him to become my pawn, even if it means disobeying Hiroshikika's divine message. Fortunately, the ones who killed his parents were Gubaman's subordinates, and the one pulling the strings in the expedition was Trinicia. Depending on the conditions, it is likely possible. The next few decades should be quite enjoyable. 2 months had passed since the extermination of the undead expedition army that attacked Balchaburg. He got us good, Thomas Palpapek whispered to himself, looking down at a single document in his office. The expedition with General Movid as its supreme commander had ended in a far greater failure than he could have imagined, and the losses were far greater than he had predicted. He wanted to go back in time and call the Thomas Palpapek of 1 year ago a fool. Not a single member of the expedition army, comprised of 6,000 of the Merg Shield Nation's 9,000 elite soldiers, had returned alive. This was quite a painful loss. It would take years to train that number of soldiers to the same level of ability, and knights couldn't be easily replaced as they were men of noble families. There was no way that the sons of heads of exceptional families who had died in battle could be told that they needed to become commoners as great adventurers would become knights in their place. There was also the equipment the soldiers had been wearing, the war expenditures paid for the expedition to take place and the cost of building the forts at the mouths of the tunnels. Yes, the loss of the men's lives had been great, but the economic damage wasn't small either. The next painful thing was the setback of Viscount Balchest's cultivation project. For some reason, the undead that came out of the tunnel had taken their time going through the villages in the cultivated lands instead of just heading straight for Balchaburg. Their marching speed was reasonable, but for an army of undead that could move day and night with no need for rest or sleep, it was slow. That was why the inhabitants of the cultivated land had all been evacuated successfully. All of the undead were defeated at Balchaburg, and once they were all burned so that no diseases would spread, the people were supposed to return to the cultivated land. At that point, the villagers and Viscount Balchest would have been prepared to see the fields laid waste by the undead, the houses destroyed and perhaps even a few undead remaining in the villages. But who would have guessed that there would still be 1,000 undead left behind? Because of this, soldiers and adventurers were gathered once more and organized into an extermination force to get rid of them. Fortunately, the extermination itself went without any problems. As some of the zombies had been poison zombies that spewed venom from their mouths, a mage investigated the dirt in the fields and the water in the irrigation channels to check whether they were poisoned. For some reason, all of the dirt in the fields had been contaminated with deadly poison, and the water reservoirs and aqueducts were polluted as well, rendering them unusable. This was the worst possible outcome. Purifying this poison was so difficult that even a renowned master of the Mages Guild had said it was hopeless, and leaving it to degrade naturally would take decades or even a century. The same applied to every village in the cultivated land. There was no way that the cultivation project could continue. The cultivation project itself was the project of Viscount Balchest's family, but he had received significant financial assistance from the nation, as well as many noblemen who had been interested in the project. Though it hadn't shown that great an interest, the Palpapek family of earls was one of them. The fact that all of this had vanished was a shock not only to those in Viscount Balchest's territory, but to the entire nation. To top it all off, Gordon and Riley had been leading the undead in the attack on Balchaburg. Those who had been called heroes by the people moved in ways too cruel to watch, killing those same people. It could only be described as a nightmare. That was a thorn in the Mage shield. Nation's side, and blood was flowing freely from the wound. 200 years ago, we could at least tell ourselves that we were victorious. But now, we are forced to admit that we were defeated, Thomas murmured. Because of those fools who kept shouting loudly even after death, mud has been thrown at the faces of the army, the adventurers, the Church of Alda, all of them. Keeping such information secret was almost entirely impossible, as soldiers and adventurers had been gathered from numerous different towns to defend Balchaburg. False information was being spread so that the uproar would be extinguished, but it would be a topic of conversation among the people for some time to come. Because of this, the air in the Mage shield nation was continuing to become darker. And unfortunately, there was no small number of people in the royal capital and the army shouting that revenge needed to be taken for this incident. If the target of this revenge was the Amid Empire that ruled the nation, it would not be a stretch to call it a step towards Thomas's dream, that of the Mage shield. Nation's independence. However, the people were directing their hatred beyond the boundary mountain range, towards Talashim. This isn't a joke. The damper. Vandalyu. He really got us good. I'm sure it can be said that everyone was dancing on top of that half-vampire's palm. Thomas was certain that the numerous losses suffered by the Mage shield. Nation had all been caused by Vandalyu. The unusually slow movements of the undead, the unusually low casualties apart from the expedition army and the unusually strong effects of the poison in the cultivated land that was too strong to have been created by the poison zombies among the undead. Everything was too unnatural to be put down to coincidence. He has driven this nation into a corner and baited it into a reckless battle for revenge. And then I suppose he intends to lie in wait, just as he did previously. The reason he killed so few outside of the expedition army was so that there would be as many people left as possible to advocate revenge. I have heard that he is a young child, but he is crafty to the point of being terrifying. Thomas made a strange misunderstanding of Vandalyu's intentions. Oblivious to the misunderstanding, of course, he returned his gaze to the document on top of his desk. And I'm sure this is all within his calculations. There were all kinds of things written on the page, but it was essentially a request from the Mage shield. Nation for Thomas to be reinstated as Marshal following these difficult events. Earl Legston's second son, Shayar, had been the second in command of the expedition army. Legston had been forced to pass on his family leadership to his eldest son who had quit his job and retired. But because Shayar hadn't been seen among the undead army, and because the Amid Empire had hastily named General Movid as being primarily responsible, Legston had suffered no further punishment. The problem was that the position of the next marshal had come around back to Thomas. Vandalyu, it seems that you are under the impression that you will be able to dispose of me like you did General Movid, but things will not go your way. I will prevent a foolish battle for revenge no matter what it takes. And one day, as you make your nest in the continent's southern reaches, I will teach you your place in this world. A little while after Thomas Palpapek was reinstated as marshal, it became the time of year where the season was transitioning between the beginning of summer and the middle of summer. In a room that was easily 3 grades higher in quality than Thomas's office, a handsome man was sitting with his hands clasped together, listening to the report of his close aide. His face was young with thin lines in his features, but his eyes contained a strong light and there was an extraordinary air of charisma around him. His ears were long and pointed, though not as much as an elf's. "Is that everything you have to report?" he asked in a beautiful voice that made it difficult to tell his gender. "Yes, Amid Emperor Marshuksarl von Bellwood," said the man who appeared to be from the army. Indeed, this young half-elf man was Marshuksarl, the current emperor of the Amid Empire. Vandalyu would likely be surprised if he knew this. In most fantasy works he had seen on Earth, half-elves were subject to discrimination and persecution. But in the majority of the world of Lambda, half-elves were not treated this way. In this world, humans, elves and dwarves were comrades who had fought against the Demon King's armies alongside the champions, and the Church of Alda labeled these 3 races as races of people. Many written records still remained, detailing how the champions had formed true friendships with numerous elves and dwarves. And as for races to discriminate against and persecute, the races created by Vita provided plenty in the Amid Empire. Of course, despite this, there were noblemen who would object to a half-elf with a long lifespan being on the throne, and there were those who believed in human superiority. But Marshuxarl had silenced his opposition with his sheer capability and ascended to the throne. The report he was listening to was about the expedition. It seems we have accomplished our first objective of revealing and disposing of the traitors who allied themselves to the vampires hiding within the Empire, but, this is a rather unexpected situation, Marshuxarl commented, having finished hearing the report. When the expedition had first been brought up, Marshuxarl had already been aware that General Longil Movid was allied with the vampires. While the vampires' attention had been focused on the expedition proposed by the general, he had been gathering evidence and ordering his close aides to dispose of the traitors. As a result of unofficial offers, searches and secret maneuvers, the names of many individuals with deep connections to the Movid family of earls had come up. From there, several of the vampires behind the scenes had been arrested and tortured, allowing Marshuxarl to gain information about many more vampires and traitors. As a result, the vampires' influence in the Empire had successfully been reduced a considerable amount. That was something to be happy about. It was not an achievement that could be celebrated openly, as news that many noblemen had been involved with vampires wasn't information that could be made public, but it was a great achievement nonetheless. However, are you referring to how the expedition army was annihilated, with the vast majority of them turning into undead and attacking the town, the setback of the Merg Shield Nation's cultivation project and the sudden collapse of the tunnel in the Boundary Mountain Range? Asked another aide. Of course, replied Marshuxarl. The original plan was to have the expedition succeed, take Movid's head and offer the Merg Shield Nation financial assistance with its cultivation project as an apology, was it not? Marshuxarl and his aides had expected the expedition to succeed. At the very least, the damper who had led several hundred ghouls across the Boundary Mountain Range was supposed to have been killed. The Merg Shield Nation should have lost a moderate amount of its elite soldiers, and the power of Earl Palpapek, who desired the Merg Shield Nation's independence, should have been cut down. In exchange, the cultivation project would have been greatly supported, but the fangs of Palpapek and his supporter would have been blunted. Marshuxarl wanted a foothold in the continent's southern region, but a foothold that would become unusable with the collapse of a single tunnel would be even riskier. Also, preventing the independence of a vassal nation and making it easier for the Merg Shield Nation to merge with the Empire in the future would provide greater gains in the long run. That was what Marshuxarl had thought. But who could have expected that an army that outnumbered the enemy almost 10-1 would be repelled, overwhelmingly, at that? Just what methods did this damper, Vandalyu, use? Marshuxarl wondered out loud. That is still unclear, replied the aide. There were no survivors, and the necromancy of all of the spiritualists we have prepared has failed. I see. The only thing we do know is that he tames the undead. No, he turns corpses into undead and controls them. Seemingly greatly interested, Marshuxarl ran his eyes down the document detailing the little available information regarding Vandalyu. How curious. If possible, I want to acquire him. Would the Church of Alda not forbid such a thing? It will be fine if we have them turn a blind eye to it. It is just as well that the vampire hunter has fallen. Those priests are too fussy, anyway. Unlike the emperors before him, Marshuxarl was not a devout follower of Alda, the god of law and fate. He didn't believe that he was truly a descendant of the champion Bellwood, either. He was a realist by nature, a pragmatist. That was why he always took policies that would benefit the Empire most. The teachings of Alda that emphasized law and order were effective as a tool to rule the people, so he used them. The name of Bellwood was also effective for maintaining his authority. Vita's races, including Dampiers, were convenient scapegoats to discriminate against, keeping the people happy, so he had kept things as they were up until now. Changing things would have great effects, and Vita's races were a minority in the empire anyway. But would it not be difficult to capture him? Another aide asked. Of course, replied Marshuksarl. Who said we're going to be capturing him? I said I want him as a subordinate. As a subordinate. Some of the aides had served the emperor for a long time and heard all kinds of outrageous words spoken by him as a result of his realism and rationalism. But even they were taken aback by the emperor's expressed desire to take the damper as a subordinate. It is too dangerous. The empire could collapse if this were ever discovered. You're exaggerating, said Marshuksarl. How far I will go depends on how much use this damper called Vandalyu can be of to me. Everything can be sorted out if I just have the Pope of the Church of Alda authorize it by saying that it has been allowed by the god. This is certainly impossible. I can simply appoint someone willing to say it to the position of Pope. My beloved citizens can't tell whether he has really received a divine message or not, can they? As Marshuksarl's tone became terrifying, cold sweat began to form on the backs of his aides. However, it would be easier to have him work for me from the shadows, he continued. The aides all sighed in relief. But your majesty, the only thing we know at present is that this damper can create undead and control them. Would it not be difficult to make use of him with only this much information? In fiction works on Earth, there are sometimes powerful people or companies that turn the dead into undying soldiers and use them for military purposes. However, even if that were possible, Marshuksarl would never do this. The reason for that was because the Amid Empire was an empire of living people. It was easy to imagine that doing such a thing would cause religious and moral problems, and more importantly, that the soldiers and people would never accept it. If the soldiers were told to become undead and continue fighting after they died, they would begin doubting whether their commanders were building battle plans designed to have them die. The people wouldn't accept their husbands and sons being made to continue fighting after their deaths. And it wasn't certain whether the undead soldiers would swear loyalty after their death either. All of the undead could rise in rebellion with a single whispered word from Vandalyu. Well, I'm not really planning to turn the undead into soldiers, said Marshuksarl. I just thought it would be interesting if we could turn all of the bones lying around on ancient battlefields into skeletons and sent them all towards the Orbom kingdom. I see, said an aide. Undead would rise and head to the Orbom kingdom, without any relation to us. This would cause no problems. But wouldn't the realistic problem be the difficulty in making contact with the damper? Asked another. Even if it is possible, there is a possibility that the damper resents you, your majesty. As for the incident of the death of the damper's mother, it was possible that the damper's hatred would soften when he learned that Marshuksarl's true sense of values differed from the teachings of Alda, no matter what his official stance was. However, though Movid had been allied with the vampires, he had still been a general of the Amid Empire and the expedition was something that had been authorized in Marshuksarl's name. In that case, that simply means that this is the extent of the worth of this child called Vandalyu, said Marshuksarl. One cannot do great things without casting aside his personal grudges. However, he is likely planning to spend at least a decade secluded in the Boundary Mountain range. When he comes out, do not let him get away and make sure to make contact with him. Understood. We will observe in secrecy. Also, Marshuksarl turned his mind towards other matters. The Movid family of earls must be crushed. His eldest son who is being held captive, have him commit suicide after leaving a note saying that he regrets allying himself with the vampires. Certainly. There is also a movement saying that the Thunderclap Schneider should be requested to investigate the continent's southern region. Ah, my cousin, huh? Marshuksarl sighed as he recalled the face of his cousin with whom he had argued over many things. Schneider was an eyesore, but he was a strangely convenient person. As long as he was kept alive, those opposing Marshuksarl would rely on Schneider and gather around him, making them more conspicuous. But sending that man to the southern reaches of the continent was too dangerous. Schneider would refuse, probably. If he does accept the request, stop him. But do not make him an enemy, no matter what, Marshouksarl warned his aides. Now is not the time. As you will. What will be done about the Merg shield? Nation. Marshouksarl thought for a moment. I suppose we need to give them something sweet. He had heard that there were movements in the Merg shield. Nation to fight a war of revenge. If the Merg shield. Nation did something like that, it would lose more than a moderate amount of its power as a nation. They needed to be given something sweet enough to dissolve their desire for revenge. Then how about constructing a fort in Viscount Balchest's territory to keep watch over the boundary mountain range? An aide suggested. It would also serve to keep an eye on the damper that you have set your sights on, Your Majesty. Of course, the Empire would fund its construction. I see, that is an excellent idea, said Marshouksarl. The people's broken hearts would consider the fort as more than a defense, it would allow them to regain their composure. It would tell the people that the incident hadn't been taken lightly, and could even soften the people's opinions towards the Empire. Most importantly, the Empire would only pay for the fort's construction. The Merg shield. Nation would still have to use its own money to maintain the fort and pay soldiers to man it. In the future, it would also help deter the Merg shield. Nation from acquiring too much military power. Well then, make it happen, Marshouksarl ordered. And so, thanks to the fort construction project led by the Amid Empire, Viscount Balchest's region narrowly managed to recover from its loss. In the future, the clearly pointless fort in this territory would only cause suffering, but it would likely be the Viscount's son's generation who would have to worry about that. The pure breed vampires, Earl Thomas Palpapek and the Amid Empire. These three parties had two things in common other than having acknowledged Vandalyu's existence. The first was that like Alda and the other gods, they were cautious to not carelessly refer to Vandalyu by other names and derogatory terms, ensuring that he didn't acquire a title. The other was that they were all under the assumption that Vandalyu was planning to spend at least a decade secluded in the Boundary Mountain Range, gathering strength. Side Story Chapter 4, At the Same Time, an S-Class Adventurer. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Side Story Chapter 4. At the same time, an S-Class Adventurer. A waterside town in a maritime nation called Kalahad, in the Amid Empire's southern region. This place in that waterside town, which resembled a bar, was the base of the only S-Class adventurer in the western region of the Bon Gaia continent, the Thunderclap Schneider. It seemed rather unfitting to be used as a base by an S-Class adventurer, but he was not using it as a guest. He had bought the entire building and was using it as the owner. Four men faced each other in seats placed far inside the bar. Two of them were sitting in the seats. One of them was a man in his 30s with numerous scars on his face, and it was easy to tell even through his clothes that his body was well trained. Standing behind him were two men who appeared to be accustomed to fighting. The man facing them was a tall man with blonde hair who appeared to be in his early to mid-20s. His face appeared to be well featured and feminine on close inspection, but his body was packed with enough muscle to dilute that impression, and there was a wild air about him. If the beauty and ferocity of a large, wild carnivore were turned into a person, this man might be the result. So, you're saying that you're messengers from Duke Marm, said the man. He was the Thunderclap Schneider. He was sitting with his legs outstretched and crossed over each other as he gestured for the messenger from a Duke of the Amid Empire to continue speaking. That's right. We want to request that you investigate the southern region of the Bon Gaia continent. The man who gave this response had sweat forming on his forehead. As he was a lesser nobleman himself, he should have been reprimanding Schneider for his arrogant behavior, but this was something that he would never do. Schneider had the privilege of the strong. Numerous noblemen who had incurred Schneider's wrath in the past had been buried. Among them was an earl who had been directly punched to death in a public place without any schemes or hidden plans. However, Schneider received no punishment whatsoever. No, the Earl had forced him to accept an illegal request that would normally have ended in his death, but he had completed the request easily and returned quickly. Marshouksarl, the current emperor, had acknowledged Schneider's results, acquitted him of his crimes and crushed the family of the Earl who had been punched to death. That had been the moment the Emperor declared that Schneider was more important than foolish noblemen. Investigate, huh? How long do I have to investigate for, and what am I supposed to investigate? Schneider asked. If you just tell me to investigate, all I'd have to do is go there, come back and say, I've investigated the continent's southern region, and that'd be it, messenger. In reality, however, anyone with superficial skills would become monster food on even a short trip to and from the continent's southern region. Even if one took the sea route from Galahad, there would be numerous devil's seas, seas that had become devil's nests, along the way. They would be crawling with enormous monsters such as krakens and sea dragons that were capable of sinking large ships. So even if Schneider was able to perform the investigation that he had described, even though it wasn't really an investigation at all, it would be a great enough achievement to leave his name in history. We want you to dispose of a certain damper, and then come back, said the messenger. This was what Duke Marm, the man who had sent the messenger, truly wanted to request. Not an investigation, but the murder of a damper. Duke Marm, Marshuksarl's cousin, was a devout follower of Alda and held the honorable position of cardinal himself. High Priest Bormac Gordon had become an undead and attacked a town as a result of the expedition. For Duke Marm, this was a problem that needed to be dealt with immediately. Oh. I'll have you tell me all the details, said Schneider. Listen, it seems that this conversation is going to take a while. Bring some drinks. Okay. An elf woman with a sensational, dancer-like appearance brought a pot and cups. The men standing behind managed to resist running their eyes over her mostly bare legs and bouncing breasts, but the jaw of the messenger dropped. Schneider. No, sorry, but you'll have to make do without alcohol. I'm abstaining for health reasons, you see, said Schneider. No, it's not that. This is a private conversation. If possible, people should. The messenger suddenly became unable to continue speaking. Being stared down by Schneider's gleaming eyes, his tongue had become immobilized. Did you not investigate properly at the guild before coming? Schneider asked. Lisa is one of my party members. If you can't trust her, hurry up and get out. Or would you like me to help you with that? No. Stop. It was a slip of the tongue. Lady Lisa, I humbly offer my apologies. Please forgive me. The messenger poured everything he had into his apology. If his apology had been a moment too late, Schneider would have grabbed him by the head and thrown him outside. Schneider's title of person launcher was famous in the Empire. It's fine, I'm not bothered by it. Lisa seemed unfazed as she poured tea into the cups, as if this was a regular occurrence. So, what did you want to talk about? Schneider asked, his bloodthirst vanishing as if nothing had happened at all. The men moistened their dry throats with the tea they couldn't taste or smell to calm their minds, and the conversation somehow continued. Duke Marm had a pride that couldn't overlook a being who had damaged the dignity of the Church of Alda, but another very probable reason that he had gone out of his way to ask Schneider to exterminate the damper was that he couldn't simply leave a dangerous individual who was somehow capable of taming thousands of undead. The reason he had asked Schneider to carry this out was because the damper lived in the southern region of the continent that was full of unexplored devil's nests that couldn't be reached by incapable individuals, and, most importantly, because the damper could apparently tame undead. If large numbers of men were dispatched in the hope of overwhelming the damper with numbers, there was the possibility that the dead would switch over to the damper's side. Considering that the expedition army of thousands had come back as undead, this was almost certain. In other words, it would be preferable to send a small number of powerful individuals. So, you want me to do it, huh? Said Schneider. That's right, said the messenger. And this isn't certain, but the divine message from Alda could be related as well. Divine message. Be prepared for disease, was it? The divine message that had been made public several days ago was sent by Alda, who had seen through the records that Vandalyu had rendered the expedition army helpless with a disease, but strangely enough, its true meaning hadn't been understood. But supplementary budgets had been granted to mages of the Mages Guild specializing in the research of disease, and the priest-warriors were trying to acquire the disease-resistant skill. The divine message hadn't been entirely meaningless. "No, not that one," said the messenger. "The one before it. The one about the Demon King." "So, you're saying he's the damper?" asked Schneider. "Duke Marm believes so." "I see." As Schneider looked to be deep in thought, still holding his cup, the messenger saw hope and pressed him for an answer. "Schneider. Dono, you are someone so great that all the worries for your safety. I believe that you are interested. And the fees paid will be substantial. The Duke will pay 100 million amids, and I have received word that you will be allowed to take up to 10 women from the duchy and amids church. Of course, anything you acquire while completing the request is yours without question." The messenger's words made it clear just what people all over the empire thought of Schneider. A worldly-minded person who loved money and women despite being loved by Alda, the god of law and fate. This was the noble's image of Schneider. "No, I have to decline." Schneider's answer was one of refusal. "Why? If the Pope. Sama accepts this, you can take as many as you want from the monastery. If you want priestesses, they can be made to live secular lives," the messenger exclaimed. "Please reconsider." Hey, Lisana whispered. The messenger was saying something that would become a terrible scandal if it ever became public, but she was the only one to take any notice of it. Alda was prone to being thought of as a god with strict teachings, as his teachings included, uphold law and order. But in reality, this teaching could be interpreted as long as law and order are upheld, everything else is fine. The reality was that excuses such as, "this is for maintaining order," and "this is what the law has decided," were becoming more commonly used among the great church's high officials lately. One reason High Priest Gordon had refused the position of cardinal and continued working on the front lines was because he hated these high officials. BL.net, "No, it's not that I'm dissatisfied with the rewards being offered," said Schneider. "So why?" the messenger demanded. "I've become rather sensitive to the cold lately." Schneider opened his hands for some reason as he answered the question. "It's summer now, but it will be autumn and then winter soon. Whether I cross the mountain range or take the sea route, it will be cold, won't it?" "It can't be, you're refusing for that reason." The men's jaws dropped. Schneider gave them a frustrated frown. "Look here. Despite my looks, I'm in my 50s and my body is on the decline. Are there really people who make faces like that when a well-aged old man is worrying about his sensitivity to the cold?" In fact, Schneider was well over 50 years old. He looked like a man who was only in his 20s, but remaining records showed that he had been registered at the Adventurers Guild over 40 years ago. His guild card and status displayed the same thing, so it was impossible to doubt this information. There were all kinds of rumors about how he maintained the strong, well-trained body of a man in his 20s despite his age. A rumor that he had killed and bathed in the blood of so many dragons and elder dragons that he had become immortal. A rumor that one of his mistresses was a master of love-making, and it was thanks to her that he was staying young. There was even a half-slandering rumor that he had signed a contract with an evil god that he was supposed to defeat, gaining perpetual youth. But if anyone asked him, he would simply answer, "I just look young," and he was a troublesome man who used his age as an excuse at every opportunity he got, as he was doing now. "Can your eyes not see these white hairs? They used to be blonde back in the day." Schneider pinched his platinum-blonde hair that he was calling white. There was indeed proof that his hair had once been blonde, but because it was so glossy and abundant, nobody other than him thought that it was white hair. You've been complaining about the same thing for 10 years, you know." "Yeah, my hair had already turned white 10 years ago. This is hopeless." Even Lisana, who referred to Schneider by a nickname, gave up on convincing him. "That's how it is," Schneider told the messenger. "Sorry, but you'll have to leave. Tell Duke Marm that I've refused because I'm worried about my old age. All right. Well then, excuse us. The messenger and his men slowly got up and left the bar. They were thoroughly unconvinced by Schneider's reason for refusing the request, but there was nothing that they could do. They didn't have the strength to do anything against a superhuman capable of defeating elder dragons and evil gods, and if they tried to threaten him, it would be them who ended up destroyed. In the worst case, something could even happen to Duke Marm himself. There would be no need for the Emperor to make a move to defend his cousin who opposed him. That was why the messengers left, with only the news that the offer had been refused to report. Now then, what do you think of the conversation just now? Asked Schneider. People who had stayed inconspicuous in the background until a moment earlier now opened their mouths to speak. Let us see. It seems that the Pope is simply being impatient, rather than Alda being involved. But it's not a problem, is it? It won't make any difference no matter how much noise that fool makes, and if he makes too much noise, he might be erased by that emperor. That would actually be problematic. What will we do if the next pope is actually competent? Indeed. They chuckled amongst themselves. Those gathered around Schneider and Lee Sarah looked to be an ordinary bartender and waitress, if disregarding the fact that they were beautiful and sinister-looking, and a drunkard who had been drinking and talking drunkenly to the waitress. But in reality, all of them shared a certain secret. Still, they expected quite a lot, didn't they, Hick? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't want to go to the southern parts of the continent, said the drunkard with a mohawk. He was actually a dark elf. As he was concealing his long ears with a special magic item, he simply looked like a muscular, dark-skinned man. He was Dalton, a warrior from the great tribe of dark elves. You drank too much, Dalton. Tea, drink some tea. Gay, you can't expect me to drink colored water. And if you're going to complain to Zod for providing me with this delicious drink. My apologies. The bartender, who had no notable features other than a slim figure and small mustache, smiled. But those who learned of his true identity would likely scream and flee. His real name was Zorcodrio. He was a pure-breed vampire. Here you are, a refill, he said, handing Dalton a drink. Ah, thanks, said Dalton, drinking a mouthful. Delicious. Hey, aren't you letting him drink too much? Lee Sarah complained. That is water flavored with mint, Zod replied to her in a small voice. Indeed, he had never said, this is alcohol, when handing Dalton the drink. Even though the cup contained water, it was a refill nonetheless. Health problems aside, the curious thing is that damper, isn't it? The dwarf waitress, Merdin, returned the conversation to its original topic. She was an ordinary dwarf. Her occupation was that of an A-class adventurer rather than a waitress, however. Leaving the divine message of the foolish Pope aside, I can't stay uninvolved if he has some relation to the Demon King. If by some chance the Demon King were to be revived, I might really be destroyed this time, said Lee Sana as her appearance suddenly changed. Her white skin turned blue-black and a third eye opened as if opening a fissure in her wide forehead. Her red tongue turned a fluorescent pink and her already abundant chest expanded further. Oi, you're returning to your normal form, Dalton warned her. Sorry, I was remembering the past and I couldn't help it. Lee Sana giggled and withdrew her tongue back inside her mouth as she returned to her previous elven appearance. As written on her guild card, she was an elf woman. She often skipped introducing herself as the incarnation of Jurazanapeep, the evil god of degeneration and intoxication, however. She was the evil god supposedly defeated by the thunderclap Schneider. So what are we going to do, Schna? She asked. It seems like you've refused to exterminate him, but are we going to go and meet him? I do want to go, but I can't, can I? There are a lot of things to do over here as well, said Schneider. And unlike Duke Marm, the current emperor has become aware of my true nature. Schneider. He was without a doubt a human man. He wasn't a vampire, an evil god or a member of Vida's races. However, he was a follower of Vida. That emperor has known for a long time that I'm not a devout follower of Alda, he continued. He knows that the Pope's divine message of me being in danger actually means that I'm a dangerous person and that he should be wary of me. In the past, Schneider had been told numerous times by the Pope that a divine message warned of danger, but nothing had happened. Alda was warning the Pope that Schneider was a dangerous person. Schneider was aware of how difficult it was to fully understand the meaning of a divine message, however, so he wasn't particularly inclined to call the Pope a fool. As a mortal, Schneider was unaware of the god's circumstances, things like the circle of transmigration systems. But despite being unaware of them, he had always held doubt towards Alda's teachings since he was a child. He had never understood why Vida's races had to be hated so fiercely. After he became an adventurer and encountered members of one of Vida's races, Lamia's, he became certain. Alda was wrong. It might have simply been that his late first love was a beautiful Lamia. Leaving that reason aside, he made contact with the Lamias, and during the time he spent in their village, his belief became firmer. But thinking that perhaps these Lamia were just special, he made contact with other members of Vida's races. And then Schneider chose Vida over Alda. He hid his true beliefs, trained himself and built his achievements as an adventurer. There was the option of crossing over to the Orbon kingdom, where the religion of Vida and the existence of Vida's races were acknowledged to some extent, but that would have been a foolish move for him. If he ran to the Orbon kingdom, he couldn't help the members of Vida's races who were currently suffering in the Amid Empire. There were things he could only do in the Amid Empire. A single adventurer from a commoner background likely couldn't achieve much, but even so, he would be satisfied with helping as many as possible. Before he knew it, he had become an S-class adventurer. Life is full of surprises. Well, he likely hasn't noticed the truth about you, Lisana, said Schneider. Yes. I wonder why. Nobody ever notices, do they? That there are some among the evil gods who have changed sides to join the champions. Legends told of gods, giants and elder dragons who had surrendered and joined the Demon King out of fear. But they didn't tell of the considerable number of evil gods who betrayed the Demon King and fought him alongside the gods and champions of Lambda. They were indeed called evil gods, and they possessed powers that most in this world would consider abominable and wicked. But they weren't the incarnation of pure evil or anything like that. The champion Zackert had called the Demon King and his followers, invaders from another world. This was the truth. For the inhabitants of Lambda, the fight against the Demon King was a holy war to defend this world. However, looking at it objectively, it was a war between invaders and the native people. Of course, it could not be said that the Demon King and his followers were innocent and had done nothing wrong. After all, they had come to another world and chosen not to ask its people politely to allow them to move in or make any effort to assimilate by adopting their morals, sense of values and manners. But there were some who had no choice but to obey the Demon King out of fear despite wondering why a war was being started so suddenly. One of them was Jurazanapeep, the evil god of degeneration and intoxication. Zackert had persuaded her to join the champion's side. The former evil gods who had changed sides allied themselves with Vida and the resurrected Zackert when her conflict with Alda began. They were thoroughly defeated by Alda and Bellwood. They were either sealed away after having their powers reduced, or forced to discard their bodies and physically incarnate themselves. And Bellwood, who had opposed the evil gods joining them but had no choice but to reluctantly give in due to their strategic value, buried them in the darkness of history. If I headed for the continent's southern region, the Emperor would probably make a move, thinking that I'm planning to finally make contact with the pure-breed vampires who worship Vida, said Schneider. He's letting me swim around because I'm useful to the Empire, but it'd be troublesome if he were to think there was a chance that I'd cause the Empire harm. Though Schneider was an S-class adventurer and an evil god killer, though in reality, this was equivalent to being a lady killer, the Empire wasn't small enough for him to defeat on his own. There were Imperial guards as strong as A-class adventurers, and it was certain that there were 10 or 20 more individuals being kept hidden as extra fighting strength who even Schneider wouldn't be able to defeat easily. And I've received a divine message as well, Schneider continued. I'm going to obey it. Divine message, you mean that one? Asked Dalton. The one that told you to save the mothers and children. It had been 10 years since Schneider had received this divine message. He had been surprised upon receiving a divine message for the first time. He deciphered the cryptogram-like combination of vast information and intent that had entered his mind, and somehow managed to understand its meaning, the words spoken by Dalton. To be more precise, it was a divine message saying, become a shield, help the mothers and rescue the children from the blood, but without crossing the peak or the sea. Haven't you already fulfilled that? Asked Merdin. You saved plenty of mothers and children, and because of that, you found Zod who had been sealed up. Yes, you really saved me back then, Zod added. Schneider, having thought that the divine message meant, stay on the western side of the Bon Gaia continent and risk your life to protect mothers and children, saved numerous mothers and children as Merdin said. There were incidents where he simply saved them from bandits, and in one case, things developed into a great adventure, as a result of which he ended up undoing the seal on the pure-breed vampire Zod. Of course, wondering if there were other ways to interpret the divine message, Schneider had visited the grave of his mother who rested in his birthplace and searched for signs of danger approaching the women around him, thinking that one of them might be pregnant. As a result, it became clear that Schneider had unknowingly fathered children among the Lamia, Scylla, Arachne, Centaurs and Mare people. Dalton had said, how's that for a man? And Schneider had only been able to retort with, I was young back then. There were funny stories like this, but Schneider finally calmed down, having interpreted the divine message as being intended to have him undo Zod's seal. However, from the request brought to him by the messengers from Duke Marm, Schneider realized that he had failed. Schneider shook his head. No, the meaning of that divine message was, save the mother in the Merg Shield. Nation and rescue the half-blood child. That's, Dalton looked doubtful. But then, what about the second part about the peak and the sea? That meant, if you fail to save the mother, don't go near for a while. Actually, if I'd participated in the expedition, things might not have gone well for me either, said Schneider. Are you trying to say that the damper is able to kill you? Asked Zod. He somehow killed 6,000 men, he's not a normal kid. Well, speaking as an S-class adventurer, Vita probably wanted to stop me from becoming an enemy for that damper, didn't she? If that's true, then at least he has no relation to the Demon King, said Merdin. There's no way that Vita would help the Demon King, after all. That's how it is. I feel bad that I couldn't save his mother, but I'm not all powerful either. I'll apologize when I meet him one day, but until then, I'll just have to do everything I can. There was no time to be worried over it. Having finished speaking, Schneider set about making preparations for tomorrow's work. Exterminating a group of Krakens to help a clan of Mare people. Hey, do you think it's true that seaweed is good for your hair? Zackert said so, but I'm telling you, it's a superstition. But you know, lately, my hairline has. It's just your imagination, it hasn't receded at all. Is that so? But I get the feeling that my hair has become thinner recently. You're hallucinating.